Boom. The crackling of lightning never stopped jarring his ears, rousing the weakened and pale Zhuofan. Above, all he saw was a dome of blackness, with only a hazy red light shining down on the earth around him. Earlier, they jumped inside that hole in the sky after following the curtain of red light, the same one that kept changing positions. Looking further, one could see above the red curtain, the purple lightning raining havoc like dragons all around and towards it. But once the lightning touched the red light, it bounced back. The red light was a haven, freeing this patch of earth from the lightning's deadly assault. Is this Heavenly Emperor's remnant? With a faint smile, Zhuofan was heavily wounded, but that didn't stop the joy he felt. He was finally here. Looking around, all he saw was yellow rocky outcrops everywhere. It didn't look like much, but he wasn't disappointed in the least. It was the person that made a mountain known, not the hunk of rock itself. Even if the Heavenly Emperor's remnant was a wasteland, it still hid treasures. Zhuofan crawled to his feet, eager to begin searching. He tried getting up but then found something heavy on him. Gu Santong was holding on for his dear life, his small face in tranquil sleep. Gu Santong was stirred awake and wiped the drool for his face. He opened his hazy eyes and gave an innocent smile. Ha ha ha, you're awake. Zhuofan smiled a nod. But then, another lightning roared nearby and Gu Santong was frightened into burying his head in Zhuofan's chest, his hands holding onto Zhuofan for his dear life. Zhuofan shook his head, never imagining Invincible Scamp would be such a shy kid. It is understandable if we were outside, but why are you acting all scared here when you know the lightning can't touch you? Gu Santong, we're safe here. You should let go and let me look around. Don't wanna. Gu Santong shook his head, holding him tighter. I'm scared of purple lightning. Holding you feels safe. Zhuofan smiled dejectedly and shook his head. Oh please, you're much stronger than me. So how can you feel safe next to me? It'd make more sense if I was the one holding on to you. Gu Santong grumbled and lifted his head. You kinda remind me of Dad, and felt safe holding on to you. Dad? Zhuofan started. You have a dad? Gu Santong rolled his eyes and Zhuofan's face twitched. What the hell am I saying? Who doesn't? It's not like this kid came out of a rock or something, right? He hurriedly brushed it off with a chuckle. That's not it. I was just surprised. With how strong you are, your dad must be amazing. I don't know. I've never seen my father for as long as I can remember, Gu Santong said downcast. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow in thought. Knowing what he was thinking, Gu Santong added, the dad I'm talking about is Godfather. He is surnamed Gu and had 2 sons. When I was chased around because of the demon-purging decree, it was he who saved and nursed me. Did he give you your name? Zhuofan asked. Gu Santong nodded and showed a bittersweet smile. The Gu clan was a clan of scholars, with every generation working as officials. They weren't very high-ranked, neither held important positions, but they had a happy life. After he saved me, he took me as his 3rd son and taught me to read and write. He wished for me to be a sensible man, so he named me Santong. Star Reader. San equals 3 Tong equals communication. I see. He picked up a precious treasure. With you watching over them, their success was guaranteed. They must have been instantly promoted and their clan became a first-rate one, right? Zhuofan chuckled. But Gu Santong sighed in sadness. No, I harmed them instead. If it weren't for me, their whole clan wouldn't have died. Zhuofan was startled and soon could guess what happened. This child was hunted down with the demon-purging decree, and even a mere greeting would earn that person death. Reading all those books must have gotten to that clan's head to have welcomed their calamity into their house. Don't feel bad. That is also fate. Zhuofan patted his head. Is this why you turned into the Empire's enemy? Gu Santong nodded, his eyes taking a hint of savagery from the bitterness in his heart, but then sighed at the end. In the end I was too careless, agreeing to that old fart's promise. Now I am powerless to fight the 7 houses. You could have just broke your promise. A child's words do not hold weight. No one would blame you. Zhuofan ruffled his hair, like a devil on his shoulder. pushing him towards malice and destruction. But Gu Santong shook his head vehemently. Dad taught me the value of reading, taught me honor. I won't disgrace his teaching just because he died. Good child. Shuofan nodded, but inwardly sighed. Such an ambitious sapling got ruined in an instant. Ah, but all bookworms are suckers. But that's fine as well. How else could I've had such leeway if this kid was immoral? Shuofan felt like extending that Gu scholar a gesture of gratitude. Thanks for having misled this mighty kid onto the path of a bookworm and off my kill list. Shuofan rejoiced and showed a sneaky grin. You must always listen to your godfather. He was right. Gu Santong nodded, falling for Shuofan's ploy like a baby. By the way, what did you mean when you said I reminded you of your dad? Shuofan's eyes beamed. Gu Santong blushed, turning meek as he mumbled. When you held me as we charged in here and protected me from lightning, remind me of the time when Dad protected me and told me to escape. Oh, I see. Shuofan exclaimed. The kid took my act as fatherly love. The difference here though was while that Gu guy loved kids, Shuofan loved himself. His selfless act in protecting Gu Santong was also he could have him under him, that his death would be such a pity. If the scenario was instead a one guaranteed survivor, Shuofan wouldn't hesitate to throw the kid to the wolves. Who knew this act would lead to a huge misunderstanding instead? So Shuofan showed a queer smile. Santong, how about I'll be your dad? This rotten and shameless punk even had the balls to call the kid by his name to get closer. Gu Santong seemed opposed to the idea, feeling quite awkward as well. Why would I do that? I'm 300 years old. And how old are you? That's too queer. What's so queer about it? You may have 3 centuries over me, but you're a child at heart and need looking after. Shuofan shouted his righteousness, his tone growing soft. And we are also here by fate. I was fond of you the moment I saw you. Really? Gu Santong was expectant. Shuofan nodded. Damn right I am. Particularly of your insane power. I like that the best. So hurry up and work under me like a good little soldier. Gu Santong rubbed his chin and lifted his head. What's in it for me? Why, you little prick? Shuofan cursed inside, but he soon accepted the fact. Since all kids were pricks, I can protect you. Do I even need your protection? What was that just now then if not protection? Shuofan said. Also, you may be unreasonably strong, but far too gullible and easy to dupe. Just think, if you hadn't readily believed that guy's lie ending up protecting the imperial family for a millennia, wouldn't you be exacting revenge on the 7 houses by now? Accept me as your godfather and I will safeguard you, as well as show the world who they really are. Bloody bastards. Dare to cheat my son? You must be tired of living. Shuofan sputtered, talking big words that made Gu Santong laugh, but still couldn't stop from making the kid feel warm inside. We, father and son, are the strongest and smartest combination. Did you see that old guy and the 4 little shits listening to every word I say? They are all stronger than me, but aren't they still hanging on my every word? That is wisdom. The wise controls, and so do the powerful. Gu Santong bobbed his head. Shuofan finished off with his biggest sales pitch. Join me, and with my power, no one will pick on you. Above all, you will never have to eat that garbage ingredients again. If I can find an 8th grade, I won't ever give you a 7th grade. Shuofan then showed him 27th grade ingredients. As a token of my sincerity, these are all the 7th grade ingredients from my ring. I also admit all those other ingredients I've given you were already in my storage ring. Only the 8th grade ingredient had to be found. I truly had to enter the lightning array and suffer untold hardships for it. Shuofan's speech was impeccable, mixing truth and lies flawlessly and hiding his greatest offense in order to gain trust. He knew Gu Santong cared most about others' intent to hurt him. It was a shadow left in his heart a long time ago. Shuofan must never ever admit to having set the lightning array himself. Ever. I know. Gu Santong took the ingredient. He's hooked. As he drooled. I still had my doubts about you trying to harm me, but now I trust you. Since you are forthcoming with the ingredients from your ring, I'm sure there is nothing else hidden. Zhuofan nodded and sighed inside. How can I feel at ease leaving this gullible child all alone in the world? Most of all, letting others use him would be poor judgment from my part. That'll cause me endless trouble. He's far more fitting in the care of my adequate and fatherly hands. As for you hiding ingredients, I knew it already. You did. Zhuofan was shocked. If the kid did know and with his temper, he'd have stolen them by now from Zhuofan. But why didn't he? Gu Santong smiled. To be honest, eating ingredients isn't important. It's the wait for them that I find most appealing. Godfather usually went out for weeks, even a month sometimes, to find me ingredients to eat. He always returned with first or second grade ones, but the image of him appearing filled with hope at sunset gave me peace. Oh, I see. Then give them back and I will return one every 1 or 2 weeks. Zhuofan licked his lips, still hoping to not waste them like this. But Gu Santong held them close and turned around. How can you ask back something you've already given? What kind of dad are you? Zhuofan's eyes shined and laughed. Does that mean you will take me as a godfather? Gu Santong meekly nodded. Zhuofan burst out laughing at the heavens. Ha ha ha, with this monstrous son. What 7 houses? What regent estate would ever dare mess with me? PFF. In the middle of laughing, Zhuofan's eyes bulged. He shivered and, under a purple lightning's effect, spat blood. When the blood hit the ground, it exploded and left a black mark. Gu Santong cried, Godfather, are you all right? I'm fine. This purple lightning is just too powerful. Zhuofan wiped the blood and panted with a grave look in his eyes. The purple lightning exceeded his calculations. The part that he failed to refine with demon transformation art roamed around his body just now and caused disaster in its wake. But he had no way to stop it either. This was akin to slow-acting poison. He knew it ravaged his body and would one day rob his life, but couldn't do anything about it. Looking further, at the rocks and yellow sand, Zhuofan took a deep breath and stood up, his face hard. Santong, help me search for anything suspicious. He knew the purple lightning was one of Heavenly Emperor's abilities, and the Emperor must have had to have a way to dispel it. He had no choice but to scour Heavenly Emperor's remnant and find that cure. Gu Santong nodded genially and helped Zhuofan up. Godfather, you can just call me Young Sanzi. That's how my old dad used to call me. Anyone who was friendly with me called me that. Zhuofan nodded, smiling weakly. All right, Young Sanzi, go scout ahead. Understood. Gu Santong cupped his hands and skipped away, having recognized Zhuofan as Godfather, and finding someone close to him, did wonders for his ego, even ignoring the ceaseless rumbling above. Since Zhuofan was right behind him, he had nothing to fear. The duo had been wandering this endless stretch of yellow sand for over 6 hours but still couldn't reach the end. Zhuofan ceased his walk and frowned. Gu Santong stopped as well and looked back. What is it, Godfather? Young Sanzi, don't you feel we've been going in circles? Zhuofan looked around and his doubts grew. Damn, it's a bewildering array. Gu Santong's eyes widened and rushed to him. What, a bewildering array? How could I've been fooled by it? Gu Santong pouted. Basing his confidence on his previous shallow experience, he had nothing to fear and smiled. No worry, Godfather. See how I punch through it. Gu Santong lifted his small fist and struck. But the usual sight of seeing a ripple level 100 miles of land didn't appear. The ground just shook a bit, then quietened. Gu Santong was dispirited. This can't be. This never happened before, not once. Zhuofan shook his head, having already guessed it. This was not your average array, but one set up by Heavenly Emperor, one of the 3 strongest emperors of ancient times. If a little monster could simply force his way through, then the Heavenly Emperor would have been an empty title. If he could break this array so easily, what would then be the point of finding some Heavenly Emperor's remnant when I could straight up take this little monster as master instead? Young Sanzi, save your energy. Come here. Zhuofan shook his head, seeing him punch everywhere. Young Sanzi, I want you to be honest with me. You've never been here before. Gu Santong shook his head puzzled. Shuafan frowned. Then why are you afraid of purple lightning? Did you see it before? I haven't. Gu Santong paused, then shook his head in the end. How strange. This is the first time I'm seeing it, yet I felt instinctual fear towards it. At its thunderclaps, I can't help but shiver. It's not like the common lightning, which I hate but am not scared. This was odd. According to Zhuofan, the kid had to have a connection with Lightning Canyon, but now, scratching his nose, Zhuofan mulled it over. Can't be. No one has instinctual fear against anyone, not to such extent at least. Was it perhaps ancestral memories? Zhuofan asked, Young Sanzi, who is your master to have trained you so powerful? I don't have a master. Then how did you reach the profound heaven stage 3 centuries ago? Now that he stopped to think about it, Gu Santong said puzzled. I don't know. For as long as I can remember, I've been in the profound heaven stage. I had no one to call a friend. Looking for ingredients alone. Zhuofan was shocked as a radical conclusion crawled into his mind. What if this kid isn't human? Zhuofan licked his dry lips. He himself was scared by that thought. The average human became stronger through diligent cultivation and understanding of the heavenly Tao. But there were some creatures that were naturally strong, like the spiritual beasts, and those that assumed human form were a cut above mere spiritual beasts. Zhuofan didn't dare to finish that thought. If it was true, then wasn't the mortal domain, the place unanimously despised by all experts from the sacred domain, a place to be reckoned with? Recalling the mysterious expert in the all-beast mountain range only worked to strengthen his hypothesis. Godfather, Gu Santong turned his bright eyes to him. I'll use my nose. In the illusory array before, I could see through anything fake with my nose. Nothing can lie my sense of smell. I'll find us a way out in no time. Zhuofan shook his head in dismay. It worked outside because there were all kinds of scents coming from outside of the array. But here, beyond all this sand, there's only more sand. If this array had such a weakness, Heavenly Emperor would have been taken for a fool, locked up and had his cell key thrown away. Before he could say anything, Gu Santong wiggled his nose and said, I found something, Godfather. I smell something familiar. What? Zhuofan was bug-eyed, letting himself be pulled by the child. After just a few steps, they stopped. He scrunched his nose again and pointed. There's our exit. Zhuofan found a 3-inch jutting rock. A kick could send it flying easy. Is this the core of the illusory array? Before he could make sense of it all, Gu Santong jumped over and picked it up, then collapsed on the side. Whoosh! The surroundings suddenly changed. They were walking downward when the change in scenery came, and it was hard to react quickly. This place was but half a mile wide, with a black still sky, but the soil was no longer sand. Instead it was red earth. Zhuofan could easily take in the scent of blood. Looking back, he realized they'd been walking in circles not 100 meters from the edge. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan rejoiced. Thank God I have Gu Santong with me, or I'd be caught dead wandering the illusory array alone. Then, some sobbing entered his ears. Zhuofan looked to Gu Santong leaning on a red pillar and shedding tears. He struck an incredibly sorry figure, with his tear-streaked face. Young Sanzi, what's wrong? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Shaking his head, Gu Santong was trying to hold in his crying. I don't know either. I only picked up its scent and all of a sudden, my heart couldn't bear the sorrow. Startled, Zhuofan eyed the red pillar closely. That look alone made him jump in fright. It was hundreds of meters tall, jutting out of the ground like a mountain. It even passed the black sky. The purple lightning not once stopped striking it, making out a scorched sound yet couldn't make a single dent on it. Zhuofan clicked his tongue. What is this thing? How can it withstand so many purple lightning strikes without so much as a scratch? The shocker was the stage of the lightning, 12th heaven. The fact this pillar was standing strong even in the face of this, it was bound to be special. Zhuofan inwardly smiled. So the heavenly emperor is a fool in the end, letting such a huge pillar with such an obvious scent. Of course someone will find it. Wait! Shuafan caught onto something and sized the pillar in greater detail, all while his breathing grew ragged. This scent, the spiritual energy, is mixed with something wild. It must be from a spiritual beast. No, a sacred beast. Shuafan gasped as a chill crawled up his spine. You're telling me this pillar isn't made of metal but from a sacred beast? Shuafan started combing through the 9 Serenities' secret records in his mind. During the ancient times, 5 sacred beasts ruled the skies, undefeated. Not even peak emperor stage experts could fight them. Their only match were the 3 strongest emperors. The beasts were, and one of the 5 ancient sacred beasts is the soaring Qilin. Shuafan cried out in shock. None of the 10 famous emperors of antiquity ever expected soaring Qilin would end up here. And by the looks of it, it was clearly dead, with only the soaring Qilin's leg still firmly planted in this place. His killer was no secret either, the owner of the 12th heaven purple lightning gold eye, Heavenly Emperor. Could this perhaps not be the Heavenly Emperor's remnant, but his slaughterhouse instead? Bang! The shaking earth pulled Zhua out of his train of thoughts. He turned to see Gu Santong crying hot tears as he gave his all in shaking the pillar. With the shaking of the pillar, so too did the whole space. The bolts of purple lightning hammered the red curtain, wishing to punch through and turn all of this place into smoldering ashes. Shuafan cried out, "Young Sanzi, what are you doing? The red curtain of light that keeps us alive comes from this soaring Qilin leg. If it falls, we'll die with it. But I can't stand it seeing it struck by the purple lightning. I just can't take the sorrow." Gu Santong sniffed. Startled, Shuafan turned to the Qilin's leg in thought. They say blood is thicker than water. And Gu Santong's every action proved to him that the kid wasn't ordinary. At this point in time, the kid was resonating with the soaring Qilin leg and started crying. Is he perhaps related to one of the 5 ancient sacred beasts? The soaring Qilin? Shuafan sighed and ruffled the kid's hair. If you do not wish for it to cry from heaven, stop. Gu Santong didn't understand. Shuafan smiled. It is nothing if I die, but if you die, the pillar would also feel sad. No one wants to see his descendants die in vain. You mean, he is my kin? Gu Santong widened his teary eyes in shock. Nodding, Shuafan continued. You feel unbearable sadness the moment you saw the Qilin leg being struck down by lightning. Don't you think the owner of this leg would feel even sadder its leg couldn't protect you from the purple lightning? Gu Santong looked at him deeply and no longer attacked the pillar. PFF. Suddenly, Shuafan spat blood that scorched the ground again. Gu Santong cried in panic. Shuafan waved his hand bitterly. The purple lightning keeps ruining my body. I hoped to find the art to dispel it in Heavenly Emperor's remnant. But, sighing, Shuafan said, it looks like I survived the entrance only to die inside. Godfather, you'll be fine, we just became kin. Gu Santong was anxious. He finally found someone who cared for him, only to see him die. Gu Santong was so heartbroken, tears began to fall again. Shuafan shook his head in dismay. He was an evil man who rarely did anything good. Yet even so, someone was crying on his deathbed. He felt gratified. The irony here couldn't be more obvious. This godson of his who was crying was gained through tricks and ill intentions. Squinting, Shuafan sighed and put his storage ring on Gu Santong's finger, just like a legacy. This ring has many ingredients. Take it. I hope you will grow up fast. With the natural power in your blood, you will one day get out of here. Godfather. Gu Santong's tears glimmered, touched to the core. Shuafan wiped his tears away and took out the thunder skylark's egg. After my death, you will be lonely. Take this bird to help you brave the times. He didn't finish as chirping was heard. Shuafan was startled. Are you kidding me? It's hatching now? How? Shriek. With a loud crack the egg burst and revealed the head of a small chick, with lightning streaking it. It looked different from any common thunder skylark. It was purple. And the shocking thing was that the flickering lightning was purple as well. Gu Santong cowered to the side at its sight, while Zhuo Fan stood agape. Unfreaking believable! It can use the first heaven purple lightning at birth. This thunder skylark is a variant. The chick blinked its beady eyes at Zhuo Fan, taking him for its mother. It cried out in joy and flapped its wings as it leaped at him. It couldn't fly yet, having just been born, staggering its frail body over and rubbing its head on him. Zhuo Fan was out of it looking at the blinking chick. Then he cursed, "You little poultry, you got the most out of this trip to Lightning Canyon. A normal thunder skylark can only reach the 6th level with common lightning. But you little cheeky thing got born with purple lightning. I am looking forward to seeing how high you can reach. Godfather, grab it. Don't let it come near me." Gu Santong was hiding behind the Qilin leg and shouting in fear. Zhuo Fan laughed. "Young Sanzi, what are you afraid of? This purple lightning is only in the 1st heaven. It can't hurt even me, let alone you. Once I'm gone, you will only have each other to pass the long lonely days here. Don't be afraid, alright? Come here. Since I've cared for this cheeky thing so much, it can be called my son as well. As the big brother, you should come and greet your little brother." Zhuo Fan was being childish. He knew Gu Santong was scared of purple lightning. Yet he was now teasing him by making this chick his kin. Gu Santong shook while trembling. Zhuo Fan laughed. I'm not long for this world anyway. Teasing Tianyu's strongest, the invincible scamp, is such a joy. So he put the chick down and pointed it to Gu Santong. The chick gladly accepted his mother's instruction and wobbled with a chirp to Gu Santong, like a little bro wanting to play with his big bro. But the crackling purple lightning all over its body drove fear straight into Gu Santong. "Beat it! Shoo! Don't come any closer." Gu Santong threw rocks around the pillar at it. But the chick's gait was as wobbly as it was springy, dodging as it approached. In fact, it thought Big Bro was playing with it and was skipping over in excitement. Gu Santong's pitiful face was on the verge of tears, kept throwing rocks at it but always missed. Zhuo Fan laughed from the sidelines, like a grandpa amused by his grandson's antics. Perhaps from being pushed into a corner seeing the rocks were of no help. Gu Santong looked around and noticed something white sticking out. Gu Santong went for it but was shocked to find he couldn't lift it. This was stranger than fiction. With his power, he couldn't lift a small rock. So he stabbed his hand into the dirt and strained into pulling this odd rock. But what came out of the ground was a rock the size of a man, looking funny in the hand of a child like Gu Santong. What's more, the kid found it heavy even for his strength. Zhuo Fan cried out in shock, but Gu Santong was in the throes of fear as the chick got ever closer. So he threw it. The chick cried out and flapped its wings. Fear was a powerful motivator and actually made it learn how to fly on the spot. The large rock shook the earth and left a meter-wide hole around it. The chick landed in fright on it, and this time looked at Gu Santong with palpitation. Big Bro wasn't playing around with me. He truly hates me. Zhuo Fan shook his head at Gu Santong's fuming appearance. He was about to scold him when his eyes snapped to the large rock. He inspected it in detail. The large rock looked like a huge egg, smooth and shiny enough to see one's reflection. But on a closer look one could see light spilling from within, and could even make out the shape of a human. Imparting stone. Zhuo Fan cried out in excitement. This is an amazing treasure. The imparting stone was exceedingly rare in the sacred domain. It is used by masters to pass down secret arts to their disciples or family members. Usually, the imparting stone would be passed down from the previous clan leader to the next one. The new leader would smash the stone and thus gain the inheritance. The inheriting process also destroys the imparting stone. When the leader reaches the end of his life, he would leave all his knowledge into another imparting stone for the next leader. This way, the legacy of a clan would live on. But never did he think this isolated world would house such a treasure. Whose memories did this imparting stone contain? Was it the Qilins or heavenly emperors? If they were heavenly emperors, he'd struck gold. It may even contain the way of removing the purple lightning from his body. Zhuo Fan was eager to try it. Young Sanzi, break that rock. Gu Santong thought Xuefan was scolding in a roundabout way. If you're going to scold me, do it to my face. I know I shouldn't use such a large rock on a chick. Since you took it as your son, he is my little brother, so I wouldn't cross the line. But don't use the rock as an excuse. Xuefan laughed. I am content knowing you own up to your mistakes, but I'm not scolding you here. I only want you to help me break that rock so that I may live. Gu Santong's eyes shined and was in glee knowing he could save Xuefan. So with a boom, the imparting stone was blown to pieces by Gu Santong's mighty fist. A multicolored mist drifted out of it. Within it, a human shape appeared, around 20 years old but with a dignified expression. Purple flickered on his left eye while his right eye was as deep as the abyss. Looking any longer, one would feel sucked in. The leader of the 10 ancient emperors, the Heavenly Emperor. Xuefan gasped. The person was tranquil. His gaze looked ahead, but it gave the impression it overlooked all of creation. Junior, as you were fortunate enough to open my imparting stone, you must be kin. I shall impart to you my ultimate magical art. Divine Eye of the Void. Pay close attention. What, the Divine Eye of the Void? I struck the motherlode. Ha ha ha. Xuefan shuddered from joy and couldn't hold back the laughter. When people spoke of Heavenly Emperor, one of the 3 strongest ancient emperors, they always mentioned his greatest abilities, the purple lightning gold eye on his left, and the divine eye of the void on his right. The divine eye of the void was also the first magical ability he comprehended when he entered the emperor stage. It held such unbelievable power that not even purple lightning gold eye could come close. Xuefan was stoked. For fear his 2 brats would interfere, he even gave them a sign to keep quiet. Yet his eyes and ears never missed anything the image revealed. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Missing a single word would leave him with endless regrets. The divine eye of the void is a supreme ocular magical art. Place your attention on the word void. It is another word for emptiness. Only in emptiness can one have space. And to be one with the emptiness is a virtue. After all space is emptiness and not emptiness at the same time. Heavenly Emperor's image stood tall as he imparted the art. Xuefan didn't even blink, afraid of losing even a minute gesture. Gu Santong and the chick could feel how important this was to Xuefan and stood quietly at the side. For 3 days and 3 nights, Xuefan hadn't moved, hadn't spoken, hadn't even blinked for how engrossed he was. The Heavenly Emperor ended with, I have imparted you with the 12 stages of Divine Eye of the Void. You now hold inside you the power to make our clan supreme. All you need to do is will it. Regarding my second magical art, Purple Lightning Gold Eye, it was born out of this Divine Eye of the Void. If your talent is not lacking, it will come to you with time without having the need to train it. If you lack in any way, seek out the other imparting stone of mine to help you train it. But if you wish to follow in my footsteps and reach my power, stop here. Take what I've given you and use your own abilities to attain comprehension of it. The mist dissipated and the Heavenly Emperor's figure faded away, leaving behind the pieces of the imparting stone. These pieces had now turned to useless hunks of rocks. Xuefan frowned. Gu Santong asked, What's wrong, Godfather? Nothing, just that the last phrase was odd. As if he didn't want his descendant to train in the Purple Lightning Gold Eye. Xuefan's eyes squinted. Gu Santong laughed at the sky and mocked. What does it matter what he wanted? It all comes down to your decision to train or not. Of course I want to. That's one of his masterpieces. Xuefan widened his eyes. Then what are we waiting for? I'll help you search for it. Gu Santong jumped right into scrounge through the rocks on the ground, looking for another imparting stone. Xuefan shook his head in the end. The Heavenly Emperor didn't want for his descendant to train the Purple Lightning Gold Eye, but deduce it by himself instead of blindly following the teachings of others. And yet, he was still afraid his descendant was unable to achieve it, so he left the training method for the Purple Lightning Gold Eye behind. Xuefan, however, was not Heavenly Emperor's descendant, so there was no point in abiding by Heavenly Emperor's teachings. Who cares? Waste not, want not. It's here anyway, so I might as well use it. But what struck him as odd was that the image clearly intended to leave it all for his descendant. So how on earth did it end up being taken advantage of by this down-on-his-luck, rebirthed demonic emperor who stumbled his way inside? Looking at the jutting Qilin leg, Zhuofan was in deep thought. Who the hell cares? Since it fell in my lap, if I don't take it, who will? Zhuofan grinned and scoured the place with Gu Santong. The chick was skipping around at the side, chirping oddly. What is daddy and bro doing? Looking for worms to eat. The chick hopped into the fun. An hour later, most of the place was turned upside down, but no sign of anything that remotely resembled another imparting stone. Zhuofan was curious. Does this place have only the divine eye of the void imparting stone? Then he face-bombed and cursed. I'm such a fool. How could he forget about Longzhou? Longzhou said he'd been sucked into the purple lightning storm and punched everywhere. In sheer coincidence, he entered through the gap in the array and smashed the purple lightning gold eyes imparting stone by chance. So when he was listening to that strange voice, he'd been training purple lightning gold eye without even realizing. But in his frantic state, he forgot the training method to the art, thus making the art lost. Zhuofan shook his head. I can't decide if it was bad luck or dumb luck. His dumb luck was because of the ridiculously low chance of any of those events ever happening to him. Furthermore, in a row too. And bad luck since he was clearly being taught an ultimate skill. Yet, he was too much of a chicken to keep it together to remember it. Zhuofan sighed, then recalled Heavenly Emperor's words. It may perhaps be a blessing in disguise. Young Sanzi, we can stop now. The purple lightning gold eye isn't fated for me. Let it go. Zhuofan sighed and chuckled. Gu Santong said, concerned. But can you alleviate your wounds with only that divine eye of the void? As the saying goes, whoever started something must also have a way of ending it. The purple lightning is harming you, so the purple lightning gold, I must cure you as well. Zhuofan shuddered, felt warm and fuzzy inside. He only wanted the purple lightning gold eye to boost his power. But Gu Santong's main priority was to cure him. I may have cheated him into the fold, but he's starting to really grow on me. It's of no importance. The divine eye of the void is enough to cure me. Zhuofan smiled and beckoned his two sons over. Gu Santong still felt somewhat repelled by the purple lightning chick, but he was doing his best to accept this little bro of his. Zhuofan patted their heads and spoke solemnly. Young Sanzi, and you two little bird, I'll just call you Chower. Your dad is going to set up an array and enter seclusion to heal and train. I do not know when I'll come out. You will be staying here, but don't wander off outside of the light's curtain. Worry not, Godfather, I won't. Gu Santong waved, his face showing fear as he looked at the purple lightning outside. But Chower cocked its head, oblivious. Zhuofan had no time to explain, handing it over in Gu Santong's care as he immediately set up an array. He sat cross-legged in its center and closed his eyes. Months flashed by. The next thing he knew when he opened his eyes was that still purple lightning-streaked sky. The change he felt inside was the only testament time even passed. With an incredible release of power, his right eye sported a golden ring flashing on and off, with streaks of purple flickering now and then. He removed the array with a sweep of the hand and Zhuofan stood up. You're out. A childish voice came from behind. Godfather, are you cured now? Of course. Zhuofan smiled and turned to Gu Santong. Not only cured, but new and improved. Now we can leave this place. I will show both of you my power as we fly out of here. Face twitching, Gu Santong sighed. Godfather, when you boast, at least make it reasonable. You took 5 years to get to the 9th layer of bone tempering stage. How can you fly us out when you're not even in the profound heaven stage? I actually have more hope on Shower. Gu Santong pointed at the sky and shouted, Shower, Dad is out. Shriek. With a sharp cry, a 3-meter-long purple bird was soaring above the red curtain. The endless booms of purple lightning struck its body but could do nothing to it. Zhuofan went slack-jawed. Is that Shower? He's already a 4th-level spiritual beast and can produce 4th heaven purple lightning. But how is it that the 12th heaven purple lightning outside has no effect on him? I was also worried at first, but he must be of the same nature as the purple lightning. Gu Santong shrugged. Those purple lightning never once harmed him. He absorbs them by instinct and then releases it without any consequences. Zhuofan was blinking in shock. My godson is a monster, and my spiritual beast is also a goddamn freak of nature. Not even a 12th heaven purple lightning phases him. But that's only obvious. I reckon I have also stepped into the ranks of monsters. I may have been called a monster by others. But now, I'm sure I can even surprise young Sanzi. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan turned his smiling face to Gu Santong. Young Sanzi, did you eat all the ingredients I gave you? Ages ago, and Shower ate half. I haven't had an ingredient to eat for 3 years now and couldn't get out as well. I'm starving here. Gu Santong rubbed his stomach dejected. Zhuofan patted his shoulder. No worries, Dad will take you out now. Yeah, right. A 9th layer bone tempering cultivator? Even if you did have to heal first, you're too slow in advancing. Gu Santong teased, then sighed. My hopes are all on Shower. He isn't afraid of purple lightning, and once he finds the right way out of here, he'll bring me plenty of ingredients. Zhuofan's face sank. How can I let a son look down on his father? So he coughed to get Gu Santong's attention. Young Sanzi, how can you be so cruel to your old man? You're making me look bad. Come, throw me a punch. I will show you what I can do. Cultivation isn't everything. Gu Santong looked at him oddly. Dad, be serious. Not even a radiant stage expert can take my punch. Cut the chatter and bring it on. I said that I'll show you my power, and that's what I'll do. Zhuofan shouted. Gu Santong sighed and extended a finger. Dad is so stubborn that I have no choice but play with him. Sigh. I just hope I don't overdo it. Gu Santong simply flicked. A ripple shot like an arrow straight for Zhuofan. Gu Santong had controlled his power to the bare minimum. But Zhuofan couldn't even take this lightly. Yet he was standing there unfazed for the attack to approach swiftly. Watch out, Godfather! Gu Santong cried in panic. Why didn't I hold back more? Even if Dad is a body cultivator, his level is just too low, and this will leave him a pulp. His shock didn't end there as Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden and vanished into thin air. When he appeared, he was behind Gu Santong. Divine Eye of the Void's first stage. Zhuofan snickered. Gu Santong was shocked. Because the moment Zhuofan was gone, he lost all traces of him. Not just sight, but smell and hearing as well. All senses failed to detect him, as if he was no longer in this world. This can't be. Young Sanzi, here comes my punch. Before Gu Santong could get his wits about him, Zhuofan shouted. Gu Santong mocked in the end. Dad, dodging is easy, but punching. Starting with a flicker, a purple lightning shot for him. Gu Santong's eyes widened and instinct screamed at him to dodge behind the pillar with a jump. The lightning crossed space in a flash, striking the pillar with a boom. Gu Santong peeked out and saw Zhuo's fist wrapped in purple lightning. Gee Godfather, how can you use purple lightning? Ha ha ha. That's thanks to Divine Eye of the Void. Zhuofan flicked his hand, being smug after seeing young Sanzi's reaction. He finally got to show off in front of his godlike adopted son of his. The Divine Eye of the Void pays emphasis on the void part. This main use is control over space. The first stage allows me to switch places anywhere in my soul search's range. And Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden and Gu Santong's ring appeared on his finger. Allows me complete control over inanimate items, changing their location. Ha ha ha, young Sanzi. Since you ate all ingredients from it, you won't be needing my storage ring anymore. Even Gu Santong couldn't help but gawk at the explanation and display of such an outstanding art. This was the first time in the life of Invincible Scamp to show such a shocked face. Won't that make you invincible, since no one can hit you? Gu Santong blinked. Scratching his chin, Zhuofan nodded. You can say that, but not quite either. If the first stage of Divine Eye of the Void is so invincible, what would be the point of the remaining 11 stages? In truth, this is only control over space. If space is sealed,
or I'm inside another space. I'm finished. To then what's with the purple lightning? How Gu Santong stammered. Zhuofan grinned and his right eye flashes purple. After training Divine Eye of the Void to the first stage, my right eye can open up a pocket dimension. Those purple lightning remnants that wrecked my body and couldn't be removed are now stored in that pocket dimension. To use them at my discretion. That is why I said cultivation isn't everything. I may have used most of my time on healing and comprehending the first stage of Divine Eye of the Void. But true power is a whole other matter. Zhuofan grinned, leaving Gu Santong dumbfounded. Despite Zhuofan not having gone through immense changes in the past 5 years, training in a remarkable art turned him into a freak nonetheless. If Gu Santong hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Going out like this, he'd be like a wolf hiding among sheep, ready to strike at any so-called expert out there. Who'd ever suspect a 9th layer of bone-tempering cultivator to have such an insane trump card? To then what of the second stage, Godfather? Let me see it. Gu Santong was eager to witness even more of Divine Eye of the Void's power. Blushing, Zhuofan coughed drily. Divine Eye of the Void is very hard to understand. Even I only learned the first stage after so long. Gu Santong's face sank in disappointment before he even finished. Zhuofan scratched his head. Helpless. The kid's face changes tune faster than the weather. But then he said something that brightened Gu Santong's day. But since this space has the same origin as my Divine Eye of the Void, we can now leave this place. Young Xianxia, you'll get to eat more ingredients. Awesome. Gu Santong jumped 10 feet in joy, already back to his cheerful self. He heard Zhuofan say that before but didn't believe him one bit. Now, after Zhuofan's demonstration, he was very much a believer. Chower also flew before Zhuofan and circled Zhuofan in jubilation. Zhuofan laughed and repeated his explanation before showing his thunder ring. Don't resist as I place you in my ring. We will then shortly leave this place and get you out. Chower flapped its wings in joy. It felt very close to the thunder ring since it was refined from its mother and entered it without complaint. Gu Santong was hesitating. Godfather, wait a moment. Gu Santong turned to the pillar, fell to his knees and knocked his head on the ground 3 times, tears streaming down his face. I do not know who you are, but I know you're my kin. I don't know how you died, but I feel heartbroken over your death. I am leaving now, leaving you alone. Take care of yourself. Gu Santong wiped his face and went to Zhuofan. He didn't look back, in fear he might not want to ever leave. Putting Gu Santong in the ring, Zhuofan looked at the pillar inside. Soaring Qilin, I am not a good man, and I do not wish to go between you and the Heavenly Emperor. As a soaring Qilin, you're a heaven-sent ingredient for me. How could I not want you? But, as this child's godfather, I still hope I can ease his pain. Sighing, Zhuofan's eye flashed with light and struck the pillar. With a bang, the pillar swayed and fell. With its collapse, the red curtain vanished as well. The purple lightning above the black sky rushed to Zhuofan like jackals, wishing to tear him limb from limb. But Zhuofan was calm as ever. He placed the Qilin leg in his ring, then his golden eye flashed, right as the purple lightning was about to hit him, vanishing from this world. The next thing he knew, he was outside the hole he used to enter into this space. But the lightning didn't hit him as he vanished again. Thus, in the sea of purple lightning, a flash of golden could be seen on and off growing further and further away, and the purple lightning could do nothing to stop it. When they reached the edge of the lightning canyon, Zhuofan's golden eye flashed one more time. Whoosh! His last stop was in a thick forest. Looking up, the bright moon hung in the sky, bathing this corner of the world in its moonlight. Finally out, but where am I? Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan tasted freedom again. With Lightning Canyon wandering the continent, he was hard-pressed to pinpoint his exact location. Who cares anyway? It's fine as long as I'm out. He took Gu Santong and Chower out of his ring, and the kid was ecstatic to finally be out again. This was Chower's first time seeing the real world, and cried in joy. It flew everywhere, curious to explore it. Young Xianxia, I have a gift for you. Zhuofan showed the kid a tender smile. Gu Santong asked ecstatic, "What? Did you have more hidden ingredients in your ring?" Zhuofan shook his head. "You little twerp. You picked my ring clean of them. Where could I find any? I think you will find this far more attractive." Zhuofan then showed the Qilin leg that was still flickering with lightning. Gu Santong had tears in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude. "You got it out. Of course. I know how much you care for it and don't want it to be hacked by purple lightning. Since I have the power, of course I'll help you. Thank you." Gu Santong wiped his tears and bowed deeply. Zhuofan was truly the spitting image of his former godfather, bearing the same amount of care for him as well. He valued Zhuofan far more greatly now, more than even his real parents. This perhaps was one of Zhuofan's very rare acts of kindness. He always looked at Gu Santong and thought how to use him, but the kid's pure heart touched him, making fatherly love blossom in his cruel and dead heart. Gu Santong went to the Qilin leg, felt its rough surface and even hugged it, feeling the warmth. He then came to Zhuofan with a request. "Godfather, will you look after it for a while?" "Why won't you?" Zhuofan asked, but saw Gu Santong's sad face and could easily guess. Gu Santong was forced into a promise to defend the imperial capital and wasn't even allowed to eat the ingredients he liked so much. How could he be allowed a storage ring then? It would soon be discovered and confiscated if he took it with him. Zhuofan sighed. "All right, but you best take care and not be so hard on yourself. If you ever find yourself in mortal danger, forget about that promise. Your life is more important." "Yes." Gu Santong smiled brightly. Zhuofan returned his smile and stashed the Qilin leg away. "By the way, Godfather, it's been 5 years since I was allowed to leave the imperial capital. I need to report back. But where will you go?" At the moment of their separation, Gu Santong still felt reluctant to leave. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan put on a diabolical grin. "Since it's been 5 years, it's the right time for the esoteric debate to start. I'm going there to liven the mood. Let's see if those legendary Regent Estate freaks can live up to the expectation. Ha ha ha." Drifting Flowers City, at the entrance to the stone room behind Drifting Flowers edifice. Grandmother, with Iris and Peony Overseer, were waiting. Under the warm sunlight, among the refreshing chirping, they were the only ones whose faces showed no change, their eyes fixed on the stone door. Rumble. With a heavy sound, the heavy stone door opened and 4 figures emerged. The first wore a silk cover, but her delicate figure and her graceful poise couldn't be hidden. Her eyes were enough to make anyone in the world flustered and intoxicated by her beauty. And behind her were 3 old women. They looked calm, but clearly excited. Chu Bijuan's brow jumped and she sent 3 silver needles at the woman. But the woman only lifted her delicate hand casually. A sudden chill came then and a wall of cold mist formed. The 3 needles rapidly lost speed and ended up falling on the ground into frozen pieces. Grandmother sighed in praise. "Xianxia, you've greatly improved, as if reborn. If not for neglecting cultivation for the past decade, you'd be no weaker than the other houses chosen in the esoteric debate." Indeed, this person who came out after a long 5 years of seclusion was Chu Xianxia. She was no longer as weak as she was 5 years ago. She was like a towering glacier, worthy of the title Ascending Ice Phoenix. "You're too kind, Grandmother. It is all thanks to our 3 venerables helping day and night with my training." "I am grateful, venerables." Chu Xianxia slightly bowed at the 3 old women behind her, and so did Grandmother and the overseers. The venerables spoke. "It is the least we could do as Drifting Flowers Edifice's venerables. Xianxia's talent is remarkable, only needing to stimulate her potential. She did the rest." The 4 once again bowed, and the venerables closed the stone door with a wave. Chu Bijuan walked to Chu Xianxia and looked her up and down. "8th layer of profound heaven stage, good. We will show the world the power of Drifting Flowers Edifice in this esoteric debate." Chu Bijuan's eyes shined. Iris Overseer smiled. "With Xianxia, we will show them who Drifting Flowers Edifice is. Let's see them try to take women lightly again." "Ha ha ha, true. But Chu Bijuan frowned. We must also make our standing clear. We must strike at Regent Estate's arrogance in this esoteric debate, or they will strike back at us many times harder. Yes, that is why, Qingcheng, you must work together with Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Sword Marquis Abode, our two allies. I have talked with them and have reached an agreement, Iris Overseer said. As 4 of your opponents, Pill King Hall, Hell Valley, and Merry Woods, they have all sided with Regent Estate. The 7 noble houses are now split in 2 factions. This is why the esoteric debate this time will be so much crueler, so much more savage. Chu Qingcheng frowned in worry. Regent Estate's monster, Huangpu Qingtian, is hard to deal with already. And now that we are 3 against 4. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, it will definitely be 4 against 4. I heard that the Luo clan will be joining in as well. They were but a third-rate clan before and must be planning on standing abreast to us by passing the first 2 rounds of elimination. I wonder though, who'll they be sending? Grandmother considered. Chu Qingcheng's eyes lit up. Luo clan will come? Already clear on who Chu Qingcheng had her mind on. Grandmother shook her head. It's unclear if he will be there as well. He's been missing for 5 years already. It is a bad omen. Not even his clansmen know about his whereabouts. So the support we can expect from the Luo clan is minimal. What, he's gone? How? Why? Chu Qingcheng didn't care if the Luo clan helped them, and was only worried about Zhuofan. Grandmother shook her head. Such deep love is like a poison, making one forget even oneself. Iris Overseer sighed. I heard he was last sighted where Lightning Canyon appeared 5 years ago. Then he vanished. We can only assume. Chu Qingcheng trembled and shot down that idea. Impossible. He will be fine. Peony Overseer cursed instead. That foul and ungrateful prick. How does his fate have anything to do with us? He didn't value your feelings. Not one bit. Chu Qingcheng's eyes grew hazy, her heart in a mess. Grandmother spoke gravely. Qingcheng, whether he comes or not, I hope you will keep your distance from him. I met him once. His ambition is unhealthy, much greater than we can imagine. Such a man is very attractive, but also one who can easily harm women. In his heart, women are burdens, beings he finds no value in. For your own sake, don't get too close. Chu Qingcheng was silent, alone with the bitterness in her heart. But I can no longer go back. In another part, deep in Sword Marquis' abode, there lay a stone gate on the verge of opening. 2 youths came from within, Xia Tianyang and a youth with white temples. His eyes were cold like a blade. There was also the on and off flicker in his eyes. But if one looked, he'd feel 2 sharp swords stabbing him. The pain would be too much to keep one's eyes focused on him. He was none other than Sword Marquis' abode's leading talent, Xia Tianyang's elder brother, one of the 6 dragons, golden armored sword dragon Xia Tianshang. Tianshang, Tianyang, you're out. Xia Xiaofeng laughed and patted their shoulders. Xia Tianyang snickered. Dad, I've mastered our house's entire martial art, flowing space's 9 forms. I can now marry Ninger. Xia Tianshang gave a curt nod, walking past Xia Xiaofeng and to the training area. I'm off to practice. Later, Xia Xiaofeng felt helpless watching his sons. The eldest was a martial fanatic, always thinking about training, never getting close with anyone. While the second was a love-struck fool, the only thing on his mind was marriage. If he hadn't been smart and tricked him into lifting the sword for her, he probably never would have had. Xia Xiaofeng sighed. It'd be great if they were combined into one. Jian Suifeng came from behind. Abode Lord, don't worry. Tianyang's temper will smooth over time. As for Tianshang, he only has one person in mind. He won't stop until he defeats that person. You mean the Regent Estate's monster? Xia Xiaofeng sighed. Forget it. I don't want my son to tangle with that monster. It will only bring us shame. Jian Suifeng nodded and sighed. In another part, in the rear gardens of Veiled Dragon Pavilion, a youth in fine green clothes was taking a walk and showed an infatuated look. Ah! The air is so much better outside. Bliss! Eldest young master. Long Jiu rushed over anxious.
When did you get out? Why wasn't I informed of this? Hee. If you had, you'd be throwing some congratulatory feast to ruin my mood. It was better to come here and get some peace. The youth's smile turned odd. By the way, Uncle Joe, what of little Kue and little Jie? How come I don't see them? Ha ha ha. They're hard at training. AI, when will they come out? The youth asked. With a vague chuckle, Long Joe said, Eldest young master, you've been in seclusion for a decade. There are many things you have missed. If you'd have witnessed the Battle of Drifting Flowers edifice, you'd have been as stimulated as them. What do you mean? The youth rose an eyebrow. But Long Joe only smiled in response. Kids these days won't work hard without a well-placed stimulus. Similar occurrences happened in the other houses as the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix came out of seclusion to join the esoteric debate. Especially in Caged Dragon City, people gathered outside a secret room on the mountain behind Regent Estate. As the stone gate moved, 2 people were made known to all. One was a calm youth, his every step at ease and firm. His incredible air made even the profound heaven elders step back in shock. Behind him was High Venerable Huangpu Fenglei with pride in his eyes. High Venerable, any progress? Huangpu Tianyuan asked. Huangpu Fenglei caressed his beard with a smile. I oversaw his training personally. He is the pinnacle in the world, second to none. High Venerable, that is hardly the case. The youth's cold tone came in rebuke. My current self isn't taught on, only my nature. And Father, your words are pointless. Shuddering, everyone watched Huangpu Tianyuan speak with such crass and lack of manners. Yet all nodded. This is the air of a lord. Taking a deep breath, Huangpu Tianyuan chuckled. Seeing you so confident, I won't ask any further. I believe that in the esoteric debate you will bring shock on everyone's faces. Let them see that Regent Estate's power shrouds the 7 houses. Father, you're wrong again. I am not confident, just my nature. I do not need to amaze them for Regent Estate to shroud the houses. My very arrival turns it into reality. The unification of the 7 houses, that impossible matter, will be completed with my ascension. Huangpu Qingtian was calm, and someone rushed to put a golden cape over his shoulder. His natural grace and demeanor looked down on every single being. Even Huangpu Tianyuan felt anger inside. The youth was clearly unfilial. But this was Regent Estate, and they trained themselves to have lordly flares. It didn't matter if the father and son fought over the estate lord position. What mattered was the ability to have it. One's leadership applied to the entire house, even to the estate lord. Lung Wuchang came to Huangpu Tianyuan and bowed. Eldest young master, it is good to be confident, but one must also be wary in every taken action, lest you'd meet with utter failure. Oh, and where are you going with this? Huangpu Tianyuan glanced by. Smiling Lung Wuchang said, a fiend had recently appeared in Tianyu, by the name of Zhuo Fan. It pushed back the 7 houses and killed dozens of our elders. Even the second young master fell victim. I heard he will be joining in the esoteric debate. Please remain cautious, eldest young master. Humph, second brother, was worthless. He got what he deserved, killed by a nobody. As for those elders, they are even bigger fools. But for that kid to kill so many and still live, that makes you the biggest fools of all. Are you telling me he's as invincible as that Gu Santong from 300 years ago? Huangpu Qingtian snapped coldly. Lung Wuchang shook his head. Gu Santong is a monster seen perhaps once a millennia, but he is not like Gu Santong. Gu Santong may be unbridled, but gullible. While that kid's treachery runs deep, expert at gathering people to stand by his side. The reason why we've failed to get his head is because 3 houses have formed an alliance with him. He is also relying on one of the 4 pillars, war god Duguzhantian, and even the imperial family is protecting him. Our hands were tied. Oh, a schemer you say? Shaking his head, Huangpu Qingtian said. Fine then, since you're all so worthless. I will personally end that man in the esoteric debate. Eldest young master, please exercise extreme caution. Every single one that has underestimated the kid has died in agony. Lung Wuchang bowed.
but his words earned a snort from Huangpu Qingtian. Sir Lang, I admire your talent greatly, but please, do not lump me together with you fools. By the way, once I have that kid's head, the title of estate lord. Oh, father, isn't it about time for you to step down? Trembling, Huangpu Tianyuan's face was a mask of darkness and rage. This was his good son, the strongest talent in the 7 houses, the head of the 6 dragons, one that at this crucial time was only thinking of how to snatch his father's position. The heaven-shaking dragon Lord Huangpu Qingtian. 5 months later, at the imperial capital, the emperor was reviewing reports in the study. Suddenly, a black figure knelt at his side. Hands cupped in respect, black figure spoke, Your Majesty, Dragon Cloud City's report on the Luo clan has come. Deliver. The emperor spoke, but didn't spare the man a glance. The man offered the report with both hands. The emperor took one glance at it and threw it back into the man's face. Every damn report over the past 5 years has been either all quiet or all normal. The Luo clan is set to make waves in the esoteric debate. But where is that bone-tempering stage kid? How the hell are you even getting your intelligence? Please soothe your anger, Your Majesty. I've been at fault. The man was on the ground in a blink, shaking like a leaf. The emperor caressed his beard, but the fire in his eyes was like a smoldering volcano. Oddly enough, he soon restored his calm. Yet this only worked to instill greater fear in the man's bones. Is there anything on that Zhuofan? The emperor's tone was cold. The man shook his head. Nothing, Your Majesty. And what of divine dragon Gu Santong? The emperor followed. The man was on the verge of tears. Unknown, Your Majesty. You've been searching for 5 years but can't find anything about Zhuofan. That rampant guy Gu Santong must still be stirring trouble somewhere, and yet you can't even find a trace of him. Humph, why am I even raising you worthless mongrels? You can't do anything. The emperor's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. The man kowtowed 3 times, pleading, Your Majesty, please quell your anger. I am incompetent. Please spare me. Out. The emperor flicked his sleeve. The man kowtowed 3 more times and bolted. Thank you, Your Majesty, thank you. The emperor took a deep breath and lifted his head. Gu Santong and Zhuofan are missing. Can this piece of information even be trusted? Did they perish in the Lightning Canyon? It's fine if Gu Santong is gone from this world. It might actually be a blessing. But Zhuofan? He is yet to fulfill his task. His death would be such a waste. But this boy brings too many surprises. He lifted up a wretched 3rd-rate clan to one that is brimming with power. A miracle, really. But I just can't tell if the Luo clan can still complete the task without Zhuofan. Ha ha ha. The emperor chuckled quite cheerfully, like a sly rogue. Just then, a guard fell to his knees before the emperor. Your Majesty, divine dragon Gu Santong has returned. Ugh. The laughter came to a grunting stop, and the emperor sighed. Understood, but his good mood was gone. Ah, the worst trouble is yet to come. Meanwhile, before the great gates of a city, a familiar figure appeared. He looked up and read the imposing words on the wall, Dragon Cloud City. Rumor had it that the imperial family, Yuan clan's efforts to raise an army to found the empire in historic times all began from this place. As such, every single esoteric debate was held here. I got held up for too long in the Lightning Canyon. I hope I made it in time. Hope those guys didn't get themselves wiped out again. Zhuofan sighed under his black cloak as he entered the city. There were soldiers all around the city, but that did not stop anyone from milling about. This city, after all, was a gathering place of the empire's most distinguished houses and clans. Everyone was free to come and go or even join the esoteric debate if they wished. But the army was tasked with breaking any conflicts among these clans, most of all among the 7 houses. Once a fight broke out, it was easy to plunge the entire empire into unrest. This made the soldiers stationed here ready to act at a moment's notice. The only one in the whole empire able to shake the 7 houses was none other than the 2nd of the 4 pillars and Tianyu's marshal, god of war, Dugu Zhantian.
though meeting this big man was the last thing on Zhuofan's mind. Inside the city, Zhuofan was shocked. The place was packed, like a sea of people. It was more packed than Drifting Flower City at the time of the 100-pill meeting. Then again, how many clans did the 100-pill meeting attract? The esoteric debate, however, drew in all the clans that hoped for a swift rise to fame and power. The difference was obvious. He didn't have the time to let the sights distract him. His top priority was to get back to the Luo clan and ascertain the situation. But only after a few steps, a ruckus entered his ears. Windgaze City's Luo clan has landed their 27th win, advancing into the second-rate clans finals, and becoming this esoteric debate's biggest underdog. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan looked towards the speaker but only found a small tavern, so he stepped in to learn more. The thick smell of wine and clamor struck his face the moment he stepped in. Some guys with bare arms were shouting and waving their fists around. God only knew why. There was a betting table in the tavern, and a score table on the far wall had the name of every clan on it. People at the table were constantly placing bets. Of course, not everyone was betting. Zhuofan saw that the board had the 7 houses' names on it, as well as their representative genius. Ascending Ice Phoenix, Drifting Flowers Edifice, Forest Fleeting Dragon Merry Woods, Golden Armored Sword Dragon Sword Marquise Abode. Zhuofan muttered every word. But then he screamed, Soaring Demonic Dragon, Black Wind Mountain? Who the hell came up with this? The dealer from the table saw Zhuofan amazed and smirked. Hey dummy! What hole did you crawl out of? Haven't you ever heard of Windgaze City's Luo clan on Black Wind Mountain? Of their soaring demonic dragon Zhuofan? Zhuofan's mouth was agape. He scratched his head. When did this soaring black dragon stuff get started? Seeing his puzzlement, the dealer sighed. You're really ignorant. When Demon Archon Zhuofan wrecked Drifting Flower City, everyone and their uncles learnt about him. Now that we know he represents the Luo clan in the esoteric debate, of course he stands on par with the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. This is why people call him Soaring Demonic Dragon. Apparently, it is the name of the martial art he used. Bullshit. A buffed guy started arguing. Complete and utter bullshit. The Demon Archon Zhuofan did use the Soaring Demonic Dragon in Drifting Flower City to kill Regent Estate's second young master. But his nickname has a totally different meaning. His Soaring Demonic Dragon title implies that he wants to break through to heaven and challenge the 7 houses' 1,000-year-long authority. You know nothing, so don't go about talking rubbish. Zhuofan nodded, finding this second explanation far more plausible. God damn it! Who the hell dares to say that heaven stands above me? I'll rip them to pieces. This is more my style. Ha ha ha. Yours truly like Soaring Demonic Dragon. But his joy ended as soon as the dealer barked back. Cut the crap. Demon Archon Zhuofan may be great, but do you think he has it in him to contest the 7 houses? The 7 houses' status in Tianyu has been unshaken for 1,000 years. Haven't you heard? Luo clan has the Sword Marquise Abode, Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Drifting Flowers Edifice backing them. I reckon that even if the Luo clan climbs high enough to enter the fight between the 7 houses, it will only fight as a vassal clan of the 3 houses. Bam! Zhuofan slapped the table. His face twisted in grimace. Who the hell told you that Luo clan is their vassal? Get your head straight, Luo clan will become an independent clan, competing on the same level as the 7 houses. It will not cower behind some other house for safety. Just wait and watch. The two looked at Zhuofan puzzled. What's his connection with the Luo clan? Why is he so fired up in protecting this underdog? But they didn't have the time to talk back and cursed Zhuofan for being a mental case as an aged voice laughed. Ha ha ha. Indeed, Luo clan should aim for the best clan and challenge the unwritten rule that has held on for millennia. If not, like every single time, the esoteric debate would end with only the 7 houses competing. Wouldn't that be too boring? Shuddering, Zhuofan looked back to see 3 elders. Every one of them was wearing a cloak to hide their features. The elder in the middle revealed his piercing eyes and grinned. Steward Zhua, I've long wished to meet you, my soul brother. I am Prime Minister Zhuge Chongfeng. Care to join me for a chat?
Zhuofan's eyes widened and he looked at him deeply. He never thought that the head of the 4 pillars, Zhuge Changfeng, would personally grace him with his presence. Glancing at the 2 elders on his sides, from their mighty aura, he could tell they were rare experts. With a deep breath, Zhuofan nodded. Zhuge Changfeng grinned and made a flourish. The 2 then walked side by side to a table. The 2 elders stood behind Zhuge Changfeng and their eyes flashed, sending an energy to envelop the table. The noise around them slowly ceased and their words were never heard by the people outside. Yet to the untrained eye, the 4 looked like they were having a casual chat. The dealer and the big man looked baffled for a minute and then ignored them. Zhuofan was shocked and became wary of the 2 elders. No average Radiant stage expert could just set up a barrier so casually. Not even a peak one. The 2 must have trained in some special cultivation method. They weren't to be taken lightly. Thinking about Zhuge Changfeng, he may only be in the 2nd layer of the profound heaven stage, but he was surrounded by many powerful people. He was a man no one from the 7 houses dared underestimate. His name as the head of the 4 pillars was well-deserved. Steward Zhua, you must be wondering why I was looking for you. Zhuge Changfeng's beard trembled. Zhuofan nodded, but his only reply was a fixed stare. Zhuge Changfeng held him in greater admiration. In fact, just by answering, Zhuofan would have fallen in his trap. Regardless of the content, Zhuofan's reply would have given him the rights to lead the conversation and, ultimately, Zhuofan by the nose. But Zhuofan kept silent, thus keeping his right to speak. It may be some minor detail, but to a leader of Zhuge Changfeng's stature, it was very important. Right of speech translated into power. If one's right to speak was taken away, then that person was at a disadvantage. On this aspect, Zhuge Changfeng was an expert, and he admired Zhuofan's response greatly. Steward Zhua, your rumors do not do you justice. I am in awe after meeting you. Prime Minister Zhuge is exaggerating. Your illustrious name has given me far more shock. Zhuofan laughed. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. Wise men speak plainly. Let us dispense with the tricks, or we'll be at it for 3 days and still not finish. Ha ha ha, Prime Minister Zhuge is quite open, so I shall do the same. Zhuofan nodded cheerfully. Zhuge Changfeng went straight to the point. Steward Zhua, I fear that someone may have instigated the Luo clan's participation in the esoteric debate. Oh, what makes you say that? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Zhuge Changfeng replied, we are both men who look at things from all perspectives. I am certain that, with you as its steward, Luo clan's rise beyond the 7 houses would only be a matter of time. But your coming out in the open has been far too soon. With Steward Zhua's cunning, I believe you are not a man looking for short-term gain. I surmise that you've been forced, or perhaps, lured into a choice that you could not refuse. Zhuofan was impressed. Zhuge Changfeng is amazing, able to understand everything. Indeed, Luo clan jumping into the esoteric debate and starting a fight with the 7 houses was far too soon. Earlier he was quite pleased with Luo clan's power. But even he couldn't be as bold as to declare that this fight was a sure win. He chose this situation so he wouldn't lose the imperial family's support, or worse, offend them instead. Saying that he was lured was accurate. Forced? Also correct. These assumptions were both correct. Above all, Luo clan's power coming out in the open at this moment allowed Zhuge Changfeng, possibly the only person in the empire, to surmise that Luo clan would one day surpass the 7 houses. This guess couldn't be called brazen, but calamitous, and Zhuofan was hoping to see the day when Luo clan would reach such a level. But now, no one out there would ever believe it, except Zhuge Changfeng. Even Zhuofan had to admire his foresight. If it were anywhere else, even he wouldn't make such an absurd guess. Head of the 4 pillars, Prime Minister Zhuge is truly wise. I admire you. Zhuofan's flattery was sincere. Zhuge Changfeng chuckled. Steward Zhua is too kind. This old bag of bones has been soaked in this world for far too many years, thus gaining some thoughts about its revolutions. I fall utterly short to young Steward Zhua wisdom. Carrying on your shoulders the honor of the entire clan, you've earned my respect. Ha ha ha. Then Prime Minister Zhuge is saying, to watch your back. Zhuge Chongfeng's eyes shined, his voice solemn. Raising an eyebrow, Shuofan looked a little lost. Clearly knowing his heart, Zhuge Chongfeng chuckled. I can tell what Steward Zhuo is thinking. Yes, my words are full of suspicion. Who on earth would be so selfless, so caring for their fellow neighbor? And yes, I have a reason. But rest assured, Steward Zhuo, you are not my enemy. In fact, he may very well be yours too. Oh, care to elaborate? Zhuofan started. Zhuge Chongfeng twirled his white mustache, his eyes shining. I am sure Steward Zhuo is more than familiar with the saying, when two fight the third wins. So will you be among the first two, or the third? Zhuge Chongfeng shook his head. I'm sure the wise Steward Zhuo has caught on my meaning by now. Scratching his nose, Shuofan looked him in the eye and showed a broad smile. Zhuge Chongfeng read his intent, and only smiled in reply. The two shared a smile full of countless implications, and nodded. Ha ha ha. Talking with smart guys is so refreshing and easy. Steward Zhuo, I have said my piece and I'll be leaving. But before I do, please be kind enough to fulfill this selfish request of mine and explain something to me. Zhuge Chongfeng rose to his feet and cupped his hands. Shuofan smiled. I don't see why not. I am the Empire's Prime Minister. Long Wuchang is the Regent Estate Steward. And you, sir, are Luo Clan's Steward. This makes the three of us cut from the same cloth, with each of us scheming and lording over people. Myself and Long Wuchang are both selfish, and luckily our interests are shared for now, and not set on a colliding path. But considering your talent, why would you pick the Luo clan? I can tell that sir is not doing this out of sympathy, or any kind of feelings. It escapes my capacity to understand. Zhuofan's eyes trembled and he took a deep breath, before showing a crafty smile and emphasizing every word. Because my ambition is far greater than yours. The head of the four pillars, for the first time, trembled and his fists clenched. The Yin-Yang elders saw this and for the first time looked at Zhuofan with shock and ill intent. The thick bloodthirst they oozed couldn't be concealed. But Zhuofan was still composed, only his right eye flashing golden. Wait! On the brink of war, Zhuge Chongfeng put a stop to the hostilities. The elders calmed down and Zhuofan relaxed. But Zhuge Chongfeng was perplexed and said to Zhuofan, I may not know the extent of sir's ambition, but I nevertheless look forward to that day, and hope that it won't all come crashing down instead. Zhuge Chongfeng signaled the two elders and left. A good distance from the tavern, one elder snorted, Prime Minister, why did you stop us? His words were far too rude. No, I don't think that was mere boasting. Zhuge Chongfeng furrowed his brow. However, what is his aim? With his ability, it's only a matter of time before he becomes an overlord. But instead he chooses to be bogged down by that burden Luo clan. To what end? Sigh. This kid is the first one I cannot see through. The Yin-Yang elders shared a glance but didn't say anything, in fear of disturbing him. But for some reason, Zhuge Chongfeng was frowning constantly, leaving the elders at a loss. When were the rash words of some pup ever of any value? In another part of Dragon Cloud City, at the largest fighting stage, thunderous applause resounded. On the stage, Luo Yunchang's tall figure breathed heavily. Her lithe and demure figure, wrapped tightly in clothes, painted a fine picture. Every man there was drooling at her curves. Even more so when those beads of sweat worked to emphasize her enticing body lines. But her fifth layer of bone-tempering cultivation cut short any errant and lustful desire. Just now, the young lady had dispatched 4 fourth-layer bone-tempering experts, while she herself remained unharmed. Next to her stood a cold youth of about 16 and in the 3rd layer of bone-tempering stage. Despite his young age, he was famed throughout the empire. Marshal Dugu's 5th godson, Tianyu's 5 tigers' youngest, swooping dragonic tiger, Luo Yunhai. Everyone and their uncles had heard of him. Being at Dugu Zhantian's side and fighting next to his 4 brothers for more than 2 years, he had proven himself in battles, becoming a real man of valor. Circling them were 10 people around Luo Yunhai's age. but their eyes held a far more staunch look. They released constant dark energy and their iron-forged bodies glowed. They were of similar cultivation, but in a true life or death fight, they could render peak bone-tempering experts heavily wounded, if not outright dead. They were the Luo clan's guards that Zhuo Fan entrusted Captain Pang with training. This was only the tip of the iceberg, and even the guards were enough to strike fear in many. The thought of seeing these monsters fully grown sent chills down the crowd's spine. And to avoid people acting in fear and envy, the Luo clan chose to only bring these 10 youths. If others had known that Luo clan would raise so many freaks and still hide their cards, they'd have long snuffed it in the cradle. Regardless of the what-ifs, Luo clan had nevertheless caused widespread shock to all who bore witness to this obscure clan. Just now, these Luo clan's 12 fought with a renowned second-rate clan's 100. Yet none of them was injured heavily even when the opposition had peak bone-tempering experts among them. This forced people to see Luo clan in a different and frightening light. Not to mention Luo clan's strongest had yet to take the stage. That rumored soaring demonic dragon. How outrageous was he? The victory of this second-rate clan battle goes to the Luo clan. A profound heaven stage expert in a robe flew on stage and gestured at Luo clan's 12. The crowd broke out in a thunderous applause. This is Luo clan's 28th win. I cannot believe they are a third-rate clan. Yeah, and their best man is yet to appear as well. People say their steward, Zhuo Fan, is on the same level as the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. He is hailed as Tianyu's 7th dragon. Soaring demonic dragon. What? If Luo clan is so strong, why haven't I heard of it? Why is it stuck being a third-rate clan? People displayed immense shock in the stands, while many were whispering about the mysterious power behind such a strong underdog. Meanwhile, a few familiar faces stood at the highest point in the stands. The veterans of the martial world would instantly recognize these shocking figures. Weren't they the 7 houses representatives, 6 dragons and 1 phoenix? Ha ha ha, what third-rate clan? That brat duped us. Even facing a top second-rate clan they won cleanly. If this was a third-rate clan, who would be a second-rate one? Right, Ninger? The woman was none other than Xianxia, from the newest Sword Marquis Abode's vassal clan, the Shui clan. She wasn't paying attention to Xia Tianyang, however. Having eyes fixed on the stage, why isn't Big Brother Zhuo here? Isn't he joining? Ninger, why do you always have to mention him? It hurts. Xia Tianyang's mood went sour. Xia Tianshang, sitting next to them, sheathed his cold blade in the scabbard and said, "It seems the rumor is true. The soaring demonic dragon is no longer a part of this world." What rumor? Xianxia was anxious. Xia Tianshang spoke coldly. 5 years ago, they say Zhuo Fan chanced upon Lightning Canyon and is buried there. What a pity. I really hoped to meet such a highly praised man. Now I can no longer see his strength for myself. Brother. Xia Tianyang cut him off, but it was far too late. The damage was done. Xianxia's tears threatened to burst as she shook her head. Nonsense. Big Brother Zhuo can't be dead. Ninger, calm down. He's only missing. No one has found his body yet. Xia Tianyang was trying to patch things up, but Ninger glared. Brother Tianyang, why didn't you tell me? Xia Tianyang sighed. I didn't want to see you so sad. Ha ha ha. Just for that? You should have told her sooner rather than prolong the agony. Don't you know that prolonged longing will only make a woman's pain deeper? The 3 looked back to see Long Jie and Long Kue along with an exuberant youth walking up to them. Squinting, Xia Tianshang's scabbard crackled in his hand. Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Abyss Dragon. Long Xingyun, we finally meet. Please don't. We're all allies here. Don't pull your sword at our first meeting. Long Xingyun noticed Xia Tianshang's thirst for battle and waved frantically. Xia Tianshang snorted and tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, suppressing his battle lust. Humph. Sorry. I can't help but want to pit myself against an expert when I meet them. Please disregard my rudeness. Long Xingyun was sweating. He had heard of this martial fanatic, but he didn't think his illness was so serious. You aren't going to go after me after chopping the enemy? Are you? Sighing, Long Xingyun turned to the Luo clan on stage. I've heard of the soaring demonic dragon Zhuo Fan's resounding name and hope to see him. A shame I will never have the chance. Why do you say that? You also believe Big Brother Zhuo is dead? His body hasn't been found. Ninger shouted. Shaking his head, Long Xingyun turned solemn. The lives that Lightning Canyon robs are left without a corpse. If his fortune was the same as Uncle Jiu, surviving that disaster, he would most likely appear here. But after 28 fights, he is still missing. The first 27 fights were nothing, but the last one was only won by using all they had, even if they were unharmed. If he didn't appear even now when it matters the most, I fear he's gone from this world. Shuddering, Xianxia was far from just believing this, but her heart knew the truth. With everyone around telling her so, she couldn't help but think the same as well. And this only worked to make the pain worse. Xianxia clenched his fists and bit his lip, hating himself for being powerless. By the way, do you guys think that the Luo clan without Zhuo Fan is worth being our ally? Long Xingyun suddenly spoke. Xianxia shuddered and spoke. In my eyes, ally or whatever doesn't matter. Whether they are worthy of a challenge or not matters. Ha ha ha. That's a martial fanatic for you. Long Xingyun laughed and admired him. Xianxia was glum. I don't care what you think. Me and Zhuo Fan are brothers, and even if he isn't here, I hope to see Luo clan leave this place safely. Second young master sure is milder among the two. Long Xingyun smiled. But Veiled Dragon Pavilion's ally is Zhuo Fan. Without him around, the agreement is void. Whether the Luo clan can hold on to the agreement, it will rest solely on their performance. I fear, however, that they will never achieve it. Long Xingyun gestured to the front. Look, without the care of that demonic dragon, most of the savage dragons have them in their sights. Second young master, are you capable of stealing the dinner from the claws of those savage dragons? Xianxia's group turned to look in shock. For figures suddenly showed up across from them. Hell Valley's specter dragon, Yu Yushan. Xianxia's eyes trembled at the sight of a man in gray. Mary Woods' forest fleeting dragon, Lin Xianfeng. Xianxia looked at another gravely. And also Pill King Hall's plague dragon, Yen Bongi. Long Xingyun pointed at a youth with half a face purple. They say he went insane cultivating his poison, and this is the result. And with his poisonous constitution, even without Yen Song or Yen Fu's achievements in alchemy, his mastery of poisons far exceeds vicious Pill King's. He is a fearful man, but far from the strongest. Long Xingyun's face turned grave, and even a hint of fear was present as he gestured at the last man. The real monster, Region Estate's heaven-shaking dragon lord, Huangpu Qingtian, is present as well. Ka. A sharp sound came from Xianxia's scabbard, his eyes glinting. Long Xingyun smiled dejectedly. This martial fanatic, does he not know what dreadful existence that man is? How is he so eager to challenge him at first glance? I just can't tell if these blockhead allies of mine are a blessing or a calamity. Meanwhile, Huangpu Qingtian's for also glanced their way but were calm as water. Even Huangpu Qingtian's eyes only spared them a cursory glance. That Zhuo Fan still hasn't shown himself. Huangpu Qingtian stared at the Luo clan. Lin Xianfeng giggled. Eldest young master, are you that eager to smash someone? No, I'm only curious why Sir Lung holds him in such high regard. Huangpu Qingtian crossed his arms. This world is yet to see a man worthy of my attention. I hope that kid would make an exception. He, eldest young master, is truly a hero among heroes. You must really want to fight that kid. Lin Xianfeng jumped right in with his ass kissing, only to get a sharp look from Huangpu Qingtian in return. Lin Xianfeng, watch your tongue. This world doesn't have anyone worthy fighting with either. Only some temporary targets need destroying. I only want to see if that man is worthy of killing him myself. If he can't even amount to that, he will be left to you guys to handle. Lin Xianfeng shivered and nodded. The other two sneered. This brat is usually crafty, but this time's ass-kissing only reached the feet. Picking up on the two's mockery, Lin Xuanfeng's felt rage inside. Then his eyes lit up and proposed, Eldest young master, why don't I test the Luo clan? Zhuofan is bound to show up then. And if he doesn't, we'll simply end them. Do it! Huangpu Qingtian's curt nod cut him off. Then the other laughed as he vanished. Xie Tianshang's group, watching from afar, was also gone. Huangpu Qingtian paused. You two go as well. Perhaps the 6 dragons fight will happen earlier. Understood. The two glanced at each other and were gone, leaving only Huangpu Qingtian standing alone with a sharp gaze. This was all in response to Lung Wuchang's judgment of this time's esoteric debate. It may just be a guess, but was enough to make this man take it seriously. Because Lung Wuchang had never said something like this to him ever before. That implication of not wanting to see Zhuofan was a lie. As a man of great power himself, even if conceited, he had to make things clear. Only by snuffing out the cradle would allow ultimate peace to descend. Young miss, young master, good work. The people began commending the shocking power of the Luo clan's 12 with a round of applause as they left the stage. Captain Pang rushed over and expressed his thanks as well for the two's work, watching them with great regret. If only he was younger, he would be joining and fighting alongside them as well. Luo Yunchang nodded, not able to speak from how weary she was. Captain Pang didn't dally anymore and led them to a bench to rest. He then turned to the 10 guards with praise. You've done well today. I will surely remember it. The 10 youths nodded, but their faces showed not a twitch, as if they were frozen in time. Luo Yunhai panted and sighed as well. Captain Pang, just how did you train them? These young guards are even more dauntless than most people I've seen in the army. Young master, there are some things you don't know. These guys are trained by me according to Steward Zhuo's training regimen. He said that great soldiers are good when fighting back. But these fellows are men willing to lay down their lives for the Luo clan when it matters the most. Captain Pang sputtered with great pride the feats of these kids. But then he froze and looked at the silent Luo Yunchang in distress. Luo Yunchang's hand tightened and her eyes glistened in tears. Luo Yunhai glared at Captain Pang. We asked about their training. So why are you talking about sacrifice? Captain Pang slapped himself till he was red, then cursed. It's my rotten mouth to blame for making young miss feel such sorrow again. Captain Pang, I don't blame you. Luo Yunchang stopped him from blaming himself. 5 years without so much as a word. Elderly did say that he is definitely alive, but from the look on his face, not even he believed those words. If he were still alive, there was bound to be some news at this point, not total silence. Tears started trailing down her cheeks. Luo Yunhai felt her pain as Captain Pang sighed, not knowing how to reply. The Luo clan didn't want to accept Zhuofan's death, but they had no choice in the matter. At that time, the entire clan was in mourning. How did that saying go? Misery loves company. Their so-called allies had changed their stance, and their support was waning. They were abandoned when the clan needed the most help. Many times Luo Yunchang wished to show the world their radiant stage experts. Zhuofan was gone, but the clan still held strong. Luo clan had the power to face the 7 houses. But Luo Yunchang was reminded every single time of Zhuofan's decisive stance, of keeping their cards hidden even from one's allies. This made her snuff out that reckless thought. She thus burned with even more desire to prove to them who Luo clan was in the esoteric debate, especially to their allies, that they are worthy of their constant support. No matter what, she had to lead the Luo clan into the final battle. Taking a deep breath, Luo Yunchang wiped her tears and steeled her will. She stood up. Come. Grand Elder is waiting for us. Luo Yunhai and Captain Pang looked startled at the leaving delicate figure. With Zhuofan gone the past half a decade, and Luo Yunhai in the army, all the weight of the clan rested on the young Miss shoulders, and the talks with their allies were the most taxing. She didn't have Zhuofan's cunning, nor his brashness. But on this path, her weak and fearful self slowly rose to the challenge, meeting the houses head-on. Within the fake civility, with all that back and forth, she grew to be an imposing figure. But only she knew the taunts, mocking, and misery she had to endure. Sighing, Captain Pang and Luo Yunhai followed after her. The three soon arrived with the 10 guards at the exit of the fighting stage. Lei Yuntian was there waiting for them, along with the profound heaven fakes. Yunhai, Yunchang, congratulations. You won 28 times in a row. Lei Yuntian cupped his hands. Luo Yunchang raised an eyebrow. Uncle Lei, you knew we'd won even when you were outside? Of course. With such a resounding applause. How could I not know? I've heard it so many times these days that my ears have swollen. Ha ha ha. Lei Yuntian was cheerful. Luo Yunchang chuckled as well as they walked with him to their accommodations. Uncle Lei, how about we make a different sound tomorrow? Since your ears are swollen? No need. I like this one very much. Ha ha ha. They talked with the setting sun behind them, cheerful about tomorrow's victory. Among the 10 young guards behind them there were also the profound heaven fakers. Their power wasn't much to talk about. Even one of the young guards could finish them off. But that swag and pose had their intended purpose, to shock and awe the bystanders. Holy hell, the Luo clan is truly an underdog. They raised 20 profound heaven experts. They are as strong as the 7 houses. Though none realized, looks could be deceiving. These elders were paper tigers, mere toys to scare children. But just as Fang Qiubai said before, showing them off was their strongest suit. Whoosh! Suddenly, a breeze passed by Luo Yunchang's charming figure. She felt her ear and her face changed. What's wrong, Yunchang? Lei Yuntian asked. Luo Yunchang was confused. Am my earrings gone? Sister, did you lose it? Luo Yunhai looked around and shouted. Everyone, my sister lost her earring. Please help us find it. They all started looking around for the young Miss Earring. Just then, a funny laughter reached them. Ha ha ha. Idiots. Here it is. Ding. A sharp ringing sound was heard, and they all looked in the direction of a creepy man in robes holding an earring. Luo Yunchang cried, That's mine. Mary Woods' forest fleeting dragon. Lin Xianfeng. Luo Yunchang was quite shocked. All eyes were now on that man. Was this one of the strongest disciples in Tianyu, one of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, forest fleeting dragon? The cheerful mood had long been replaced with heavy silence. Even those 20 profound heaven fakes felt their scalps go numb. These guys were no match for the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. Even if they weren't fakes. Even among profound heaven experts, the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix were the best. Why was this Lin Xianfeng suddenly approaching them? Was he picking a fight? What are you doing picking a fight with us? Aren't you from the 7 houses? Aren't you afraid of shaming yourself? This was on everyone's mind. Lin Xianfeng looked at Luo Yunhai in provocation. Such a remarkable godson that old guy Duguzhantian has gained. You recognized me with just one look. Of course, we may be soldiers, but the Godfather has told us about the renowned figures in Tianyu. Luo Yunhai straightened his back and shouted. And you? What do you think you're doing? This is Dragon Cloud City and it is time for the esoteric debate. The houses and clans are forbidden from making a ruckus. Are you challenging Marshal Dugu's order, and is that why you're blocking our way? Hee hee. Stop scaring people with that old guy's name. I'm not everyone. Lin Xianfeng mocked. Kid, do you know why the old man told you about Tianyu's strongest? It was to warn you that even he can't offend some people. It was something for you to watch out for. That order is for the average clans only, not for us, the 7 houses. Luo Yunhai seethed from anger. You dare to openly go against his order? See when I report to Marshal and he puts you in your place. Ha ha ha, you gullible pup. I just told you. That old man won't interfere. Laughing, Lin Xianfeng flashed right in front of Luo Yunchang in the next blink. He took in her perfume, shook her other earring, and snickered. Gorgeous, mind spending the night with me? Blushing, Luo Yunchang's face was a mask of anger as she sent a slap. Pervert! Whoosh! Lin Xianfeng was back to his original place before the slap made contact. Ha ha ha! This is all Luo clan amounts to? You could not even find someone good enough to touch my clothes. But you dare showing off in Dragon Cloud City. Men together! Lei Yuntian snapped. His cultivation was now in the 5th layer of the profound heaven stage, reaching Lin Xianfeng in a blink and striking with his finger. As for those profound heaven fakes, they had no choice but to join as well. In the face of the incoming finger, Lin Xianfeng only grinned. Then the oddest thing happened. He vanished into thin air and the 20 profound heaven fakes behind Lei Yuntian were knocked out one at a time. Lin Xianfeng then returned to his spot, but Lin Xuanfeng's finger still hadn't arrived. He let out a bored yawn and with a light grip, snuffed out the lightning on the finger. Too slow. I've already finished fighting. Lin Xuanfeng's kick sent Lei Yuntian flying. Spurting blood, Lei Yuntian fell before the siblings. Only now did the 20 profound heaven fakes collapsed, actually lasting a second more than Lei Yuntian. They had long been knocked out. Such speed. Gasping, Luo Yunhai's face turned solemn. He knew Lin Xianfeng was fast, but even he didn't think it'd be to this extent. It was as if he defied the laws of time and space. He didn't catch any of Lin Xuanfeng's movements, and it looked as if he had always been standing there. But he knew that Lin Xianfeng had put everyone out of commission in a flash. Without a second thought, Luo Yunhai jumped in front of his sister. Luo Yunchang was solemn as well, glancing at Captain Pang and getting ready to face their great enemy. The power of the 6 dragons wasn't something they could contend with. They were all wishing from the bottom of their hearts that that person would come. Ironically, this was where the both sides' thoughts aligned, with Lin Xianfeng hoping for the same thing. Is the soaring demonic dragon truly dead? I mean, this would never have happened if he wasn't. Unless, of course, he is the biggest coward out there. Giving others a mocking glance, he punctuated with a sneer. Luo Yunchang's heart trembled. He's after Zhuo Fan. The guy assumed Zhuo Fan was watching from the shadows around here somewhere and decided to stage this play to draw him out. When in fact the reality was much, much crueler. Zhuo Fan wasn't even here to begin with. The Luo clan wallowed in mourning and Luo Yunchang snapped back in indignation. Since when did an outsider get the rights to butt into the affairs of our steward? Ha! Looks like you hold Zhuo Fan in quite a high regard. Although, would it even make that much of a difference if he were here? A nobody who some no-name clans call soaring demonic dragon. One who can barely stand up to our level, the level of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, doesn't deserve my attention. With a spark of cruelty in his eyes, Lin Xianfeng flashed right in front of Luo Yunchang's face. The group jerked back in fright. He's so fast. Too fast. They didn't even sense him move. Especially Lei Yuntian, who sucked in a cold breath. Both were of an equal stage in strength, that of the profound heaven. And common knowledge told him a difference in speed could exist but not to the extent of a gulf. Yet Lin Xuanfeng's brazen display proved that the 6 dragons were in a league of their own, even if they were only profound heaven experts. Snickering, Lin Xianfeng touched the smooth and delicate chin of the frightened Luo Yunchang. Young Miss Luo, if we were to take this somewhere private, wouldn't that steward Zhuo end up working under me in the end? Are you willing to come along? Don't touch my sister. Luo Yunhai snapped, sending a flying kick at him. Lei Yuntian and Captain Pang joined him by punching. Lei Yuntian flickered like lightning, while the dark energy around Captain Pang turned him into an unstoppable raging machine. Get your filthy hands off young miss. Lin Xianfeng couldn't care less about their bravado, to the point he even disregarded them completely. With Lei Yuntian leading the charge, Lin Xianfeng simply swished his wrist and Captain Pang tumbled forward. Captain Pang rammed into Lei Yuntian and the 2 coughed blood in their flight. To the mere 3rd layer of bone-tempering Luo Yunhai, this was even more disdainful. A simple rise of his leg followed by a casual step ended the kid's attack. Ah! Luo Yunhai's wailed out of pain from having his leg bone bend under the guy's foot. Luo Yunchang rushed over. Yunhai! She didn't make it, however, as Lin Xianfeng was quick in seizing her wrist and grinning like a demon. Young Miss Luo, will you cooperate now? Luo Yunchang bit her lip, her eyes teary as she clenched her fists in hatred. Seeing her so stubborn, Lin Xianfeng snickered as he put more weight on his foot. Ah! Luo Yunhai made his pain known again, but he cut off his screams abruptly despite the agony. He chose to hold it in, although it was clear from his purple face that it took all he had not to keep screaming. He couldn't scream, or his sister would have no choice but to agree and the Luo clan's name would go up in flames. His training in the Dugu army taught him how to shed away the weak young master persona and become a true man of principle. Oh, quite the tough one I see. Raising an eyebrow, Lin Xianfeng eyed him viciously and put more power in his stomp. The sound of crushed bone jarred everyone's ears, but Luo Yunhai only gnashed his teeth as sweat soaked him. No matter how much it hurt, how pale he got, he didn't make a sound. Lei Yuntian and Captain Pang were enraged at this, yet couldn't even twitch as their bodies were seriously hurt as well. As for those profound heaven fakes, they were rooted in place and shivering from pain. They had no intention of showing off anymore. After biting the dust once, they simply closed their eyes shut. Even as imperial guards, they had never offended the 7 houses, least of all now. Although the young guards had guts, even they'd think twice after being knocked out cold from just one slap. Luo Yunchang felt her brother's pain, so much so her teeth were threatening to break under the strain of her clenched jaw. She was caught in the middle, whether to choose her clan's honor or save her younger brother from the torment. Lin Xianfeng roared as he yanked her wrist. Talk! Are you going to give in and make me Zhua Fan's master or not? Humph, are you worthy? Luo Yunchang scoffed back. Compared to him, you're nothing but discarded dung. Unfit to even carry his shoes. Lin Xuanfeng's eyes twitched and he backhanded her. Have it your way then, skank! Luo Yunchang showed no fear at the incoming blow. The others wanted to help but were unable to even move. All they could do was watch him humiliate their young miss. Whoosh! And right then a white ribbon shot at Lin Xianfeng. He was forced to give up on his attack and flickered away. The ribbon passed through the air and went back. The source was tens of meters away from the Luo clan's siblings. Lin Xianfeng spat back as he watched the white ribbon fly away. Ascending Ice Phoenix Chu Qingqing. This is none of your damn business. Beat it. Humph. Drifting Flower City will never allow anyone to harass women. A white figure along with Iris and Peony overseers walked over. Her elegance and her demeanor both pictured her as a celestial. Not even her veil could mask the outstanding beauty she possessed, to the extent that it left even Luo Yunchang speechless. Is this Chu Qingqing? She is just like a goddess. Then she noticed the 2 overseers and her whole face lit up. Sister Iris, Sister Peony. When Zhuofan was reported missing, perhaps because they were all women, while meeting with her allies Luo Yunchang and the 2 hit it off. The 2 liked Luo Yunchang as well, treating her like an angel. Unlike that devious and devilish Zhuofan. It was only natural that the 3 were practically sisters now. The overseers rushed to her in worry. Yunchang, are you all right? Luo Yunchang nodded her head with a smile and went to help her brother and Captain Pang. The overseers supplied them with pills to offer relief. Chu Qingqing only stared daggers at Lin Xianfeng. Lin Xianfeng scratched his nose as he said in good nature, Chu Qingqing, this is no Drifting Flower City, so try to keep your nose out of another's business. Habit. Chu Qingqing scoffed and chuckled in mockery. Lin Xianfeng laughed back coldly. Then you'll have to forgive me for what I'm about to do. Lin Xianfeng flickered, putting Luo Yunchang and her group on edge. Iris and Peony overseers held her hand to ease her worries. Only this time Chu Qingqing intervened. A white mist rose between her hands, swiftly spreading around. Wherever the mist passed, a layer of ice formed. Lin Xianfeng slowly became suspicious as the mist coiled around his figure. His speed was clearly affected as everyone had no trouble seeing him anymore. Shocked, Lin Xianfeng got some distance between them. He trembled a bit and the ice sheet on him crumbled off, but the fear in his eyes was more than apparent. Frost Domain. Did your soul reach the radiant stage? Lin Xianfeng cried incredulously. He felt how Chu Qingqing's frost spread along her discerning field and acted as a barrier. Any that stepped foot in it would find it impossible to escape her notice, regardless of speed. It was a sign of imminent breakthrough into the radiant stage. Once her frost domain became an invisible divine sense, That would be when she'd attain the true form of discerning field. And, just like Zhuofan, she had the prospect of entering the radiant stage. As for killing with intent, it wasn't that far away either. His face growing colder, Lin Xianfeng said, I heard you wasted 10 years of your cultivation. Who knew you'd recover so fast? Chu Qingcheng, you are worthy of being among the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, albeit barely. I extend my admiration. Then get lost if you know what's good for you. I am in no mood of stirring something up before the true battle between the 7 houses. Chu Qingcheng glanced over. Lin Xianfeng was pissed and his face was a mask of hatred. Then he broke out into a grin, accompanied by him snickering. Chu Qingcheng, you're a bit full of yourself. Not even you are enough to deal with me. Whoosh! With a boom, Chu Qingcheng felt a wind on her back and felt a slap coming her way. The 2 palms met and Chu Qingcheng put all her power in it to repel the attacker. When she noticed her palm, it was covered in green. It was lucky that she had formed a layer of ice beforehand. The ice made from yuan qi fell on the ground, sizzling like acid and releasing a foul stench. Chu Qingcheng held her nose and jumped back startled. What dreadful poison! Looking up, she noticed the attacker was a man with half his face purple, and said, Plague Dragon, Yen Bongi. Ha ha ha, you old poisoner. About time you showed up. Any later and I'd have had to go all out. Lin Xianfeng roared in laughter walking next to Yen Bongi while raising a taunting look at Chu Qingcheng. Yen Bongi was simply silent. The only sign he had that seemed to acknowledge the man was the bloodthirsty cold stare. Heart jumping, Chu Qingcheng grew serious. 6 dragons and 1 phoenix's power was the strongest in the profound heaven stage. Besides Huangpu Qingtian, there wasn't much of a difference in the other 6 power. She could deal with forest fleeting dragon Lin Xianfeng, but her hands were tied with Yen Bongi in the mix. The others picked up on this and grew nervous. Lin Xianfeng puffed up his chest and laughed. Ha ha ha! Ascending Ice Phoenix. Now that we are 2 against 1, I reckon what your chances will be? Chu Qingcheng tightened her fists in response. Ha ha ha, you're among the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. Yet you have no shame going 2 against 1? What will you say to 3 against 2 then? The others jerked and saw Long Xingyun and Xie Tianshang's groups arriving. Xuanning looked at Luo Yunchang. She gathered her courage and showed a bashful smile. Young Miss Luo, are you all right? Luo Yunchang chuckled a nod, but was quite perplexed. Who is this girl? I don't even know her, so why does she care so much about me? But when she noticed the thunder ring, she realized that Zhuofan wore the same one to that ring. This is our engagement ring. Xie Tianyang butted in, showing his own without an ounce of shame. It was precisely for this occasion that he had Zhuofan make one for him as well. Glaring at him, Xuanning stammered an explanation. Young Miss Luo, don't misunderstand. This is nothing between us. Brother Zhuo simply gave a token to each of us. Oh, I see. Luo Yunchang nodded in disappointment and vexation. That guy never gave me anything. Chu Qingcheng's ears perked up and she whipped her head back, feeling quite down herself. Grandmother said he is heartless, yet he suddenly grew a conscience? Humph! Damn philanderer. Long Xingyun got next to Chu Qingcheng and stared at their opponents. I wonder, who among you will spar with me? Humph! Stand back and leave them all to me. Xie Tianshang stepped in front. His sword sheath moved and his piercing gaze landed on his enemies. Like sharp blades, the 2 had a very real cold and sharp feeling on their necks. Long Xingyun almost face-bombed. This guy's martial fanatic obsession is out again. Though this is a very good opportunity to see how reliable he really is. While their side got bolstered, the enemy's side was tense. Now that the tables had turned, they were the ones at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha! It's 3-on-3 in fact. A laughter followed when a gray figure popped out before Lin Xianfeng. Their tension eased. Chu Qingcheng frowned and spat. Spectre Dragon, Yu Yushan. It is I. Yu Yushan nodded and turned to his own allies. Eldest young master was right. 6 dragons and 1 phoenix were bound to fight earlier. Ha ha ha, in this case we are even. What's there to fear? Lin Xianfeng cackled, having recovered his cockiness. Chu Qingqing's side waited solemnly. With a metallic sound, Xia Tianshang's sword left its sheath. You too. Pick someone else. These three are mine. Young Master Xia, can you take them on all by yourself? Chu Qingqing frowned in worry. Hardening his gaze, Xia Tianshang made up his mind. How else can I challenge Huangpu Qingtian? Brother Xia, I don't care about the other two, but leave Yushan to me. Long Xingyun stepped up with a hard face. Veiled Dragon Pavilion and Hell Valley's grudges can only be settled amongst ourselves. Ha ha ha, perfect. I was thinking the same thing. Let's see what Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Abyss Dragon is made of. I'll make sure whether Hell Valley has overestimated you or not. Yushan laughed, with sparks flying as their gazes met. The scene was close to a breaking point. It was missing but a spark to devolve in an all-out war. But then a shout came, "Stop!" Whoosh! For men appeared between the two sides, eliciting murmurs from the others. For Tigers of Tianyu, Seniors, Marshal Dugu forbids any grudge fights in Dragon Cloud City. The 7 houses are no exception. Please comply. Dugu Feng cupped his hands at the 6, his tone very cold. And yet another shout came, "Brother Yunhai!" Dugu Hu noticed Luo Yunhai on the ground and knew at a glance that his leg was broken. His short temper was already burning as he raved. Who did this? Third brother, it was Lin Xianfeng. Luo Yunchang spoke in a pleading voice. Please, elder brother, help us. Dugu Hu's face heated up as he roared like a beast. Anyone who harms our family is dead. Eldest brother. Quiet. Dugu Feng cut him off with a glare, then continued. I hope that we can all let this matter rest. If Marshall were to step in himself, it won't simply end with words. The rest stared at him fixedly, then nodded slowly. Dugu Zhantian was the second of the 4 pillars. They had to show him some respect after all. Fine. It's such a pity, though, that I didn't get to show them my prowess. We'll just have to wait for the decisive battle of the houses then. Lin Xianfeng shrugged and mocked. They hadn't lost in this exchange anyway. The rest looked at each other and nodded as well. Dugu Feng eased his breath and walked to Luo Yunhai. Yunhai, please forgive me. No. I understand that the eldest brother had to dissolve the situation. Luo Yunhai's eyes were firm. Past 5 years in the Dugu army had him grown accustomed to the meaning of military. In order to reach an objective, sometimes personal honor had to be sacrificed. Taking a deep breath, Dugu Feng patted his shoulder, feeling his pain as well. His little brother was pushed around, and what did the eldest brother do? Nothing. All because of his orders. He was a soldier first and foremost, a Dugu army's general. The other tiger sighed as well, filled with just as much rage as him. Oh, isn't the situation over yet? A sudden voice came, lofty as an emperor's, carrying might with every word. They all turned to see the most dreadful among the 6 dragons. Heaven-shaking dragon lord, Huangpu Qingtian. Eldest young master, this is what happened. Lin Xianfeng looked like a dog as he explained in brief. Huangpu Qingtian nodded, yet his face was always calm. He stepped forward and said, Since Zhuo Fan is a no-show, hurry up and kill the Luo clan. If such a crucial event doesn't warrant his coming, he must be dead for sure. The others jerked in fright. Huangpu Qingtian was going to go against Dugu Zhantian's orders and kill the Luo clan. Young Master Huangpu, Marshal is against any grudge fights. Are you? Dugu Feng blocked his path and shouted. But Huangpu Qingtian only had disdain for his attempt. Grudge fight? War? They all describe armed conflicts between 2 equally strong sides. But none of you are even worthy of a grudge fight. So erasing someone weak doesn't violate any order. Such crass. The people were shocked once again by this man's egotistical behavior. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light came down from above, straight for Huangpu Qingtian. Xie Tianshang was filled with fighting spirit as he shouted, Huangpu Qingtian, I've waited 10 years for this. Flowing spaces, 9 forms, splitting heaven. 10 years? Then you waited for nothing. He walked just like before, and yet in the face of the upcoming sword attack, he only replied with a casual palm attack. Boom! The sword wave splintered and an almighty power slammed into Xie Tianxiang's chest and sent him flying while coughing blood. The way Huangpu Qingtian put away his hand was as if he flicked away a pest, a mosquito. So casual, so dismissive. Not even his gait changed. Success. All watched in stunned silence how he dominated Xie Tianxiang. Not even Xie Tianyang conceived it possible for his invincible brother to be so easily dealt with by heaven-shaking Dragon Lord. Everyone said Huangpu Qingtian was a monster, but how could there be such discrepancy from the rest of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix? The others couldn't even put up any resistance. The hearts of everyone sank in despair. Huangpu Qingtian was an untamable mountain as he stepped towards them. Although slow, his step carried such power that it was as if he was stepping on everyone's hearts, crushing their spirit and will. The heavy pressure pressed down on all and they flinched back again and again. Yet Huangpu Qingtian was still strolling forward, like a king on a mission. The air was excruciatingly thick, hard to even breathe. The dread on everyone's face only increased with every sound of Huangpu Qingtian's steps. Monster! It was on everyone's mind, yet none dared say it. Lin Xianfeng, Yan Bangyi, and Yu Yushan observed coldly. The stronger Huangpu Qingtian was, the more at ease they were, and respectful. Huangpu Qingtian, think this through, or you will suffer the consequences. Du Gufeng wiped his brow. Among his peers in Tianyu, heaven-shaking Dragon Lord was the first to scare this leader of tigers. Nodding, Huangpu Qingtian never missed a beat. Relax. I'm not after you. The 5 tigers' lives. I still have to show consideration for Marshal Dugu. As long as you come out unharmed, he will not charge into Regent Estate. So taking Luo clan's young Miss Head with me won't make that old geezer snap. The 4 tigers felt eerily afraid and worried. Huangpu Qingtian was not only high on his horse, but quite astute as well, a schemer and plotter. He grasped Dugu Zhantian's bottom line, and knew when to stop just shy from it, even if he was about to cause a massacre. Correct, Dugu Zhantian cared most about his 5 godsons. He was tough on them, true, but he cherished them dearly as well. If anything were to happen to them, the old guy would flip and march his army regardless of consequences. Everyone had a bottom line, and the second of 4 pillars, Marshal of 3rd Army, was no exception. Even though Luo Yunchang was the dear sister of his 5th godson, not even for her would he go into action. She had nothing to do with him. Knowing this, Huangpu Qingtian acted unrestrained and unfeeling to others. Young Miss Luo, run. Go find the marshal. You'll be safe there. Go while we hold him off. Dugu Lin whispered. Luo Yunchang was worried for Luo Yunhai. Dugu Lin said, Don't worry. Yunhai is our brother and godfather's godson. Huangpu Qingtian won't ever touch him. Go, we won't be able to hold him for long. Luo Yunchang took one last look at her brother and nodded. She was relieved but still hesitant. Just then, a soft hand grabbed her into a run. Looking back, it was actually Xianxia. Sister Luo, brother Zhua always called me a burden. Let's see him say that again after I save his clan's young miss. Xianxia stuck out her charming and cute nose as she smiled. Seeing this cutie, Luo Yunchang's worries drifted out of her. She didn't know how Zhua Fan got to meet this girl, but the girl was like an angel. Easing her worries, Lin Xianfeng snickered from afar. Running, is it? Did you ask me first? Wait. Don't sour the eldest young master's mood. Yu Yushan blocked him with a sneer. He now realized that without Huangpu Qingtian's explicit approval, none could do anything. When the man was on the prowl, only horror would have awaited him for meddling with his hunt. Lin Xianfeng wiped his brow and nodded. Yu Yushan beamed in reply. Thanks, dude. If not for you, I would have been a goner. No thanks necessary. I'm not doing it for you either. With Huangpu Qingtian's temper, I fear you'll take me down with you. Yu Yushan snickered. Back to Huangpu Qingtian. He didn't much care if the two girls broke into a run and shook his head. A hare always thinks it can outrun its hunter, only to find its efforts go in vain. Huangpu Qingtian punctuated with chasing after the two. The four tigers rushed to intercept with four palms: wind, forest, fire, mountain, imperial army. Star reader Fenglin Huosan. Qianjunwanma is original. If you have a better suggestion, I'm all ears. Boom! As if a dam broke, the power swept everything like a literal army. Although it was only four palms, it was as if tens of men joined hands. Not even Huangpu Qingtian could ignore it, feeling the sudden and forceful might boring down on him. Huangpu Tianyuan's grinned. A formation. Pity it's too low grade. And he punched. Without any preamble, just this plain punch contained almost godly power. The boom sent the four tigers flying as they bled from their mouths. Now they felt on their own skin why Xianxia was so badly wounded after just one attack. Because Huangpu Qingtian was no human. How can our peer in both age and cultivation have such power? But the crux of it all was, their so-called stalling was pointless. Huangpu Qingtian simply barreled through them unimpeded in his chase after Luo Yunchang. It was as if stepping on ants in passing. Whoosh! Suddenly, a whistle announced the incoming claw attack, below Huangpu Qingtian's belt. It was so devious, so sneaky, it caused everyone to gasp. Veiled Dragon Claw. Star Reader. Qianlong Wu Yong. I have no clue if it's a declaration of an attack or Huangpu saying it's useless. Long Xingyun's eyes glinted as he arrived in the man's path. Huangpu Qingtian laughed coldly. Veiled Dragon Pavilion gets worse by the day. You only got so far through underhanded and crafty methods. And? This is what I know best. Long Xingyun snickered, not minding it in the least. Huangpu Qingtian disregarded him and was planning on kicking him away. It was then he found it odd that his leg didn't move. A shining ice sheet crept up his legs and rooted him in place. He then saw a dainty palm, filled with mist shooting from above. Chu Qingcheng. Unable to move, Long Xingyun clawed him from below, and Chu Qingcheng attacked from above. It was the perfect combo to subdue an enemy's movements while also unleashing a pincer attack. Squinting, Huangpu Qingtian snorted fearlessly. I see. You laid a trap for me with Frost Domain while the four tigers blocked my path. Not bad at all, I will give you that much. But, pa. Two loud noises echoed as Chu Qingcheng's palm slammed into his head, and Long Xingyun's claw hit from below. Although despicable, it was a strong attack nonetheless. And yet, no one expected what happened next. Two peak profound heaven experts could do nothing against one with equal cultivation. Chu Qingcheng and Long Xingyun stared in shock and sucked a cold breath. Just how strong is this monster? Huangpu Qingtian curled his lips. A pity. You are too weak and overestimate your strength. Despite his words, his eyes flashed. Then, with a boom, his body exploded in a golden light and roared like a dragon. A golden dragon rose from him, sending the pair flying and coughing blood. It then circled back into his body. What is that thing? Long Xingyun watched Huangpu Qingtian perturbed, as did the rest. It was as if his body held a guardian. Grinning, Huangpu Qingtian mocked. It is the heritage of an emperor. You are not worthy to know. Huangpu Qingtian then chose to ignore him, leaving him sitting on the ground in shock and bleeding at the mouth. Whoosh! With no one left to block him, Huangpu Qingtian went after the girls. They looked back in shock, to find Chu Qingcheng, Xie Tianshang, and Luo Yunchang, as well as the four tigers of Tianyu wounded on the ground and unable to even get up on their feet. Despite the intense fight, it only took a second. The gap was so insanely wide that all that effort didn't stall Huangpu Qingtian for even a fraction of a second. How is there such discrepancy between him and the other 5 dragons and 1 phoenix? The two were now panicking from fright. Huangpu Qingtian was like a relentless monster. No one seemed to be able to escape his clutches. Ninger, watch out! Xie Tianyang roared. as he and Long Jie with Long Kue jumped in front. But what could they do when 5 dragons and 1 phoenix could do nothing? The answer? Nothing. With a mere flick, Huangpu Qingtian sent them flying, landing heavily on the ground. Snickering, Huangpu Qingtian extended his hand. Young Miss Luo, this palm of mine will splatter the both of you. If Shuofan doesn't show even now, he is definitely dead. Or maybe just a lily-livered good-for-nothing coward. Rubbish. You're the real coward. Brother Zhua is a hero. Ninger cursed. Luo Yunchang was giving her all to run, but still nodded at Ninger's words. Grinning, Huangpu Qingtian mocked. I hope so too, but at this point he seems likelier dead than alive. Huangpu Qingtian struck with his palm. It looked casual, but the might behind it was that of a mountain. The girls were scared to even run, watching the incoming palm with fear. Everyone wanted to help them, somehow save them, but no one had the strength. Sister! Luo Yunhai cried and crawled. Ninger! Xia Tianyang was doing the same with clenched teeth. Huangpu Qingtian looked on coldly as his attack approached the girls. Ha ha ha! Shuofan is really dead after all. A shame you all had to die for nothing. As he defied Regent Estate, I had no choice but to waste my time with this puny Luo clan. You only have Shuofan to blame for your fates. It was he who cut your young lives short. Luo Yunchang and Ninger remained silent. Xia Tianyang punched the ground, reminded of how powerless he was back in Blue Expanse City, and cursed. That bastard Shuofan! Why does he always wash his hands off every offense he ever does? Now Ninger is giving her life away for nothing. Bastard. Come out if you have any shred of conscience. Lin Xuanfeng's group found his cursing entertaining. So Shuofan really is dead. Or this would never have happened. No, Shuofan is not dead. Luo Yunchang shouted back. Huangpu Qingtian's attack was about to hit the girls. Then call him out. Show me that he's alive. But it's too late now. No one can save you from my attack. Tears streamed Luo Yunchang's face. Shuofan, if you can hear me, please come. At least let me see you one last time. She was on the brink of death, yet no response came. Lin Xuanfeng's group laughed harder at her futile attempt and treated her like a fool. Ninger held her close instead, even if her heart had the same feeling. Useless. Die in peace. Whoosh. Huangpu Qingtian's palm attack sped up, and the girls felt their breaths caught in their throat, picturing the gory mess they would soon become. Luo Yunchang closed her teary eyes, in pain and sorrow. Why couldn't I see Shuofan one last time? Ninger was praying for a miracle. The same miracle that saved her in Blue Expanse City. Will anyone save us? Crack. Suddenly, Xia Tianyang and Ninger's thunder ring flickered, and the two cried, Shuofan! Big brother Zhua! Boom! Too little, too late. Huangpu Qingtian's palm struck down, destroying even the ground below them. Xia Tianyang watched the aftermath in a daze, slumping powerless as tears flowed from his eyes. It was now that a carefree voice entered their ears. Were you looking for me? A shiver ran through Huangpu Qingtian and his knuckles turned white. He turned, like the rest, to where the voice came from, to see a figure in a billowing black cloak, wielding a sword of unmatched edge, yet sheathed for now. But that could not hide the dread and power it instilled in the hearts of all present, especially when he held 2 girls in his arms, the same ones Huangpu Qingtian was about to kill. How? The mangled bodies and the torn limbs were nowhere to be seen. How were they still in one piece? Did this man just do the impossible? Did he save them without even Huangpu Qingtian noticing? That's absurd. Who could ever pull such a feat, such as saving someone from right under heaven-shaking Dragon Lord's nose? And at the last second too. Not even the feeding feet Lin Shenfeng could pull it off. Who the hell is this guy? Eyes filled with shock and intrigue graced the black figure. Not even Huangpu Qingtian could stop his eye from twitching. It was a rare sight to see him lose his voice, because it had never happened to him, ever. Once the haze passed, Luo Yunchang was still trying to make sense of everything. 1 second she was staring death in the face, and the next she was in the arms of a robed man. Xianxia didn't fare any better, but the familiar flickering forced her eyes on the man's hand, on the sparkling thunder ring. "Big brother Zhua, you're all right?" Her words earned the gasp of the crowd. Easing them down, Zhuofan smiled and pulled back his cowl to reveal the same familiar face that some cherished, some hated, and some reviled. Yes, sir, he was the one and only soaring demonic dragon, who made sure to leave chaos in his wake wherever he went. Zhuofan. Smiling to Xianxia, Zhuofan showed a rare calmness. "Ninger, it's been a while." Xianxia nodded a smile, lowering her bashful face. Xianxia was still crawling and couldn't for the life of him decide which was better, life or death. He was thrilled that Xianxia was safe and sound. But the deep gaze Xianxia gave Zhuofan made him feel his life was over. "Ninger, why have you never looked at me like that?" Bam! Zhuofan stumbled forward and held his butt. He snapped back irate. "Young miss, what's wrong? We haven't seen." His words soon stopped though, because Luo Yunchang was looking at him with teary eyes and a reproachful glare. "You are asking me? What about you? Where the hell did you run off to for the past 5 years? I was worried sick." Luo Yunchang raved, but she couldn't mask the joy bursting from her chest as she forgot where she was and jumped into his arms, her tears falling non-stop. She wanted to hold him close to her heart and never let him go. Zhuofan was caught unprepared, not knowing how to even respond, but ultimately deciding to hug her back. Xianxia felt a stab of pain from deep within her heart. She should be happy to see Zhuofan again, so why the pain? But the sight of this young miss holding Zhuofan so close seemed to make her heart frantic. Chu Qingqing was no different. Zhuofan was the husband she recognized back in Drifting Flower City. And here he was, spreading his love. However reasonable and perfectly natural her brain told her this reunion was, her heart was another matter entirely. The pain was far greater than any wound she had ever received. 2 women's love aside, the 4 tigers of Tianyu felt their hearts literally crack. Young Miss Luo pined for someone else. That makes the 5 years we carried a torch for her go down the drain. We even fought among each other over her. This blasted and rotten steward Zhua is a clan thief in the truest sense. He even stole young Miss Hart. And yet, worries soon gave way to joy. Watching such a touchy reunion, Xia Tianyang's mouth split into a wide grin. As long as Zhuofan has a woman, Ninger will be devastated. The perfect time to make my move. Whether it is Chu Qingcheng or Luo Yunchang, who cares? Ha ha ha. Xia Tianyang was laughing his heart out, on the inside, totally forgetting the precarious and quite deadly situation they were in seconds ago. For even a 5th layer of bone-tempering woman to kick your ass, soaring demonic dragon's reputation is undeserving. A brash and cocky voice burst Luo Yunchang's bubble of happiness. She came crashing down to reality, reminded of the danger they were in. She jumped away from Zhuofan, wiped her tears and, like the perfect image of a little girl, dodged behind him. "Steward Zhua, keep me safe." Her coy voice was enough to melt the 4 tigers' ice-cold hearts, which were now bursting out of their chest in rage and rancor directed at the newly arrived man, Zhuofan. What does young Miss Luo sees in that steward Zhua? Isn't he beneath her? Glancing back, Zhuofan was puzzled. Since when did this lass learn to throw a hissy fit? It's not a bad idea, though. Ha ha ha, eldest young master. This guy doesn't look like much. He's only in the 9th layer of bone tempering stage. He couldn't even break through to the profound heaven stage. Fighting him will only harm your image, so allow me to do the honors. Lin Xianfeng laughed. Huangpu Qingtian nodded. The brat is right. If this is all Zhuofan amounts to, there's no need for my intervention. But in case Zhuofan was pulling his punches, it might not be so bad to let this dumbass test the waters. Huangpu Qingtian smiled. Suit yourself. I'll allow it. Thank you, eldest young master. Lin Xianfeng snickered at Zhuofan. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and turned to Luo Yunchang. Who are these guys? Luo Yunchang gave a rushed explanation. Getting the memo on who was who here, Zhuofan realized how powerful Huangpu Qingtian was. He alone dealt with Zhuofan's 3 allies and the 4 tigers of Tianyu, yet was still so composed. Actually, he's dreadfully powerful and Zhuofan would never have fought him in the past. As for now, Zhuofan grinned deviously, his brain already cooking the beginnings of a plan. Luo Yunchang brightened. Being so long in Zhuofan's presence, she knew his tells, and the confidence he showed now was more than a little reassuring. So without further ado, she singled Lin Xianfeng out. Steward Zhuo, ignore the others and teach this prick a lesson he never forgets. Zhuofan asked puzzled. What's so special about him? He had errant intentions about me. Luo Yunchang was wishy-washy, holding his sleeve and acting like a big child. It unleashed a cuteness overload attack on everyone's heart. Zhuofan blinked, giving her another look. Young Miss has changed. She finally started to work out her naivety. And since the young miss had spoken, it was a steward's duty to comply. Whether its request was real or not was besides the point. Zhuofan switched his tone in the blink of an eye and stared down Lin Xianfeng. Forest fleeting dragon Lin Xianfeng, you must be tired of living. You had the nerve to go after my young miss. And? It's not my fault that Luo clan has no men. Pa. He didn't get to finish his sentence as something knocked him flying. He went through 4 houses before getting buried under the rubble. Zhuofan was a whole 100 meters away, his eyes aflame as he lowered his hand. Bastard, you dare say that with me here? Go to hell. The silence was deafening. They stared slack-jawed at him. Even heaven-shaking Dragon Lord was stunned. What just happened? They were 100 meters apart. How did Zhuofan slap him away? The one under the rubble was from the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, Lin Xianfeng, the fastest man in the profound heaven stage. Be it an attack or a hidden weapon, anything thrown at the guy was easily dodged. That was all thanks to his speed. As for melee attacks, you couldn't even touch the man. Yet here was Zhuofan, flicking his hand and sending the speedster flying. If that wasn't shocking, what else was? But what was really on everyone's mind was, how did he do it? No one noticed anything. He moved so fast, it went beyond their perception, including heaven-shaking dragon lords. If a monster like him couldn't catch what happened, didn't that make Zhuofan a monster himself? Their eyes watching Zhuofan turned from shock to fearful. Xie Tianshang muttered to himself before sighing. Soaring demonic dragon's reputation precedes him. What an oddity! Long Xingyun was dazed. I now know why father allied with the Luo clan. Why little Kuei and little Jie were so driven to cultivate. This monster gives too great of a shock. But will only cultivation be enough to catch up to these 2 monsters? Long Xingyun shook his head. Chu Qingcheng watched the imposing figure with a deep gaze. But then recalling his ties with the other girls ruined her mood. Rumble. Lin Xianfeng rose from under the ruins with a bloody mouth and spat what seemed to be blood along with a tooth mixed in it. He looked towards Zhuofan, but this time he wasn't as carefree as before. Soaring demonic dragon is a mystery in and of himself. He didn't even get a chance to react and was sent flying. What's more, Zhuofan did it offhandedly. If he hadn't pulled his punches, would he even be alive right now? More importantly, the opponent's speed was creepier than his. The speed he prided himself with turned out to have no use whatsoever. Lin Xuanfeng's fear of Zhuofan only grew stronger. Yu Yushan and Yen Bongyi rushed over, while looking at Zhuofan distraught. They had heard the rumors about the infamous Zhuofan, but seeing was believing, of how demonically dreadful he was. No wonder this guy caused chaos among the 7 houses, yet was living nice and happy. His power is even weirder. With a dismissive wave, Zhuofan acted as if all was natural, and turned to Luo Yunchang. Young miss, will you be content with such a punishment? Should I give him a kick as well? Lin Xuanfeng's heart jumped and he shivered a step back. Having gone through that light slap, the forest fleeting dragon of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix was shaking in his boots. No one would ever believe it was possible, but the truth was undeniable. Huangpu Qingtian scared him into submission with diplomacy and might. Zhuofan, on the other hand, did it through brutality. They were at such a level,
Not even the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix could mess with any of them. Luo Yunchang now picked up on Zhuo Fan's words. His display was so frightening that even she was dazed. No need. He only lacked manners when speaking with me. A slap is enough. Lin Xianfeng eased a breath, grateful even. Young Miss Luo, you're the best. But Luo Yunchang's next words had him on the verge of wetting himself from fear. As for the matter regarding Yunhai, Luo Yunchang pointed at her brother on the ground and then pleaded Zhuo Fan with big eyes. Steward Zhuo, they harassed your young master. You can't let this matter stand. Zhuo Fan's face hardened. Noticing the half-grown-up Luo Yunhai had his leg broken and his bloodthirst spiked. Who did this, young master? Luo Yunhai shook his head helplessly. With Zhuo Fan missing God knows where, his sister had to take over clan matters. Her gentle and kind sister had gone through so many negotiations with her allies that it had changed her initially weak standpoint to the unbendable one of today. Having negotiated so much, patting down, faking and being stubborn came easy. She has turned as tough and as unreasonable as Brother Zhuo, especially sharp in using her female attributes to look weak and have others do the work for her, or drive a wedge. Now that Big Broj was back, she feels left out, yet still couldn't hide all the charm she gained from those years of handling the clan's negotiations. And Zhuo Fan? Everyone here knew Zhuo Fan never took things lying down. He was even more cunning and insidious than Luo Yunchang. Looking at it in a different way, Luo Yunchang's style was all thanks to Zhuo Fan's influence. Luo Yunhai, having lived in Dugu army, knew how to gauge a situation and when to stop. He waved. It's nothing, Brother Zhuo. I'm happy to know you're all right and that you came back. What nothing? Yunhai, has the army messed with your head? Forget about enduring it like we did before. Brother Zhuo's back and we're not about to take this anymore. Right? Luo Yunchang turned to see a shocked Zhuo Fan looking back, as if he didn't recognize her. She blushed and went back to being a meek and cute kid. Isn't that right? Young miss, have you lost it? Blinking, Zhuo Fan broke out in sweat. When did the young miss become so shrewd? But that didn't mean he didn't like the change. In a world where strong prey on the weak, compassion would only get one killed. Regardless of the fact whether it was a good reason to fight back or not, he still had to do it to some extent. That was Zhuo Fan's creed and style. The world wasn't ruled by reason, but by might. Zhuo Fan's eyes flashed. Listen to your sister. When I was gone, I couldn't help even if I wanted to, but since I'm back, there will be no compromises, or I'd be a steward for nothing. They all could sense the thick bloodthirst in his voice. Luo Yunhai was silent. All men shuddered inside, admiring Zhuo Fan's flair, while the girls swooned. Even the always ticked-off peony overseer had to admit he struck a reliable figure with unmatched charm. Never mind. Yunhai must be troubled as well. Luo Yunchang sighed and once again changed her style as she clung to Zhuo Fan's arm and grumbled. He did it. He broke Yunhai's leg. Him again. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan swiveled to Lin Xianfeng. It seems a slap was too light for you. Swallowing dryly, Lin Xianfeng reeled 2 steps back, soaked to the bone in sweat. Yan Bongyi and Yu Yushan were vigilant on either side of him. Of this generation, besides heaven-shaking Dragon Lord, only Zhuo Fan could instill such fear in them. Pa! Huangpu Qingtian's light step put him right in front of Zhuo Fan. Had enough. Oh, you want to stop me? Raising an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan showed his trademark evil grin. Huangpu Qingtian was as calm as ever, not minding Zhuo Fan's tone the least. You're overthinking things. No one has managed to surpass me, and you're no different. The crowd watched all tensed up. Huangpu Qingtian is on the move, and this was the first time that he acted out of his own initiative to block someone. He didn't say it, but his stance was clear. He acknowledged Zhuo Fan's strength. Only when facing a true opponent would he stand in front of them. His earlier attacks were casual because none of them were worthy of his attention. Zhuo Fan was the exception. This only worked to put pressure on the crowd, eagerly watching the 2 monsters' first contact. Xie Tianshang was bitter and lonesome.
All the martial fanatic in him ever wanted was to have a face-to-face match with heaven-shaking Dragon Lord. A pity he was sorely lacking in power. Lin Xuanfeng's group breathed easy. With the boss taking a stand, this kid will no longer threaten us. And yet... Scratching his head, Shuofan grinned at the casual Huangpu Qingtun. You think so? Whoosh. Shuofan vanished. Huangpu Qingtian didn't have time to even appreciate the novelty of the situation as Shuofan's chuckle came from 100 meters away. He was right before Lin Xianfeng. Ha ha ha, kid, you hurt my young master. Pay up. Lin Xianfeng was scared witless. When did he get past Huangpu Qingtian and come here? He couldn't even get one step away as Shuofan's purple lightning-enveloped leg hit him squarely in the gut. He flew for tens of meters. The purple lightning was torturing his body until he spat blood. His organs were in a seriously damaged state. Success. An all-around gasp was heard. His allies, Yan Bangyi and Yu Yushan, stood rooted in fear at Zhuo's display. But after Lin Xianfeng was kicked off, they struck back with a palm. Shuofan vanished again, appearing next to the twirling Lin Xianfeng in the sky and clutched his leg with a demonic smirk. Kid, you broke my young master's leg. I think taking away yours sounds pretty fair. Lin Xianfeng was panicking inside. He didn't even get to beg as Shuofan followed through with his threat. Ghostly dragon claw. Rip. Blood spurted like a fountain, followed closely by Lin Xuanfeng's wail of agony. Shuofan threw away the leg he just tore off. Huangpu Qingtian was shocked. This is the first time his face changed and he wanted to help. But then a voice came from behind him. Young Master Huangpu, weren't you going to stop me? What are you doing showing me your back then? Shuddering, Huangpu Qingtian felt a trickle of sweat on his scalp. He turned stiffly to find Shuofan still there, calm and snickering. While on the other end, Yan Bangyi and Yu Yushan found that the target of their attack had been switched to each other. They were sent flying and blood spilled from their lips. However, that wasn't as important as the looks Shuofan was getting. Shuofan did all that in a breath. It wasn't a stretch to call it an instant. He came and went 3 times in that short time span. He kicked Lin Xianfeng, then ripped his leg off and finally came back to his original spot. He did all that to those 3 men. Because it all happened too fast, Huangpu Qingtian had no way of even intercepting. It was the same as Shuofan proclaiming, "Nothing is out of my reach." The looks of shock were as if they saw an abomination. Even Huangpu Qingtian was doing it. For the first time ever, this man felt powerless. Wiping his brow by instinct, Huangpu Qingtian seemed calm. But turning to Shuofan, he had lost his casual stance and became grave. Although he was a very conceited person, it didn't stop him from admitting that today he had met his match. It seems I can't let my guard down around you. Huangpu Qingtian's tone dropped, and he stared at Shuofan like a hunter. Grinning, Shuofan said, "Oh, so that's what you've been missing so far? Are you ready now?" With another creepy grin, Shuofan was gone. He popped before Yan Bangyi and slapped him while cackling. "Then I'll go after your sidekick's head this time." Yan Bangyi panicked. He never thought Shuofan would pick on him. He got flustered while defending and released his poison. Since when could a hastily made plan repel Shuofan's long-ready palm strike? Moreover, his poison hardly worked on the likes of Shuofan, who could just use demon transformation art to dispel it. But before his attack could land, Shuofan squinted and was gone. Boom! Huangpu Qingtian was looking at rubble. It was where Shuofan and the 2 girls had stood but was now littered with dust. Shuofan reappeared 100 meters away holding the girls while giving heaven-shaking Dragon Lord the evil eye. Huangpu Qingtian snickered back. "Like I said, you can't get past me." Shuofan clenched his jaw and his fists. Huangpu Qingtian was no muscle brain and quite cunning as well. Shuofan wanted to relieve Yan Bangyi of his cumbersome head as an affront to this man. But this guy knew he couldn't give chase and settled for targeting Luo Yunchang and Xuanxiang. Forced to save them, regardless of how fast one was, he had to abandon his tricks. Yan Bangyi was scared out of his mind as he watched them. He didn't want his fate to have such an untimely ending. The fright was so intense. He felt he had lost a decade of his lifespan. Yu Yushan was affected as well, seeing the two dragons on the brink of a war and bolted. Only the crippled Lin Xianfeng was left behind wailing on the ground. Not that anyone had a mind to pay him any attention when they were focused on the two monsters. They all wanted to know who was going to be the champion in the esoteric debate. Anticlimactic as it were, finding the result so early. Holding a girl in each arm, Zhuofan's eyes glared with anger at Huangpu Qingteng. If earlier he was just messing around, he was now focused. The girls caught onto the situation and ran far away to not disturb their battle. Huangpu Qingtian grinned in excitement, sensing the change in Zhuofan. Facing an opponent like Zhuofan couldn't be more thrilling. Wrapped in a golden light, his power surged and he was putting pressure even on Chu Qingqing's group despite how far they were. Huangpu Qingtian's power dominated the scene, just like how a king showed his presence. Zhuofan's stance paled somewhat, but the faint black energy rolling about, the flickers of purple in his eyes, spoke of a deep power laying hidden, waiting for the emperor to come close so he could wring his neck. It gave everyone a feeling of danger never sensed before. The onlookers felt their heart in their throats, yet they couldn't budge an inch. Imperial Tyrant Body Art. Huangpu Qingtian shouted, and 9 golden dragons twisted around him before shooting for Zhuofan. Seen from afar, it was as if the sky was coming down to pulverize the earth. Such mighty power could be felt even by the audience. Is this how much of a freak he has become? Is this the level of Huangpu Qingtian's profound ranked martial art? All swallowed dryly in shock, waiting nervously for Zhuofan's reaction. Laughing, Zhuofan's eyes had a golden ring with purple lightning streaking in them, and charged as well. Roar! A draconic roar followed the image of a black dragon growing around Zhuofan. But the streaks of purple lightning around it caused the earth to rumble incessantly. It was as if the end of days was coming. While others cried in shock, Huangpu Qingtian's eye trembled, because of the power Zhuofan displayed. This martial art was no weaker than his 9th stage of Imperial Tyrant Body Art. As far as the eyes could see, the two mighty powers created a stark and conflicting contrast. Huangpu Qingtian was bathed in golden glow, like an emperor gracing the world with his presence. Zhuofan, however, was in the form of a black dragon wrapped in purple lightning, threatening to tear the world asunder. If Huangpu Qingtian was a natural-born emperor, Zhuofan was his antithesis, a necrotic dragon ready to defy any ruling that was imposed on him. These two are fated enemies, Xia Tianshang sighed. The others nodded. They were unclear, however, who was it that would come out on top. Heaven-shaking dragon lord or soaring demonic dragon. They all looked perturbed at this scene. Perhaps the esoteric debate would be cut short here and now. Perhaps Regent Estate's millennium-long reign would come to an end. The 6 houses were witnessing history in the making. Soaring demonic dragon. Imperial Tyrant Body Art. Roar! Roar! With 2 mighty roars, Zhuofan and Huangpu Qingtian's dragons were on a collision course. But a 3rd roar resonated from between them, followed by a blue glow. The two were forced to slow down their attacks. Because the blue glow came from none other than the 2nd of 4 pillars, Marshal Duguzhantian's 6th grade spiritual weapon, dragon-slaying crescent blade. A mighty figure drifted from the sky and landed between the two. He caught the two's wrists and flung them into the air. Bam! Zhuofan and Huangpu Qingtian's outrageously powerful martial arts hit nothing, and instead each of them were buried in rubble. When they crawled out and got their wits about them, the aged and mighty Duguzhantian stood in all his majestic form before them. I will have no grudge fights in my Dragon Cloud City. You two bastards take me for air. Duguzhantian's eyes snapped on Huangpu Qingtian, causing his breath to catch in his throat. He was prideful but no fool. He was overbearing among peers, and even if he skipped stages, he'd only fight the average Radiant stage expert. In the face of Duguzhantian, the general who reeked of blood and battle, he was subdued. I won't ever violate Marshal Dugu's orders again. Huangpu Qingtian admitted his wrongs. His face was calm, however, like a king's. Dugu Zhantian's anger had nowhere to vent, since he didn't want to tangle with Regent Estate. So he turned to Zhuo Fan and barked, "Zhuo Fan, where do you think you're going?" The man in question was skulking away, like a thief in the night. He sighed at having been caught, but putting on a bright smile the next instant, he said, "Ha ha ha, Marshal Dugu. How's it going? Please show consideration for my young master. He's right over there." "Cut the crap. I knew you were still alive and have been waiting for this." Dugu Zhantian mocked him the instant he spouted hypocrisies. "But where did you run off to this time? What trouble have you stirred up? When did you arrive? And how is it that you're already giving me trouble?" Today, actually." Zhuo Fan scratched his head shyly, but then he squinted and pointed at Luo Yunhai. "Oh, Marshal, this is totally not my fault. Look at my young master, your godson. Someone broke his leg. I was only doing my duty as the Luo clan steward." "Say what?" Dugu Zhantian took in the sorry state this place was and found his 5 godsons on the ground, with Luo Yunhai feeble from the blood loss due to a broken leg. Dugu Zhantian's eyes went bloodshot as he roared, "Who did this? I'll never let you go." "They did it, Marshal Dugu. Please give our young master justice." Zhuo Fan pointed fingers instantly, at Huangpu Qingtian, of course. Zhuo Fan was the picture of a good servant having the backing of his faithful master. Luo Yunchong added her 2 cents in the form of a grieving sister. "Please, Godfather. Please give my brother justice." Taking a deep breath, Dugu Zhantian's eyes spat fire as he glared at Huangpu Qingtian. "Huangpu Qingtian, why have you harmed my godsons?" Dugu Zhantian barely contained the beast raging inside. Huangpu Qingtian was calm. "Because they were in my way." "And why were they in your way?" "They carried out Marshal's orders to prevent me from having a grudge fight." Tightening his fists, Dugu Zhantian's eyes spat fire. "In other words, they aren't at fault here." "No, they aren't." Dugu Zhantian was about to blow a gasket. Huangpu Qingtian said coldly, "I also said that they are not fit to enter a grudge fight with me, not when they're so weak. Therefore it does not fall into defying Marshal's order. As for my fight with Steward Zhua, that was indeed a grudge fight. But your 5 sons were already downed by that point. So it can be said that they weren't hurt from doing their duty." Huangpu Qingtian knew Marshal Dugu was a man of integrity, so he used sophistry, saying that the 5 tigers had voluntarily, and of their own volition, stepped in his way and he thus inadvertently harmed them while running through them. Although pedantic, Dugu Zhantian was no moron to not notice the way he shifted blame. His eyes only grew colder as his knuckles popped. "What you're saying is that my godsons were wounded without your intention." "Precisely so. They ran into me and wounded themselves." Huangpu Qingtian jutted his chin and spoke righteously. "And what of my 5th godson? What happened to his leg? And don't go saying he broke his leg running into you." Dugu Zhantian's eyes were bloodshot, his voice rumbling and thick with bloodthirst. Shaking his head, Huangpu Qingtian said, "That wasn't me, it was Lin Xianfeng. Out of respect for you, Marshal, I was extremely lenient on your godsons." "Where's that Lin Xianfeng then? I have a score to settle with him." Dugu Zhantian's eyes darted around. With a slow stretch of the hand, a finger pointed out the gasping Lin Xianfeng. Huangpu Qingtian said, "Marshal, there's no need for that now." Steward Zhua had, in front of everyone, taken matter into his own hands on behalf of his master. Is Marshal still going to continue? Ugh! Dugu Zhantian spotted the pool of blood in which the pale face of the crippled Lin Xianfeng lay. His anger washed away in an instant. The guy was on his last leg, quite literally, given the circumstances. And even if saved, he'd be left a waste. His fate was far worse than his godsons. He suddenly felt awkward even in the wrong, as if he was the accuser in this case, especially when they were worse off than his side by a dozen times. Zhuo Fan, of course, didn't think so. Availing of Dugu Zhantian's presence, he was giving his very best in blowing the sky high. "Oh, Marshal, don't listen to his lies.
You have no idea of the cruelty and harassment he put us through. When I arrived, the four had ganged up on my young master, humiliating and trampling him. My loyalty to my master is unquestionable, coming to his rescue at once. But I was also a victim of their assault. It was impossible for me to fight the four alone, leaving me riddled with wounds. Out of carelessness and sheer coincidence, they made a mistake and lost a leg. But we are the victims here, we were the ones abused. Please give us justice, Marshal. Zhuofan's voice took a mournful and stuttering tone, filled with pain and agony. They saw our clan small and weak and decided to harass us. They are low and despicable people. PFF. Everyone there spurted blood. Even Huangpu Qingtian's face twitched. Even he, with his upbringing, was finding it hard not to flip out. What's with this guy? He twists everything. Although cunning, his speech was based on sophistry. Yet never had he seen someone of Zhuofan's ilk, running his mouth and spouting such outrageous lies. You rotten bastard! Look around you. Look at the witnesses. How can you be so despicable? Despite his perfectly reasonable thinking, Luo Yunchang also picked this time to add oil to the fire. Steward Zhua downplayed it slightly, out of worry for the Luo clan. But this is indeed the situation. Please help us, Godfather. PFF. With another round of blood from the crowd, all eyes were on Luo Yunchang. The hell? What is young Miss Luo doing copying Steward Zhua? Sigh. Another one falls under Zhuofan's bad influence. It was followed by a round of sighs and head shaking. Oh, you poor thing. Coming from an upright clan, yet unable to escape this man's devious corruption. Luo Yunchang and Zhuofan shared a sly grin. Face twitching, Dugu Zhantian already had a taste of Zhuofan's grandstanding and wasn't buying it this time. Then again, this is the perfect chance to get back at Regent Estate. So, Dugu Zhantian nodded. I see, Huangpu Qingtian. I have banned grudge fights and yet you all started harassing the weak with numbers. A much viler act than a mere grudge fight. Is this what you thought of my orders? I will take this matter to each of your houses and get a thorough explanation from them. Marshal, you only heard his side. Huangpu Qingtian was flustered for the first time. Raising an eyebrow, Dugu Zhantian's eyes gleamed. Oh, one-sided? Ha ha ha. All right then, let's see what the witnesses say. Dugu Zhantian turned to the ones on the ground and asked, what Zhuofan said? Is it true? They looked at each other, clearly getting his drift. Since Dugu Zhantian was siding with Zhuofan, of course they nodded. Especially the 5 tigers of Tianyu. These guys were quite frank and upright but not dumb. Of course they'd help their kin. Face twitching, Huangpu Qingtian was swept by anger. They're clearly aiming for us. Marshal, I thought you were a righteous man, but now I see. Huangpu Qingtian clenched his fists and jaw. With a bright smile, Dugu Zhantian mocked. See what? You heard them. Is there anything you would like to add? Humph. They are clearly siding with Zhuofan, while on our side Lin Xianfeng had his leg ripped out. Huangpu Qingtian was finding it hard to restrain his towering anger, evident from his loud voice. Dugu Zhantian roared back. You have one victim while they are all down. So whose side is the real victim here? Who was it that harassed others with their power? Are you so damn blind? Huangpu Qingtian's eyes twitched. He had never been so furious in his life. Most of all, never ever had he been taken advantage of. Yet here, against Zhuofan, he could do nothing as the man had spun a trap around him. Even Dugu Zhantian was against him. He, who had always seen himself as a king, an emperor, was now reaching the limits of his patience. Soaring demonic dragon, your title sure is apt in going after me, heaven-shaking dragon lord. Humph! We'll just have to see how you will end. Huangpu Qingtian squinted then up and left. He knew arguing any longer would be a waste of time. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and pointed at him. Marshal Dugu, you're just gonna let him go? He just threatened me. My poor little life is on the line here. A sudden ripple spread and Dugu Zhantian jumped in front of Zhuofan, releasing a ripple of his own.
A boom reverberated as the space warped visibly. Huangpu Qingtian snorted at Zhua Fan in anger. Soaring demonic dragon, you're lucky this time. But when the esoteric debate starts, when the 7 houses battle, hope you'll have the same amount of luck then. And he took his 2 allies while dragging Lin Xianfeng with them. Dugu Zhantian looked at him in shock. This kid, he is a peak profound heaven expert yet can use killing with intent that only a radiant stage expert can use. He truly is the #1 talent in Tianyu. His future is limitless. The others jerked in fright. Huangpu Qingtian had long surpassed them. He was on a whole different level. The next time they meet, they might not even come out alive. Against killing with intent, no amount of speed would help. Zhua Fan only chuckled. A mere bluff. Dugu Zhantian towered behind him and cuffed him. What damn bluff? That's power. Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? I know you're a body cultivator and perhaps can win in a brawl against him, but that was a soul attack, killing with intent. You'd never even realize when your life was taken from you. I see no way for you to win against that monster. Dugu Zhantian eyed them and sighed. The others frowned and sighed as well. Zhua Fan had given a thread of hope to all, but now it was all crushed to dust. No one beneath a radiant stage could survive an intent attack. Zhua Fan had his freaky ability, but not even that would save him. Yet the man in question hardly cared. He had stopped caring for as long as 5 years ago. Dugu Zhantian had some soldiers take the wounded to the marshal's residence for immediate treatment. Yet none of them noticed a spindly figure further away, watching them. Upon closer look, one would identify him as unwanted contriver Leng Wuchang, Regent Estate's steward. Leng Wuchang twirled his mustache as he kept watching, Zhua Fan in particular. This kid is not as heartless as I thought. It had been 6 hours since they arrived at the marshal's temporary residence in Dragon Cloud City, time in which the wounded were placed in a side wing and administered pills. Luo Yunchang and Ninger, the only ones who came out unharmed from this ordeal, were the caretakers. As for Zhua Fan, he was there as well, expressing his heartfelt thanks to his 3 paralyzed allies. Thank you all for such hard work. If it weren't for your help, our clan's line would have been severed. Zhua Fan held each of their hands. Long Jie and Long Kue felt odd seeing the kind and gentle smile on his face. They had been arduous in cultivating these past 5 years, just so they could bridge the gap between them and this monster. And yet he just showed up, and instead of getting closer, they had only fallen farther behind. Even though this guy was still a shameless bone-tempering cultivator, how could his power be classified as one? As this was Long Xingyun's first time seeing this freak in the flesh and in action, he was quite moved. Brother Zhua, now I see what my father was thinking. Only after seeing you have I realized how much time I've been wasting. Youth is wasted on the young. But even so, you should live your life to the fullest and take some time off to enjoy it. Ha ha ha. Don't take it to heart. Zhua Fan patted his shoulder. But the more he paid attention, the more Long Xingyun felt it was fake. Is this your way of consoling me? Xie Tianshang's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, wishing nothing more than to jump on his legs and have a go with the man. Zhua Fan, once I'm healed, how about we have a match? Zhua Fan blinked, completely not getting what he was going for. We just met and never have I gotten on your bad side, so why do you want to fight me? Ignore him. My elder brother is a martial fanatic. He wants to fight any expert that catches his eye. Xie Tianyang jabbed. Having known Zhua Fan for so long, he had no qualms whatsoever. Zhua Fan nodded. Ah, another one. I see. Just like elderly. It's best that I keep my distance. He wasn't so idle as to waste time sparring with a martial fanatic every day. So Zhua Fan gave him a wide berth, going over Xie Tianyang. Hey, wait! You didn't answer me. Xie Tianshang watched Zhua Fan with a fervent gaze. He was sorely wishing right now that he could just jump and exchange hundreds of moves with Zhua Fan. But would Zhua Fan listen? He treated martial fanatics as basket cases. Tangling with him would only net Zhua Fan a huge waste of time. And so, Xie Tianshang's grumblings were firmly and undoubtedly ignored. Zhua Fan walked next to his little brother instead, and knocked his head a few times. Brother Xie, you did a good job today. I must say, You sure gave your all for Ninger. Zip it. My life belongs to Ninger. Rolling his eyes, Xia Tianyang was quite frank, making the nearby Xue Ningxiang blush and glare back. She was clearly signaling not to spout such things around Zhuofan. Zhuofan laughed carefree. Xia Tianyang's eyes turned serious, his voice tinted with worry. Zhuofan, do you always stand out wherever you go? You've got my Ninger to swoon over you every time she sees you. Can't you tone it down a little so I can have a shot? Shuddering, Zhuofan remained silent. Xia Tianyang seemed to be joking, but how could Zhuofan not sense the worry within? If this went on, the three's relationship would become more complicated or, worse, break apart. Zhuofan sighed after a moment. Sorry, that's how heaven's made me. If I don't show off, who else will? Just focus on getting better. Patting his shoulder, Zhuofan left with a stiff smile. Xia Tianyang laughed dejectedly. He knew Zhuofan had yet to make a decision on this and was making a tactical retreat. Or was it an attack? Although he made himself seem ruthless, who could guard against feelings creeping up on oneself? He went around spreading thanks to all the clan's helpers, including but not limited to the 4 tigers. But the tigers saw him as an enemy, something he couldn't wrap his head around as to why. I stole no wife of yours, so what the hell is with the glares? But when he reached the final patient, he spun on his leg and walked away. Stop! The charming voice came from Chu Qingcheng, who was watching him in reproach. Why, you aren't going to even talk to me? Iris and Peony overseers were staring daggers, as if accusing him of abandoning his wife. Thank you, Drifting Flowers Edifices, for helping our clan in our desperate hour. That's not it, and you know it. Chu Qingcheng cut him off. I just want to know why. Why didn't you see me one last time before leaving Drifting Flower City? Steeling himself, Zhuofan said, I killed and took what I needed. I fulfilled my goal and had no reason to stay. No reason at all? Chu Qingcheng blinked. Her pretty eyes demanded an answer. Zhuofan didn't know how to respond. Then a sudden giggle came. Steward Zhua, Marshal is calling you. Leave things here to me. Luo Yunchang came over with a smile, faking obliviousness. Saved by the bell, Zhuofan grabbed the excuse like his lifeline and bobbed his head. Then I'll go right now. Young miss, take good care of them. And he was gone, despite the doe eyes Chu Qingcheng was giving him. Luo Yunchang turned a hard stare at Chu Qingcheng. Edifice Lord Chu, Steward Zhua is a bore. If he has hurt you with his words or actions, please forgive him. I'll be taking care of you in his place. Luo Yunchang's words were full of propriety and good nature, but the true meaning was, he's mine. Chu Qingcheng had taken care of Drifting Flowers Edifices for so many years since an even younger age than Luo Yunchang. How could she not hear the veiled threat? She laughed coldly. You're far too kind. Zhuofan's transgressions are too grave to measure. How could I possibly ask clan head to take the blame? I will have Zhuofan supply me with the appropriate resolution. But thank you for your offer, young miss. This is between me and Zhuofan. You've got no business here, so scram. Sparks were flying off between them soon after. The others looked away from the cat fight and lamented. Besides, this is a woman's war. It's best we don't get caught in between. But Xue Ningxiang looked on in distress, feeling somewhat excluded, going back to the culprit behind all this. Zhuofan was speeding towards Marshall's house across from the wounded ward in jubilation. Perfect timing. He was truly caught in the trap back there. Who would have thought facing Chu Qingcheng was more exhausting than fighting Huangpu Qingtian? He'd rather go against 100 Huangpu Qingtians than see Chu Qingcheng again. But when he entered Marshall's home, the old guy laughed heartily, putting him on high alert. Ha ha, you came, kid. Sit. I have something to tell you. Dugu Zhantian laughed and gestured at the chair nearby. Zhuofan was on guard as he eased into the chair. Dugu Zhantian's critical eye from his seat of honor had Zhuofan's hair stand on end. Well, Marshal, you wanted to see me? Zhuofan broke the silence. Dugu Zhantian grinned. It's nothing much, just your conscription. Conscription? Zhuofan shook his head vehemently. No, no, no. I am not army material. Find someone else. Glaring, Dugu Zhantian's beard trembled as he cursed. Cut the crap. Who on earth is born a soldier? Even that brat Yunhai got trained into shape by me. With your talents, a year tops, and you'll be taking my job. If you're so confident, go find someone else. Why do you want me? Zhuofan shook his head. Dugu Zhantian sighed and his eyes were glazed with worry. It's easy to train an army, but it's so hard to find a good array master. In the field of war, there are many array masters using their skills in the form of formations. We are sorely lacking in array masters, and that has made our recent losses disastrous. Don't look at me. I'm a meathead. I don't know anything when it comes to arrays or formations. Zhuofan made up a lie, but Dugu Zhantian wouldn't have it. He had looked into the kid before calling him. Such a flimsy lie wouldn't fly with him. Oh please, I already know everything. Your old clan head has long been dead and you are the one running the show. Including the 4 5th-grade arrays. Dugu Zhantian's eyes shined when he reached this point. He was sorely lacking an outstanding array master and wanted to have Zhuofan without fail. The latter felt trapped in the old guy's gaze and didn't know how to get away. He felt like crying. This was exactly why he wanted to slink through Dragon Cloud City and never cross paths with the Marshal. He already saw this coming and wanted to avoid it for as long as possible. "Oh, Marshal, I truly cannot do this. Please find someone else." Zhuofan shook his head and rose to leave. Whoosh! In a flash of blue, the dragon-slaying crescent blade was nailed in front of him, followed by, "Why?" Zhuofan was in despair. Isn't it obvious? I don't want to. Since he was asked for a reason, Zhuofan had to oblige. So he stuck out his neck and refused. They say that a good man doesn't enlist. Bullshit. In reply to his most eloquent words, Dugu Zhantian spat in his face. Those are the words of friggin' morons. Zhuofan, you are a wise man, so how can you lower yourself to a commoner's thinking? Also, did you not take the helm of the Luo clan after the clan head's death? Looking after the siblings? Why then? I only see loyalty. Kid, your actions speak for yourself, of your loyalty and devotion. So what's the problem with being loyal to one's nation? Isn't that the same? It should be the same thing to you. Why do you insist on avoiding enlisting? The walls were quite thin here, and the wounded next door heard Dugu Zhantian's raving loud and clear. Dugu Zhantian wants Zhuofan in the army. But can he reign in this soaring demonic dragon? Luo Yunchang and Chu Qingqing thought this as well. Even though their glaring never faltered, their ears were idle to pick up on the marshal's shouts. Taking a deep breath, Zhuofan gritted his teeth. This old guy just won't quit. And sighed, Marshal Dugu, we are neither friends nor enemies. Please refrain from dragging me into this hell. How is the army and fighting for your nation, hell? Dugu Zhantian was stunned. Zhuofan squinted and roared. As they say, after 3 years in the army, even an ugly broad would look like a courtesan. This will deal a devastating blow to my standards and ruin my prospects to raise a family. PFF. The girls in the wounded ward stifled their giggles. While Luo Yunchang and Chu Qingqing sure had an active imagination, evident by their red cheeks. Then their eyes met and jealousy reared its ugly head. Which one of us is that punk going to take to raise a family? The 4 tigers of Tianyu and Luo Yunhai were awkward, to say the least. They've been in the army for 5 years. Did that mean their standards were out of whack? But Dugu Zhantian's shout came soon after to save their image. More crap! Where the hell did you hear that nonsense? How could 3 years lead to such a drastic change? The 5 in the ward nodded. Well said, Marshal. Dugu Zhantian then followed with, that only happens after 5 years. My 4 godsons need 6 years, by the looks of them, to see any girl a babe. As for Yunhai, it's too soon to tell. The 5 wanted to crawl into a corner and die. The feel of the others' eyes on them only made it worse. Godfather, enlist him if you want to. But why in God's name are you dragging us into this? It was fine and all if these old army stories helped, but all you are doing is making yourself look bad. Us as well. What a rotten godfather. The five sighed and buried their heads in the pillows. Dugu Zhantian was being serious now. None of that matters. Didn't I tell you? You'll be a soldier for 1 year, then be my staff officer. Those things don't apply to you. Why not make me one from the start? Zhuofan scratched his head. Dugu Zhantian squinted and snapped. Impossible. In my army one needs to do military service. One can only be promoted based on merits. How can I just make you one from the start? Everyone will object. But don't worry. Once in the corps, I'll give you plenty of chances to show your ability, and you'll be promoted in no time. Zhuofan sighed, seeing Dugu Zhantian so stubborn. Like a hustler, he left Zhuofan without a way to deal with him. Fine, but on one condition. Zhuofan nodded in the end. Dugu Zhantian's eyes sparkled. Name it. I'll do my best to accommodate you. OL Marshal, would you be so kind as to lend me your status for a short month? I could get used to being a marshal myself. You think the army is a game? Dugu Zhantian shook his head. But then he eyed Zhuofan skeptically. What for? What else? To sweep the land and pacify the empire. Zhuofan roared his loyalty. Dugu Zhantian said in a rush. Stop messing around. This army can't move as you wish. It's fine. Won't I have the appropriate rank a year later? At that time, I can just kill and smash whoever and whenever. Zhuofan giggled. Panicking inside, Dugu Zhantian now realized he had only paid attention to Zhuofan's talent and not his many remarkable feats. I can't take the same approach I took with Luo Yunhai when teaching him. Or when he gets the army at his beck and call. He'd leave the nation wide open for attack. His eyes were swiveling, unclear what choice was best here. No, I can't have him fly through the ranks. I'll have to stamp out his rebellious nature in the army. Zhuofan had a knowing grin. I know what you're planning, but no matter. I'm the best there is when it comes to roping someone to my side. It won't take me even a year to turn the 3 million Dugu army into the Zhuo army. At that point, being a general or not would hardly make a difference. You don't say. I am giving my all here, but who knows when we will have to face Regent Estate on the field of battle. But if you think you can wrest control of one of the 4 pillars, the Empire's army, then be my guest. Zhuofan laughed. I have never thought about it like that. But now, Marshal, you have to enlist me. Even if you have your whole army infected with gayness rather than some twisted broads, I'd still go for it. No. It seems someone had a change of heart. Dugu Zhantian was frantically shaking his hands and sweating buckets. That was close. I almost welcomed the devil with open hands. Granted he was talented. But if there was one thing he truly excelled at, it was blowing things out of proportion. In the off chance I can't tame him, the Dugu army will be under his thumb and will corrupt the Empire's greatest weapon. I better reconsider whether to let this guy in. Dugu Zhantian said bashfully. Zhuofan, since you find enlisting to be such a pain, I won't force you. No, I think it'll be a blast. OL Marshal. No. I've never forced anyone to do anything in my life. It's best you stay and look after the Luo clan. All right, the 3 house lords are here as well. I better go see them. What about my enlistment? Zhuofan shouted after the scampering Dugu Zhantian. Zhuofan watched the mighty and awe-inspiring Dugu turn into a scaredy cat with a snicker. TCH, I get far more out of developing the Luo clan than stealing your 3 million army. Then again, having Dugu army by my side is not bad either. Zhuofan mused, his eyes flashing. Dugu Zhantian just left the room and turned to the wounded ward. It seemed that Sword Marquis's abode, Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and Drifting Flowers Edifice's leaders were also present. They all saluted Dugu Zhantian. Thank you, Marshal, for coming to their rescue. No thanks needed. This is my responsibility. Although someone else saved them in the end, while I was only a mediator. Dugu Zhantian waved. The leaders chuckled. Grandmother then frowned. Marshal, I was meaning to ask, are you intent on conscripting Zhuofan? Could I ask you to postpone it until after the esoteric debate? Of course. As for conscripting, I still need to consider it.
There's no need to fret, Dugu Zhantian stated. Zhuofan's vision of the army had scared the crap out of him. The kid seems capable of anything. He may very well have a way of turning the Dugu army into his personal army. And he wasn't about to give his army away just for one array master. Dugu Zhantian was thankful he came back to his senses and avoided a disaster. Zhuofan took this moment to enter and greet the house lords. The three nodded in reply. They could finally breathe easier seeing him safe and sound. To be blunt, there would be no Luo clan without Zhuofan, the truest underdog. Luo clan wouldn't stand a chance in the esoteric debate, whether as an ally or enemy. But with Zhuofan back in town, the clan was in full force. Steward Zhua, the entire Luo clan is injured. We can't make it to tomorrow's fight. Will you, as their steward, step forth? Grandmother smiled widely, hoping to see the miracle that was Zhuofan in action after a 5-year break. Shrugging, Zhuofan said, "Of course. It is my duty to represent the Luo clan. It is time for the Luo clan to stand abreast with all of you. That will depend on Steward Zhua's first battle." Long Yifi raised an eyebrow. They all looked at each other and burst out laughing, all eager to see Zhuofan put on a good show tomorrow. The next day, Dragon Cloud City's fighting stage was enveloped by a roaring crowd shouting their cheers. On the stage, 2 youths stood thrilled and panting, surrounded by either dead or wounded people. The winner of today's battle hails from Crescent Sword City, the Xue clan. They are advancing to the final battle. A profound heaven expert stepped on stage and gestured at the youths. The crowd exploded with applause, raising the excitement of the two. They left the stage and walked to their cheering clan. "Big brother, second brother, congratulations." Xianxia gave them a hug and a sweet smile. The two were Xue Gang and Xue Lin. After the horrors of Blue Expanse City, Xia Tianyang saved them and their clan became Sword Marquis Abode's vassal. It was the only way they could have joined the esoteric debate. "Ganger Linner, you've done well. You are now ready to join the final battle and help Sword Marquis Abode's young masters in their fight." Xue Wanlong laughed with pride. "Remember, never let down our clan and protect the 2 young masters." Patriarch Xue Dingtian nodded at the side. Thanks to Xia Tianyang, their clan was under Sword Marquis Abode's wing, cared for and well supplied. But this left them uneasy, and they were going to use this chance to repay their help. This was the reason for joining the esoteric debate. Xue Gang and Xue Lin nodded, filled with battle spirit. Xia Tianyang stood next to Xianxia, sighing, "Uncle, why did you let the brothers join such a cruel battle? This time's battle will be far more deadly and vicious than any of the past ones." "I fear, second young master, I have made my decision. We cannot go on receiving Sword Marquis Abode's grace without giving anything back. Please give us this chance to show our gratitude." Xue Wanlong cupped his hands. Xia Tianyang sighed. The profound heaven expert on the stage suddenly said, "The next fight will be between Drifting Flower City's Dong clan and Flood City's Yu clan." 2 familiar figures walked on stage. Xia Tianyang's eyes brightened. "Who knew we'd see them here? Aren't they brother Dong and sister Wanner? You know them as well." Xianxia was startled. Xia Tianyang looked at her instead. "Ninger, how do you know them?" "Drifting Flowers Edifices and Sword Marquis Abode are allies. We met when the 2 houses gathered for negotiation. Brother Dong is somewhat frivolous, but Wanner is very nice." Ninger smiled. "How do you know them?" "Disciples of the 7 houses hardly ever meet with people from second-rate clans. We met in Drifting Flower City. I hear that Dong Xiaowan and the kid have something going on between them." Xia Tianyang grinned, thinking of having a little payback. Xianxia looked closer at Dong Xiaowan and muttered, "No wonder she never said anything when the topic about who she likes came up." Correct, the 2 Dong siblings were those Dongs. Because of their ties with Zhuofan back in Drifting Flower City, and having gotten familiar with Drifting Flowers Edifice's leaders, the Dong clan had been on a swift rise. They had long outstripped the title of vassal clan and moved to Drifting Flower City to become their trusted aid.
The old master of the Dong clan couldn't be happier and stated that they had to go and see their most treasured benefactor in the flesh. Of course, such a thing wasn't so easy to achieve, not with how busy Zhuofan was. If he wasn't blowing something up, he was beating the life out of someone. The likes of him could hardly squeeze a meeting between his murderous rampage and endless mayhem. Thanks to Drifting Flower's edifice's help, Dong Tianba had entered the profound heaven stage, displaying his majestic air on today's stage. In but half an hour, he and his sister won over their opponents and arrived next to their clansmen and friends. Young Master Xia, Uncle Xia, Sir Xia, Brother Xia, how do you do? Dong Tianba cupped his hands in pride. Dong Xiaowan bowed as well with a smile. The others nodded, while Shui Gang had eyes only for Dong Xiaowan and her charming smile. Everyone could tell what he was thinking. Brother Shui, how have you been? I never thought our clans would enter the final battle. We will be fighting alongside, it seems, ha ha ha. A portly man came over. Dong Tianba and Dong Xiaowan cupped their hands. Dad! Shui clan greeted in kind, but only when he saw Xie Tianyang did the old man greet back. He was the Dong clan head. Dong clan head pointed at Shui Gang. Young master is of great talent. Could I be so bold as to ask if you're married? No. Shui Dingtian smiled, his meaning clear. Dong clan head nodded and smiled at his daughter. What a fine coincidence. Neither is my daughter. I find our clans so friendly that I was wondering. Dad. Dong Xiaowan gave him the stink eye and was sullen. Shui Ningxiang could see herself in her and shook her head. The two already had someone and were not going to just change their minds at the drop of the hat. Meanwhile, the profound heaven expert on the stage said, the next fight is between Sunspire City's Hong clan and Blue Expanse City's Sun clan. Shuddering, the Shui clan turned to the stage. Blue Expanse City used to be their turf while being Hell Valley's vassal. Since betraying their patron, Blue Expanse City fell under another clan's jurisdiction. Bluntly put, the Sun clan was their replacement, Hell Valley's brand new lapdog. The Sun clan only sent a man and a woman to fight against 50 bone-tempering experts led by two profound heaven cultivators. Such power among second-rate clans made it a seeded clan, closely approaching the qualifications to be a first-rate clan. Against such strength, the Sun clan sent merely two, a really odd pair. Their eyes released a bloody glow, and closely resembled monsters rather than humans. Not even their appearances could be distinguished. The sight of them standing there sent shivers among many, as if they were demons who sprang out of hell. But upon closer look, they were only peak bone-tempering cultivators. Two peak bone-tempering cultivators want to mess with 50 experts? The leading youth snickered. From your demonic look, living must have been hard and you've come for the sweet release of death, right? Ha ha ha. The others laughed as well. That demonic man, however, was wrapped in black energy as it suddenly jumped from him with a roar. A veritable fountain of blood bloomed. While the Hong clan youth fell with a perplexed look, he was still wondering how a peak bone-tempering cultivator killed him. Success. The others gasped. Hong clan's laughter died and watched the pair of enemies in shock. How could a fresh, profound heaven expert die in one blow? A sneak attack for sure. With a shout, the 50 men from Hong clan stormed the pair. The two only had a creepy grin as they turned into black mist and roamed among them. The slaughter began. Not of the pair, but of those 50 experts as the two crazed monsters were unleashed upon them. Wails, sobbing, and horror grated on the audience's ears. In just 15 minutes, they were the only ones standing, while the corpses around them had their throats ripped out. Blood soaked into the arena and the dead stare of the bodies gave a glimpse into the cruelty they had just suffered. Shui Ningxiang had long since covered her eyes. Xie Tianyang's brow was furrowed. What made these guys act with such brutality? The girl on stage suddenly snapped her head back and pointed at the Shui clan with a nasty grin. Traitor of Hell Valley, you will die in the final battle. By our hands. None of you will live. We will cleanse the Hell Valley of its traitors. Your time will soon come. Hi hi hi. The Shui clan felt a shiver run down their very core. This pair was way too abnormal. Not just the sons,
but even the father and patriarch felt their hair stand on end. Xia Tianyang stepped up and shielded Xianxia as he roared, "Stop barking! I would like to see you try and touch the Xue clan." Second young Master Xia, "Our house lord's son will deal with you, and we will deal with the traitorous Xue clan." Snickering, the girl threw her head back. The creepy way she talked and her posture only worked to deepen one's fear. The man next to her said, "Don't forget our main objective, the Luo clan. Xue clan is just a side dish." "You're after the Luo clan?" Xianxia was worried. On the other hand, Xia Tianyang felt relief. A few days back he would have been worried as well, but not now. Because the Luo clan had recovered their pillar, the demon archon Zhuofan. With him around, these weirdos looked like imps in comparison. Going after the Luo clan was a death sentence. But the man saw Xianxia's distress and reveled in it. "Yes, we will find the Luo clan and slaughter them all, especially that Zhuofan. We will tear him limb from limb." Xianxia's pure heart was stuck in her throat, vexed over Zhuofan's safety. "Brother Zhuo, 2 bad men are after you." While Xia Tianyang almost burst out laughing. "Dude, have you even seen Zhuofan? Have you seen his power? What is your boasting based on hot air? Not even a moron will believe such a lame joke." But then he saw Xianxia sick with worry and amended his thoughts with a twitch of his cheek. Ninger excluded. She was no moron, just naive. "Look, Hell Valley's men are here." Someone from the crowd shouted, and everyone turned their heads to see Yu Wanshan and his elder detail. He stood on the highest point with a somber look, flanked by Yu Ming and the rest of their other disciples participating in the final battle. As this place was the fighting grounds for third- and second-rate clans, with how not even first-rate clans would come here to watch, least of all the 7 houses, there were no honorary seats for them. What stirred the biggest shock was the sudden appearance of Hell Valley, taking seat at the highest position. They could see the whole stage from there, but it was also a strategic position to emphasize the usual disdain the 7 houses had for these puny clans. But what was up with this sudden arrival? Who had caught their eye? Were they going to enjoy the show alongside them, or was there a new star on the rise no one knew about? If it was the latter, who was this person and what was he capable of to garner such ostentatious audience? The crowd grew restless with their speculations. Sun Clan's creepy guy noticed Yu Wanshan's imposing figure and showed a morbid smile. "See? Valley Lord, you came to personally watch us crush your clans. This is how much Hell Valley values us. Yeah, we're not like those Xue traders. Valley Lord finds us indispensable." Sun Clan's creepy girl showed a morbid smile herself. Xue Clan only gave the duo a cursory glance, while being concerned about Hell Valley's real intentions. Hell Valley came to cheer for the Sun Clan? How is that even possible, when they have never shown such care for any vassal before? Xia Tianyang mocked, "Cocky brats. Yu Wanshan isn't so bored as to watch a couple of aberrations." "Say that again. What else would Valley Lord you be here for? There's only us around who is Hell Valley's vassal." The girl roared. Xia Tianyang shrugged. The 7 houses only ever cared about each other and never about some squirming ants trying to get some praise. "You're disillusioned if you think he came here to cheer for you." And then another sudden cry of shock came, followed by another unexpected arrival. And while Hell Valley's men were emitting deadly auras, the newcomers were graceful women with thin veils. Drifting flowers edifices. Grandmother was in the lead as Chu Qingqing was still nursing her wound. Behind her were her entire overseer contingent and the Drifting Flowers edifices disciples participating in the final battle. Even Xiao Dandan was among them, darting her eyes around and looking for her special someone. Here comes another lovesick lass. That punk will be so annoyed." Xia Tianyang snickered. Dong Clan head puffed up his chest and took on a prideful air. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Drifting Flowers edifices overseers to come support us. Our Dong Clan is so cherished. We may be Drifting Flowers edifices' trusted aid. But to receive such care, ha ha ha." The guy was grinning from ear to ear and making the Xue clan envious. His position seemed to be so high that even the edifice lord came in person. Only Xia Tianyang sighed. "It seems narcissism is an inherent trait of these vassals, Not just aberrations are susceptible to it, but even normal people. What in the hell gave you the idea that the 7 houses came to see you specifically? Then came the third cry of the day. Shui clansmen watched overwhelmed with joy. Why? Because Sword Marquis Abode Xie Xiaofeng was leading Xie Tianshang and his elders over. Patriarch Shui Dingtian was touched to the core as he showed off to the Dong clan head. Ha ha ha. Clan head? Sword Marquis Abode values us quite a lot as well. Wait! He didn't get to finish his haughty words, as Xie Tianyang interrupted him. Everyone, I know fully well my words may sound crass, but could you cool off for a second and stop with the self-important attitude? Those house lords haven't even looked at you once, so how can you say they've come for you? The sudden wake-up call made them realize the wisdom in his words. If not for us, then who? This was a fighting stage for the 7 houses' vassals. Xie Tianyang shook his head. If there was anything the 7 houses paid attention to, besides each other of course, was strength. Who else but that punk could stir up so many of them to come here? While they were vexed by this conundrum, Pil King Hall appeared with a 4th cry. Yen Bagong led Yen Bongi and Yen Fu with his elders over. They were soon followed by Mary Woods' house Lord Lin coming with his elders and a bouncing Lin Xianfeng. After a night of healing, Lin Xuanfeng's wound was closed. Even though he hopped about with a pale face, the audience was amazed. Is this forest fleeting dragon one of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix? Why does he have only 1 leg? How would he fleet through the forest now? Few were aware of the circumstances regarding forest fleeting dragon's misery. How the vile soaring demonic dragon ripped his leg clean off. But the biggest shock of all was what came next. The head of the 7 houses, Regent Estate, Huangpu Tianyuan was leading the group, with Regent Estate steward, Long Wuchang on his left, and his eldest, the head of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, heaven-shaking dragon Lord Huangpu Qingtian on his right. Behind them was a team of profound heaven elders, 30 in number. The frightening display made everyone's hair stand on end. The other 6 houses also paused at their entrance. Regent Estate's power was unquestionably the highest among the houses. It had the ambition to swallow the others for good reason. It would have been a waste of their might if they didn't aim for at least this much. Under the riveting gazes of the crowd, Huangpu Tianyuan made his way forward with a regal air and boundless power that stopped anyone from breathing within 300 meters. Only when Regent Estate took the foremost position did the man slowly withdraw his power, but the damage or deterrence was done. In his wake, the people were left shivering and gasping. That was enough to rouse up even the narcissistic trio of clans from their arrogance. The presence of all the 7 houses had nothing to do with them at all. Thinking about what loudmouths they were seconds ago, they started blushing like crazy. The Dong, Shui, and even the Sun clan's aberrations were stiff and awkward. This only helped to fuel their curiosity. Why were they all here? For whom? Xie Tianyang knew it all along, of course. The profound heaven expert on the stage stood on pins and needles under the stare of all those mighty figures. He shakily took out the roster. He was the king of this stage, but not anymore. 'Cause now he was a bottom feeder among all these big shots. He swallowed down while shaking and shouted. The next fight will be between Zephyr City's Wan clan and Windgaze City's Luo clan. Every head turned to the dark entrance of the stage to see the greatest underdog in this esoteric debate, Luo clan. Even though the Luo clan's 28 strong men were quite something, the more they advanced the harder it became. Case in point, they left the last battle while supporting each other. Their opponent, the Wan clan, was a renowned second-rate clan. It even had 3 profound heaven youths. The crowd was eagerly awaiting for the Luo clan, but their prospects at winning were slim at best. Tap, tap, tap. A light noise was heard as Luo Yunhai was coming out on crutches, leaning on his sister towards the stage. The crowd's shock passed and was replaced by sighs. They all saw Luo Yunhai's valor and might, fearless as a tiger. And this tiger was an indispensable force in the Luo clan's team. Yet now he had an unexplained wound, which only crippled their chance of victory even more. Wan clan's 20 strong men were already on the stage and were now snickering. Victory's ours.
But then a plain figure slowly made itself noticed by walking behind the siblings. He caught the attention of all the houses. Regent Estate, Hell Valley, and their other two allies bore a deep hatred for Zhuofan. They suddenly released a deadly aura that made the audience shiver. It all makes sense now. The 7 houses came for him. Playing with his flickering thunder ring, Zhuofan walked without a care in the world. His deep gaze, his far-off look seemed to find everyone beneath him. This was how Zhuofan followed after Luo Yunchang, with a charming and faint smile. The biggest shock was received by those who didn't know Zhuofan. Who is he? Why are the 7 houses here for him? Dong Tianba and Dong Xiaowan went slack-jawed. They never ever thought they'd meet him here. Dong Xiaowan in particular. Her gaze was filled with complicated emotions. Joy, sadness, and a hint of relief. Shui Wanlong and Shui Dingtian were shocked as well. They never thought that the young brat they met in Allbeast Mountain Range would appear here. Soaring demonic dragon. The shout had caused another round of shock among the crowd, as their eyes never strayed from Zhuofan. He is the Luo clan's strongest? The same soaring demonic dragon on par with 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. The Luo clan's main force has come out in the open. The crowd watched eagerly, thrilled to witness a good show. Old Pang. Stay here and look after them. Zhuofan spoke behind him to Captain Pang and the young guards before walking on stage alone. The crowd wondered. Alone against Wan clan's 20 strongest. But then recalled that he had a title akin to the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix and got excited at the prospect. This was what everyone wanted to see. The extent of power one man possessed to make the 7 houses pay so much attention to. Brother Zhua, fingers crossed. Xianxia cheered with an adorable face. Staggering for a second there, Zhuofan waved back slightly with a smile. Dong Xiaowan waved as well, but found him not even noticing her and was peeved. Ninger, are you and Brother Zhua close? He saved my clan's lives. Xianxia nodded, but then found Dong Xiaowan gloomy and mumbled, Sister Wanner, sorry? It's fine. He never even looked at me anyway. Dong Xiaowan shook her head sullen. Dong clan head gleaned something out of all of this and asked Dong Tianba, is that youth who I think it is? Dong Tianba nodded and sighed. His sister had been love-struck since back in Drifting Flower City. Her crush never spared her a glance, while she pined for him every moment. I can't tell if she is foolish or silly. Darling, good luck. Crush them all. A cute voice came from Drifting Flower's edifice's side and slammed into the ears of the audience. Xiao Dandan was practically jumping in her seat, gesticulating wildly to make sure he saw her. Zhuofan held his head. What's this idiot doing here? Is Drifting Flower's edifices so understaffed? How is she fit to join the 7 houses' final battle with her cultivation? Cannon fodder is more like it. Pulling Xiao Dandan back down, Peony Overseer cursed. Why can't you act proper instead of some lovesick maiden? Humph. Me and Darling have already tied the knot. He'll come around. Xiao Dandan pouted, still clinging to her hope. Sighing, Peony Overseer said, this girl has lost it. On the other hand, Xia Tianyang was laughing his head off, using this chance to gossip with Xianxia. Ninger, see that? This punk is a womanizer. He got another one just like that. And I can attest to having seen them kissing in public myself. Xia Tianyang laughed inside. Time to cash in on the scheme I cooked back in Drifting Flower's edifices. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on Zhuofan, having a sinking and uncomfortable feeling in her heart. The looks Zhuofan got from the audience were odd, to say the least. This kid's the bomb. He goes around the 7 houses, spreading chaos and destruction, while not forgetting to sow the seeds of love. Lady Killer Demonic Dragon is far more appropriate. Steward Zhua, you are a true man of mercy, to show such restraint in your travels. Luo Yunchang towered behind Zhuofan with a sweet smile, and yet the killing intent in her eyes made her close to a demon. Zhuofan shrugged it off. I only did what I had to. The rest was a force of circumstance, out of my control. Force of circumstance, you say? Luo Yunchang teased and held his face. Zhuofan was caught off guard, What are you doing? Force of circumstance. Grinning, Luo Yunchang looked at him longingly and smooched him. Shuofan felt her soft lips but didn't get to relish in the sensation as Luo Yunchang swished her head away blushing. But the look in her eyes was that of a blissful maiden. Steward Zhua, good luck. Luo Yunchang batted her eyes at him, then shot a glance towards Drifting Flowers edifices. Chu Qingqing's eyes were spitting fire right about now, her teeth crunching so hard even grandmother could hear. Xiao Dandan was having a hard time swallowing down her anger. She was ready to jump at that hussy's throat. Fortunately, Peony Overseer was there to rein her in. Who is she? How dare she force herself on Darling? That's their clan's matter. It has nothing to do with you. Peony Overseer sighed. Xiao Dandan whined. That's my darling. Of course it has. Xia Tianyang found the ever-sweet and cheerful Xuaningxiang wearing a mask of anger and sorrow. This is a cat fight only a man can stir. But why do I get the feeling even my cute and lovely Ninger wants to join the battlefield as well? The audience was even more shocked. That's no demonic dragon. That's a love doctor, I tell you. While actually they felt jealousy and anger. Being a skirt chaser is a skill as well. Huang Pudanuan twiddled his mustache with a cold eye. Sir Lang, who among these girls is his Achilles heel? They all have a crush on him. But he ignores them completely. It's too soon to tell if any of them can be called his weakness. This needs further observation. Lung Wuchang's eyes flashed. Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. Shuofan was out of it for a second there, then saw Luo Yunchang's rosy cheeks and rubbed her head. Young Miss Luo, you're not getting weird on me, are you? You're the weird one. Now get on stage. With a glare, Luo Yunchang pushed him forward. With that charming and touching look, she made quite a number of hearts skip a beat in the crowd. Shuofan shook his head and went on. Just then, two figures wrapped in black energy popped up in front of him. The Blue Expanse City's Sun Clan duo. Looking at the two creepy aberrations, Shuofan was stunned. You need something? Hi. Shuofan, you can't tell who we are? The man let out an eerie laughter, followed by the girl. Shuofan shook his head. Sorry? I've sinned so much I don't keep track of how many I've wronged. If you're here for revenge, kindly wait your turn. I'll be with you in a second to send you to the afterlife. Hi. Shuofan, you're as arrogant as ever. But we aren't the same as before. This time it's you who dies. The man's eyes flashed bloody red. Shuofan nodded. I get it now. I've never seen such ugly freaks in my life. Going through such a nasty makeover. Of course I couldn't recognize the current you. The crowd erupted in laughter. Even the girls who were glaring at each other giggled, breaking off their cat fight. Only the duo on stage was pissed. Shuofan, that's enough. Another shout came and two more figures wrapped in black smoke appeared as they landed in front of Shuofan. They were old men in the fifth layer of Profound Heaven stage. But their faces were as creepy and disturbing as the duo's. Shuofan, you've mocked and derided us ever since we met. It's because of you we look like this. Today, we will take your head as revenge. One of the old men said savagely. Luo Yunchang frowned. You came for revenge, but we do not even know how we've offended you. Humph, Yunchang, have you forgotten? Destruction of our clan, being cast out, are these not reasons enough? The old man spat. Luo Yunchang was still puzzled, but Shuofan caught on to something and mocked. Oh, so it's you. Who knew you ended up so pathetic and turned into freaks? Now that you've lost all reason to live, you've come to me for reincarnation. We came to kill you or die together. The old man's mind was set. Snickering, Shuofan said, even if you came to kill me, you ought to get in line. After I deal with the ones on stage, I don't mind finishing off the lot of you as well. The four nodded. As the saying went, know thyself and your enemy and you'd be ever victorious. It paid to know what the other party was capable of. So the four cleared a path for Shuofan to go on stage. By now, the 20-strong fighters on stage were grave. They had lost the mockery and disdain they had for the bone-tempering Shuofan. They just found out that he can stand tall like 6 dragons and 1 phoenix and change their thinking.
How were they going to beat such a monster? Heck, not even a first-rate clan could do him in. But since they were on stage already, the fight was unavoidable. They came to esoteric debate in hopes of coming under the wing of the seven houses after all. This made every fight a chance to show their spirit and worth. A chance they would never miss. Soaring demonic dragon, come. One clan's leader cupped his hands, ready for battle. He was sweating buckets, but that didn't stop him from braving through the fear. Wait! Xuefan smiled. My Luo clan will definitely enter the final battle, and this is too much of a hassle. So in order to move things along, let all clans from third to first rate step in. If I lose, we walk. If I win, we'll go straight to the final battle, fighting with the seven houses. Success. A round of gasps echoed. He wants to fight every clan. Alone? That was just too outrageously cocky. His words only sparked anger in every clan present, while only the seven houses looked on calmly. They were the only ones who knew all too well of Xuefan's cunningness and deceit. The clans were outraged at Xuefan's haughty declaration, while also terrified of the one they called soaring demonic dragon. The profound heaven expert directing the fights said to Xuefan, "This isn't in the rules. What matters is strength. That's how one earns their right to participate in the final battle." Grinning, Xuefan stuck out his chin as he turned to the seven houses. And it's a perfect time to show them who they're up against. Such ego to consider himself the seven houses' equal. He instantly earned the disdain of the crowd. While those that knew of his exploits with the seven houses thought, the kid sure is qualified. Huangpu Qingtian stepped forward and watched the stage coldly. The appearance of Regent Estate's eldest young master shocked them all. They soon heard a clear and mighty voice ringing in their ears. The words had such impact they almost had a heart attack. Do as per his wishes. But Huangpu Qingtian drew his arm over the crowd. I declare that anyone who brings me Xuefan's head, their clan will become Regent Estate's vassal. Success. After a round of gasps, a deathly silence ensued. The clans were so overwhelmed they couldn't dare believe their ears. This is God sent. One little head was enough to skip the cruel and deadly esoteric debate's last battle and just come under Regent Estate's wing. What they didn't know, however, was that this dream was closer to a nightmare than reality. But the promise of greatness robbed their minds of what was to come. Their eyes were fixed on Xuefan, wishing they were already holding his head. All they were waiting for now was that profound heaven expert signal, and they'd be onto him like wolves. No one even stopped to think that this free meal could be too hard to even chew. Was Xuefan's title of soaring demonic dragon, on par with 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, for naught? Young Master Huangpu, you're sending them to their deaths. Xuefan was carefree as he showed an evil grin to Huangpu Qingtian. Huangpu Qingtian responded with the same smile. Isn't this what you wanted? Then they laughed. Xuefan wanted to cause a sensation, all right, to establish Luo clan's position in the upcoming final battle. So the more people that jumped on his sword, the better. While Huangpu Qingtian never once believed these second and third-rate clans had any good seeds among them to even harm Xuefan. He was using them to see Xuefan's limit and develop contingencies. Each side understood the other's intent flawlessly, all while using each other. It was a win-win scenario. The only losses here would be just your run-of-the-mill rock for brains suicidal morons. The seven houses noticed this as well, and they were stunned looking at the laughing duo. These two are devious and cruel men of ambition. They gaze far into the horizon. In this esoteric debate, the winner would come from one of them. But as the world wasn't big enough for the two of them, they had to settle their score here and now, or the world would be plunged into chaos at their hands, ripped apart and burned to cinders. The House Lords watched them with glinting eyes. The esoteric debate was going to revolve around these two monsters, Huangpu Qingtian and Xuefan, each leading his own faction of houses, something unheard of in the past esoteric debates. The battle for unification was underway and nothing or anyone could stop it. All that was left was to see who had the last laugh. This was something privy to the seven houses only.
Those crickets downstairs only knew how to fight among each other for scraps. The presiding profound heaven expert got his nod of approval and flew up high, soon followed by his clear words. Luo clan's qualifying fight for the final battle begins. Roar! The clans flung themselves like mindless beasts at Xuefan. They were all spectators turned opportunists. What used to be innocent bystanders were now fired up by the smell of blood and glory. They were all just one gory head away from becoming the foundation of their clan's endless fame. Who could fight the temptation? Perhaps they were lucky enough and would even get it. And the number who thought so was by no means small. As such, the referee's words were marked by a veritable flood of people storming the stage. It was close to 10,000 people, with plenty of bone tempering and profound heaven experts joining as well. The Wan clan already on stage was overwhelmed. Xuefan was their opponent, but, as things stood, did they even have a snowball's chance in hell to rob the guy's head from the masses? Luck was with them in that regard, being so close and all. Yet when they looked deep into Xuefan's bottomless gaze, the 20 strong men found themselves frozen. The incoming tide behind them was oblivious, rushing onwards like clueless children swept by the promise of reward as they launched attacks on Xuefan. The thousands of people swallowed Xuefan until he was no longer visible. Xianxia was worried. Will Brother Xue be fine? Totally. With that punk's luck, not even the 7 houses can do anything to him, let alone these pests. Xianxia comforted Ninger, but he was nonetheless frowning. But isn't thousands of people at once perhaps an overkill? The punk is amazing, sure, but there is also the danger of dying from exhaustion. Why is he waiting them out? Why isn't he thinning the crowd? Hi. No matter how strong, he is all alone against the tide. He is finished. A creepy laughter jarred his ear. The audience, or what was left of it, turned to the creepy man to hear him say, "A shame we are already under Hell Valley and cannot throw our lot with Regent Estate. We would have been in there cashing our luck otherwise." And true. Dong Clan head nodded. Wanner glared at him. Dong Clan head shook his head as he looked at the sea of people on the stage. These are cruel words, but that is reality. Regent Estate's bait is too enticing for anyone to resist. Not even the kid would have thought his egotistical words would stir such a reaction. Even if he dies, he only has himself to blame. Dong Clan head sighed, as did Xue Wanlong and Xue Dingtian. Xianxia and Dong Xiaowan watched on, plagued with worry. Dong Tianba and the Xue clan's youths were frowning. But only Xie Tianyang had a mocking smile. Egotistical? Of course he is. But have you ever seen how cautious he is? How could a brash and obnoxious kid ever manage to toy with you geeky? Xie Tianyang was not one bit worried for Xuefan's fate. He knew Xuefan showed cockiness on the outside but never actually did something unless he had a plan set in motion. Who? An invisible ripple spawned in the center of the stage, swallowing it whole. The force of it had Huangpu Tianyuan squinting. He watched as the tide of people on the stage had blank stares before collapsing. All the contestants dropped on the ground one at a time, with the crazed and thirsty greed frozen on their faces. Those outside the stage stopped in their charge, watching the stage tensely. Xuefan touched the buffed guy in front with his finger and let him collapse. The ground around him was littered with bodies. Not that he cared, stepping over them in his conquering march. Like a king, he was stepping on the bodies of his enemies as he took his throne. Xianxia and Dong Xiaowan were overjoyed while Dong Clan head, Xue Clan head were shell-shocked. What just happened? What's wrong with them? The shock on everyone's faces was palpable. Xuefan was uncaring, looking over the leftovers, still standing and cocking his finger with a nasty grin. There's still 1,000 left. Come and take my head if you want it. Swallowing dryly, they were now faltering. Their previous high had passed, as did their courage. The sight of an evil and grinning Xuefan in the middle of thousands of bodies tended to do that to a feeble mind. Killing with intent. Huangpu Qingtian's eyes trembled. His quiet voice spread everywhere among the deathly silence. In an instant, everyone looked at Xuefan in shock. Isn't that a radiant stage expert's ability? Why is a bone-tempering cultivator wielding it? The fear in their eyes couldn't be more pronounced. This was why so many people dropped lifeless without even a chance to fight back. The one that killed them was on par with a radiant stage expert. All the big shots from the 7 houses were overwhelmed at Zhuofan's power, having exceeded their expectations by a long shot. What was considered a freak body cultivator, harder than diamonds, had in a single step crossed over the profound heaven stage and went straight to using radiant stage's abilities, leaving these old fogies eating dust. Bluntly put, these 7 houses' big shots were so daft that not even one had touched upon the radiant stage. And that shame came crashing down, evident by their flushed faces. What is wrong with this generation? One freakier than the last. If these bags of bones were of Zhuofan's age, they'd be dancing in joy if they had the hope of even entering the profound heaven stage. But now it only brings us tears. Out with the old and in with the new, they always say. But the new has kicked us to the curb with this display. Sigh. As the old bones watched the imposing and daunting Zhuofan on stage, their eyes glistened with tears, feeling as if they had aged a few centuries on the spot. Huangpu Qingtian was having a hard time containing himself, evident by the gnashing teeth and clenched fists. He showed off killing with intent last night, to flounce his almightiness and scare the living daylights out of Zhuofan. But come tomorrow, Zhuofan replied with the same coin, making his act anything but of a circus clown. Such a display of power would leave anyone wallowing in their refuse from fright. As to what Zhuofan did after this display, not only bitch-slapped him but threw him from the highest peak into the deepest abyss. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that his act yesterday was of foolishness. Zhuofan picked on his shame and did what he liked doing best, egging Huangpu Qingtian on with an exaggerated middle finger and a quirk of his eyebrows. Words were hardly necessarily at this stage in getting his point across. Dumbass! Huangpu Qingtian's eyes were spitting flames at this point, having long crossed the limits of his tolerance. But Lung Wuchang held his shoulder, stopping him from acting out. By getting rid of these third- and second-rate clans, Zhuofan spoke aplenty. By killing with intent, taken as his weapon of choice, he spat on Huangpu Qingtian's bravado while also slapping him around for good measure. Could any living being take it? And yet he did. He knew this was neither time nor place for such an altercation. "O.L. Poisoner, have you ever seen the eldest young master lose his cool?" Yu Yushan walked over to Yen Bongyi. Shaking his head, Yen Bongyi's face was grave. "Not even once." "Same. But the punk sure knows how to push the eldest young master's buttons." He chuckled for a second before sighing. "By the looks of it, the final battle revolving around 6 dragons and 1 phoenix for so many centuries has now turned into heaven-shaking dragon lord versus soaring demonic dragon. All we can do is stay back and cheer, like mere squires. We were so useless yesterday as well." Yen Bongyi recalled how Zhuofan had popped up in his face and shuddered from how powerless he felt. He didn't want to admit it, not with how he scrunched his teeth, since when their prestige as 6 dragons and 1 phoenix was seen with mockery. Yen Bagong, leader of Pil King Hall, glanced at the two with calm. "Don't sell yourself short. You are very much needed in the plan to get ourselves rid of that little monster." Shuddering, the two recovered their fighting spirit. "Yeah, we just need a good plan and together we will waste him for good." Yen Fu grinned with hatred. While the two were quiet, Yu Yushan mocked him. "We? Ha ha ha, what can you possibly do? Since when are you on the same level as us?" Yen Bongyi couldn't help but smile and Yen Bagong chuckled. Yen Fu was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Ever since his master, Yen Song, suffered an untimely demise, he lost all support in Pil King Hall. His alchemy was very much well regarded still, but his poison arts paled to the likes of Yen Bongyi, so he was kicked to the curb. It only worked to fuel his hatred for Zhuofan to new heights. He lost everything because of him. Back on the stage, all those greedy and power-hungry clans finally woke up from the allure of fame. They started drawing back, further and further away. The referee landed on the corpse-filled stage and sighed at Zhuofan's insane power. In the millennium that passed, and in all the esoteric debates that were held, never had the preliminaries to the final battle yielded so many casualties. Although sad, he had no sympathy whatsoever. Their greed got them their deaths. They bet their lives for power and fame, but lost in the end. They got their just desserts. In this qualification round for the final battle, Luo clan is victorious. The old guy shouted. They all heard it, but they didn't applaud. Those that laid at Zhuo Fan's feet were their brothers, part of the same clans. Why would anyone congratulate their enemy for killing their men? Did that even make sense? The only thing they felt when looking at the slaughter was pain. Zhuo Fan had stepped on their kin to enter the final battle. Why the hell would they applaud? Their hearts were only capable of unbridled hatred now. Not that Zhuo Fan cared. Every general climbed to his rank by stepping over a mountain of corpses. He had no need for eulogies and acclamations, only to be feared and obeyed. Old Pang, make a list with all the dead people's clans. I will pay a visit to each and every one of them. Zhuo Fan pointed at the corpse-filled stage. Old Pang got to work immediately. The relatives watched disgruntled, and some even had the courage to voice their indignation. Zhuo Fan, we don't need your hypocrisy. Don't think that some poor apology will be enough to atone for this slaughter. This earned the nods of the crowd. Apology atone? Quirking an eyebrow, Zhuo Fan felt he had heard the biggest joke ever. Ha ha ha. Are you stupid or what? Since when did I start having regrets from killing? And you even went as far as thinking I'd apologize for squashing mere ants? Humph. Let me be perfectly clear. When you went after me just now, wishing to get my head, I made sure to burn each one of you in my mind. I only want the list so I can pay a social visit and send you off with the rest of your clan and avoid any meddlesome folks in the future. Apologize? Atone? Unlike all those stories where the guy gets the girl, I will be sure to take her from right under your noses, morons. Success. Gasps of fear resounded everywhere. Is this guy human? He slaughtered so many, and yet he won't rest until he has committed genocide. Gone was vengeance from everyone's minds, and instead they shivered in fear, worrying if they'd even have a future. Maybe moving into mountains and avoiding this demon archon is for the best. They all paled and forgot everything about revenge. Lung Wuchang snickered appraise. This brat sure is crafty. People seek revenge out of survival. But when that is at risk, all the hatred evaporates. They will most likely run home and cover all of this up, while leaving him a free path to the final battle. But this punk is a tyrant. He does not care for the people, Huangpu Tianyuan said. Lung Wuchang shook his head. A tyrant is called that only in the moment of his fall. That is when others gather their nerves to call him that. If he keeps on winning, he will always be a righteous lord. His actions will have no impact whatsoever as well. As you can see from his choice today, he instilled a powerful image on all present here that getting on Luo clan's bad sides or on the Seven Houses' bad side made no difference. They'll end up dead either way. So who then will go against the Luo clan besides us? Gasping, Huangpu Tianyuan nodded. He is both ambitious and a ruler material. We need to nip him in the bud. Huangpu Tianyuan stood up and left. Seeing Regent Estate following their estate lord, the other 6 houses glanced one more time at Zhuo Fan before leaving as well. Staying any longer wouldn't net them any new information anyway. They had been introduced already to Zhuo Fan's other grand ability. Zhuo Fan sighed watching them go and went to Xianxia and Xia Tianyang. What a coincidence. You are also joining the esoteric debate. He failed to notice, however, Lung Wuchang pausing and looking back at him with a wide grin. Estate Lord, I may have found this brat's weakness. Lung Wuchang beamed at Huangpu Tianyuan. Huangpu Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Sir Lung found out the cause behind his vanishing axe? No, but it is akin to a spatial array. We can only use another array to seal this ability. Lung Wuchang shook his head. If only Zhuo Fan was here to hear this, he'd have the shock of his life, and praise Lung Wuchang's cunning eyes. The divine eye of the void's first stage's weakness was indeed a sealed space. But how do we trap him in an array? He is just too insidious to fall for it. Huangpu Tianyuan frowned. Lung Wuchang showed a vague smile. He is trickier than a fox, proving to be a hard opponent even for me. But even smart people act like an average person sometimes. Ho, Sir Lung must have a plan ready then. Huangpu Tianyuan's eyes flashed. Lung Wuchang nodded and smiled. Big brother Zhua, congratulations on getting into the final battle. Xianxia couldn't stop the sweet smile from gracing her face. Xueding Tian and Dong clan heads' hearts jumped from fear, despite knowing fully well that Zhuofan had always been on their side. It was all because his power was the biggest threat. The sight of Zhuofan slaughtering thousands of people with intent alone gave them the feeling of ants looking at a giant. He could kill them on a whim if he found them displeasing in any way. Who wouldn't shake in their boots? They had a stiff smile on their faces, but their backs were soaked. They were like deer in the headlights. The tiger had them in his sights, and even if his appetite was abated, their fear was very much real. Zhuofan was oblivious to the fear he evoked. He who had become a dreaded existence just minutes ago was now smiling and nodding. The others nodded stiffly with an awkward smile. He puffed up his chest as he looked at Xianxia. That was going to happen in due time anyways. It will hardly make a difference when garbage throws itself at me. Even if they are in the tens of thousands. They all laughed dryly, but sweat poured out harder. His tone was haughty, but then the people thought about it from a different angle. Weren't Dong clan and Shui clan average clans as well, garbage even? What would be their future? Wasn't he clearly mocking them in a convoluted way? It wasn't like the two could complain. Who told him to get strong enough to end their lives with a squeeze? Just smile and nod. Zhuofan was minding his own business, and with how often he was around big shots, he had no idea what waves his words were stirring in these two clan heads' minds. Xianxia chuckled innocently, but then she frowned. Big brother Zhua, will you really end their clans? They just lost their relatives. On the stage, death is unavoidable, but going so far as to kill their whole clan afterwards is cruel. My clan was also on the verge of being wiped out and I can relate. Please, see, could you just let them go? Well. Zhuofan frowned. Xue Dingtian noticed the predicament and chastised. Ninger, Steward Zhua had his reason for doing it. You can't go and ruin his plans with your playfulness. Moreover, a true man never goes back on his word. Even more so for Steward Zhua, who is a hero, a great. Fine, no problem. Xue Dingtian didn't even get to teach his dear granddaughter about manners before Zhuofan just shrugged it off. I only meant to scare them anyway, to dispel any thoughts of going against me. Since I got what I wanted, there's no need to exterminate them. What do you take me for? A pitiless demon archon? Damn right. They all shook their heads but nodded in their minds. If you're no demon archon, what are the thousands of corpses doing on stage? Xianxia was ecstatic. She felt for those pitiful clans deeply. Big brother Zhua doesn't need to go through a pointless slaughter. Zhuofan smiled and ruffled her hair. His savage face showed a rare hint of being content. Xue Dingtian was dumbstruck. He was looking to justify Zhuofan's cruel way all this time and even reproached his granddaughter. And yet Zhuofan actually agreed with his granddaughter's pleading instead of giving credence to his reasoning. Where would his face go when speaking to his juniors now? But seeing that Zhuofan had eyes for Ninger alone, the old man sighed. My face is useless here. Better leave them alone, lest I become a third wheel. Hey, hands off! Don't you know mere acquaintances should never touch? Xia Tianyang burst into their corner of the world and flung Zhuofan's hand off Ninger's head. His jealousy was already burning strong, and seeing Zhuofan patting her was the last straw. Zhuofan saw right through him and sighed. Luo Yunchang took this moment to barge in as well. Yeah. How could any respectable woman be touched so casually? Then she said in apology, Ninger, please don't mind it. Steward Zhua is a boor. I'll teach him some manners when we get back. It's all right. Young Miss Luo, don't blame big brother Zhua. Xianxia panicked. The gullible girl thought the young miss had the power to knock some sense into Zhuofan. Zhuofan frowned, feeling ticked off for some odd reason. Steward Zhua, here's the list. Captain Pang came with a paper. Fan scrunched it up and threw it. Never mind. Captain Pang was stumped. What's with Steward Zhua? Why is he so angry? Fan had no clue why, but felt something amiss when Xia Tianyang flung his hand off the girl's head. It only got worse when Luo Yunchang showed up and her words stung him. He was now sulking and had no one to vent on. Suddenly, Fan shouted, "Wait!" They all looked around to see where Fan was looking. The Sun Clan's four were tiptoeing away. They were depressed. They worked so hard on their cultivation the last 5 years too. They thought with their strength, it was enough to at least take Fan to his grave together if not alone. But then they saw that monstrous Fan turn into an abomination, killing with intent. The four of them had no chance whatsoever now. They would be finished in a blink. Oh, they still wanted revenge of course, but that didn't mean becoming cannon fodder was in their plan. Only an idiot would jump right in when there was no chance of victory. So they chose to hightail out of there. Once Fan figured out who they were, he no longer cared about them. But now he needed a good punching bag to blow off some steam and they became the perfect targets. Fan hardly ever got angry, especially the kind of dubious and inexplicable type of anger he was feeling right now. But now that he ran into these guys, he felt like the luckiest man alive. Staggering. The old man in front stiffly looked back as he used the same hoarse voice. "You need something? Are you serious? You're asking me? After you had the gall to shout that you'll kill me?" Fan smiled in anger, walking towards them while spouting, "Kai Rong, Kai Shouting," and the Sun Clan's father and daughter, "Drop the dumb act." The four shuddered as they turned, yet they were too scared to even look him in the eye. Luo Yunchang's group jerked. They threw the four out of their clan, but who knew they'd end up looking like freaks of nature? Fan cared not about their flimsy explanations and appeared right in front of the four as he taunted. "Come then, weren't you gonna take revenge? I'll take you all on and even give you 2 free moves." Their faces sank, no longer arrogant as before, but down in the dumps. What good will 2 moves do when you can kill us with intent alone? Don't feel like it? That only got Fan's rage to tower higher and roared. "Since you have no guts, kneel. See how I put you in your place." Regardless of how unwilling they were, their knees buckled. To kneel or not to kneel, that was the question. Kneeling was shameful, but most likely a better outcome than ending up a smear on the ground at the savage's hands. Life is ever precious. Face matters not, especially with our creepy looks. One after the other, they bent their knees and fell on Fan's feet. Luo Yunchang cried, How did you all end up like this?" "How else? The Hell Valley gave them some double-edged demonic method." A demonic emperor like Fan saw through them in a flash as he cursed, "Just look at yourselves. You're neither human nor monster, and yet you still want to live? Is this the awe-inspiring power you all sought? Especially you, instead of staying as an elder in the Luo clan, you went ahead and threw your whole lot with the Sun clan. What a fool." Fan sputtered into Kai Rong's flushed face. Fan had hardly had enough and kept on flinging curses. "Do you know why you look like this? It's what you deserve for being so adamant in becoming someone's lapdogs. Even as an elder of the Luo clan, you wanted to climb aboard Hell Valley. Now that you did, you're worth less than even a dog. Idiot, nitwit, dumbass, Nimrod." Fan was on a roll. He was thorough in cursing out every bit of respect the four ever had. They couldn't even muster a retort. Luo Yunchang glanced at Fan with complicated thoughts. "Fan, kill us or torture us. But stop with the insults." Kai Rong had had enough, it seemed. Fan squinted. "Kill you? Why would I ever do that?" The four were startled and echoed, "You won't kill us?" "Of course not. I only care about 2 kinds of people. Friends to hang out with and enemies to kill." Grinning, Fan added, "What do you suppose you are? Enemy?" Kai Rong tested. Shaking his head, Fan snickered. "Friends? Perhaps." Kai Rong's heart thumped with hope. Was Fan absolving them? Was he going to help them? Fan was cracking up, and mocked them even harder. "Wrong. You are nothing to me. Just a bunch of clowns unworthy to kill and even less to call friends. Beat it. Live on like the dogs you are and have a taste of worldly pain as you reflect on your mistakes. I expect a good show on your part. With a grin, Zhuofan finally felt at peace. Having cursed them and humiliated them so thoroughly. Shameless humiliation. The faces of the four were aflame, wishing they could go out fighting, and yet they kneeled there without a peep. Why were they here anyway? Did they come here only to get humiliated? Luo Yunchang sighed and glanced at Zhuofan. Zhuofan looked crazed in his enjoyment, shouting, "Why are you still here? Get lost already." Kai Rong's group shook their heads and left, but not before they heard Zhuofan sinking one last insult. "Do it like dogs. What are you standing around for when you're not even humans?" Shuddering, the four bit their lips fiercely. Zhuofan was towering over them with his mighty air and arrogance, yet all they could do was suffer. He was just that strong. Kai Rong wept as he crawled away with the other three. Their image in the evening sun struck the picture of degradation, of stray dogs begging for mercy. Zhuofan barked on, trying to dispel that queer rage completely. People watched Zhuofan being thorough in humiliating these four, leaving them without a shred of dignity. The more they saw, the greater their fear of Zhuofan became. They said a warrior could be killed but not shamed. And yet, when these clan heads watched such naked display of abuse and mockery, they felt it was even worse than having their entire clan wiped out. Because visiting the underworld may be cruel and sad, but all clansmen would meet again in the afterlife, while the shamed would have to live on with this disgrace, in this nightmare built by harsh and cruel words, a fate worse than death. While Zhuofan was raining curses, his every word stung Shui and Dong clan like daggers. Are we dogs or warriors? The Luo clan had Zhuofan as their pillar that even the 7 houses regarded with importance, and thus they could maintain their integrity. While to the average clan in this word, not being dogs would end up becoming their destruction. How could one have integrity when his entire existence was threatened? Oftentimes they never wished to rise above their station, simply to survive. That was why they had integrity on the surface, while acting like dogs through their actions. Just that these 2 clans were lucky enough to get a good master, Drifting Flowers Edifices and Sword Marquis abode. Unlike how the cruel Hell Valley treated their vassals. So they may be dogs, but could venture in calling themselves dogs with pedigree. Taking deep breaths, Shui clan head and Dong clan head glanced at each other, then shook their heads. Zhuofan and Luo clan were worlds apart from them. Steward Zhua, calm down. Why are you so angry? It's not worth stressing yourself over this. Captain Pang came to Zhuofan with a smile. Zhuofan shrugged, his face calm. I'm fine. I am not one to get angry over the likes of them. They are not worth it. I only abused them since it worked to show off my pretentious style. Captain Pang reeled and laughed dryly. What a reason to curse someone. How freakish. Only Luo Yunchang bit her lip watching Zhuofan. Oh, sorry everyone. There are matters that I need to deal with. I shall take my leave. Zhuofan cupped his hands and left with Luo Yunchang and company. The others replied in kind. Only Dong Xiaowan watched him grumbling. He never even looked at me. Dong clan head patted her shoulder and shook his head. Wanner, you and him are of different worlds. It's impossible. Dong Xiaowan closed her teary eyes. In Luo clan's residence, the ever-quiet Luo Yunchang spoke up. Zhuofan, Miss Ninger and you. What's wrong? Zhuofan asked puzzled. Luo Yunchang looked at him long, then shook her head. Nothing. Zhuofan blinked obliviously. Luo clan stayed in a small courtyard in Dragon Cloud City. After coming here, Zhuofan called for Lei Yuntian and the 20 profound heaven fakes. With Steward Zhua as our bulwark, we will always achieve absolute victory. Lei Yuntian cupped his hands and laughed. Zhuofan merely barked at the fakers. Elder Lei, cane these things 100 times each, personally. Lei Yuntian was startled. Why is Steward Zhua angry? Did he lose? No way. Whenever Zhuofan entered the fray, he only came out winning. Not to mention this was an easy matter. The 20 fakers were stumped as well. What did we do? They've been well behaved as of late. We never showed off either. Shuafan snorted. You think I forgot about you since I didn't pay you any attention last couple of days? Luo clan was attacked yesterday, and even our allies and outsiders came out with heavy wounds trying to protect our masters. While you just picked a corner to let this play out. You think you'll get out of this so easily? But they were 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. We have no hope of defeating them. Would have only died for nothing. One of the 20 said with fear. Squinting. Shuafan's flick sent him flying as he roared. You call that a reason? When you were Imperial Guards, did you run away as well? You are now the Luo clan's guards, and the least you could do is be our shields. We are never to die before all of you. Didn't Elder Lei and Captain Pang act just the same? You don't have the Luo clan's well-being as your priority and must be punished. Lei Yuntian nodded after a pause. He was right, and these guys had to be put in their place. Elder Lei, what are you standing around for? Do it! Shuafan barked. The 20 fakers jolted in fear. Lei Yuntian was about to execute the order when he froze. Wait, 100 canes per faker? Won't my old body give out after 2,000 hits? Steward Zhua, are you punishing them or taking it out on me? But then again, only he was the best person suited for the job, since if anyone else did it, it wouldn't count as punishment. But 2,000 canes. Lei Yuntian looked at Luo Yunchang bitter. Yunchang, what happened today? Why is Steward Zhua so irritated? Luo Yunchang shook her head. Never mind, Uncle Lei. Just give them 20 canes each, but a bit harder. They all eased a breath in relief. The fakers rejoiced, as did Lei Yuntian. They were blessed to have this young miss above Demon Archon Zhua. 2,000 canes turning into 400 was far more manageable. Back in his room, Shuafan sat down and emptied the teacup at the side in one gulp and sighed. He was finally calm. Luo Yunchang and Captain Pang entered, to which Shuafan said, How is Elder Li and the others? They should be close. For Dragon Cloud City to keep the peace, no house was allowed to bring in Radiant Stage experts. So Shuafan guessed Li Jingtian's group had to be waiting on the outskirts of town. Captain Pang shook his head. Young Miss Lei and Elder Yan hadn't come since you had plans for them. Correct. I indeed told them to move around this time. And the others? Shuafan nodded. Captain Pang muttered, the others didn't as well. Why? Shuafan finally had the time to mind Luo clan's situation and was stunned by what he heard. It was my idea. Luo Yunchang said, Dragon Cloud City doesn't allow Radiant Stage experts in, and you said not to expose our cards too soon. So Fool! Shuafan snapped, and raged again. The 7 houses didn't bring Radiant Stage experts because of their power, while you have none. If you and Yunhai die here, the Luo clan is finished. What would be the point of all my plans and my efforts to help the clan? To throw it all away in the end. Luo Yunchang bit her lip and tears threatened to fall down her cheeks. But instead of succumbing to them, she snapped back. Yes, I am not so astute and failed to see the big picture. And you? After being gone for 5 years, you instantly scream at anyone you find an eyesore. It'd have been better if you hadn't bothered coming. Luo Yunchang slammed the door as she left. Captain Pang was awkward. Steward Zhua, please don't take it to heart. She didn't mean it. She missed you day and night. Fine, I know. This isn't the first time she has acted like this anyway. Shuafan sighed and squinted. Old Pang, send a messaging jade slip for Elder Li to provide us support. I have a feeling we will have a falling out with Regent Estate. Captain Pang nodded. Shuafan was soon left alone with his thoughts. He closed his eyes as he considered. He knew something was off about him today. Irritated by everything and lashing out at anyone. He was this close to trading blows too. This couldn't go on. If anger got the best of him, he would force his way forward, which was not a good thing. He had to control himself at all costs, or there was a high chance he would do something he would regret. But why was he so ticked off all of a sudden? Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, he calmed down and started cultivating. Suddenly, a shout echoed and Shuafan clutched his right eye as he fell to the ground soaked. The golden ring in his eye flashed on and off as a faint second golden ring appeared. Am I about to achieve divine eye of the void's second stage? Zhuofan was excited. Rustle. With a few flicks of his arms, Zhuofan set up a defensive array and sat cross-legged, calmed his mind and readied himself to advance. He felt his right eye burning red-hot as the golden ring flashed. Zhuofan took a deep breath and focused his entire soul power on his right eye. The divine eye of the void had an intrinsic connection with one's soul. Each advancement would tax one's soul greatly. 3 days passed within a blink in this manner, with Zhuofan focused on his task and no one disturbing him either. However, the morning of the 4th day Zhuofan opened his eyes with a sigh. It still failed. Is it because my soul is weak or because of my restless state of mind? Squinting, Zhuofan began regretting. It was such a rare chance to get stronger and he had thoroughly wasted it. Recalling his impatience 4 days ago, Zhuofan shook his head. Why couldn't I be calm? I need to temper my heart and remove all distractions. Zhuofan took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The next time he opened them, they were crystal clear with no ripples across them. Zhuofan stood up, undid the array and walked out. He was met with Luo Yunchang and company. One look was enough to tell him something was up. What's wrong? Zhuofan eyed them. Luo Yunchang muttered. Pavilion Lord Long has sent word that they want to discuss the final battle among the 7 houses with you. But you were cultivating these past days and... All right, I got it. Zhuofan interrupted her and walked away without even looking at them. Like a lone wolf. Luo Yunchang looked at his back for a long while, and then said, Captain Pang, did you also notice that he has changed? Captain Pang swallowed. Steward Zhu didn't change. He has only returned to how he was 8 years ago. He looks the same as back then in Misty Forest. Luo Yunchang watched the prideful figure with an aching heart. Is he leaving again? A demonic cultivator only ever cared about themselves. With Zhuofan having met so many people over the years, each encounter had a faint influence, each tainting his heart and ultimately rattling his usually peaceful state of mind. He was of the belief that this was the sole reason for his failure to advance divine eye of the void to the second stage. After careful consideration, he had cast out every influence, along with the ever-growing emotions. The strong had no need for dead weights. Surveying the white clouds floating about the blue sky, Zhuofan's eyes were crystal clear, so much so that they looked dead. So much better. Sighing, Zhuofan walked with purpose to a courtyard 10 times larger than the Luo clans. This place had high-ranking people watching the gate. Brother, the killing with intent you used has opened my eyes. Long Jiu laughed. Zhuofan nodded unaffected. Long time no see, Brother Jiu. Long Jiu paused for a second. Why is brother so cold today? Darling, you were so cool. Xiao Dandan skipped over at some point with a rosy face. Peony Overseer held her face and sighed. Zhuofan glanced at her and said, Lass, do that again and I'll make sure it will be your last. Reeling, Xiao Dandan watched him like he was some stranger. She had gotten used to Zhuofan talking like that, but this time she could see the bloodthirst glinting in his eyes. She was certain that if she opened her mouth at this instant, Zhuofan would rip it off. Peony Overseer saw her disciple being picked on and glared. But before she could spring in defense, Zhuofan's cold, emotionless eyes snapped at her. And you, deal with your disciple before she meets with misfortune. When that time comes, you'll only have yourself to blame for not educating her properly. Zhuofan then walked inside without sparing the women a look. Zhuofan had long lost his joking mood and was ready to follow up on his threats. What's wrong with this kid? He's like another person. While those familiar with Zhuofan were stifled, the rest were even more afraid of earning his ire. Zhuofan was surrounded by a constant air of savagery, as if he was standing above all. No one dared to stand closer than 3 meters around this mighty lord. His faraway look and his power let them know that the best he ever felt was when he was alone. This Zhuofan left them all cold and shaken inside. Rumble. Zhuofan walked in through the heavy door, where the 3 clans sat around a round table. They all smiled at his coming, Chu Qingcheng especially. He nodded and smiled in reply. but ignored Chu Qingcheng as he took a chair. Steward Zhua, the qualification round has concluded. Because of your involvement, a large number of clans were eliminated. This makes the final battle planned a month later be moved 2 days from now. Long Yifi explained. Zhuofan nodded. So the reason you wanted to see me is, seeing how the Luo clan has never participated in the final battle of the 7 houses before, there are some things you have yet to learn. Long Yifi smiled. Actually, the final battle is held in a different area each time and rules change accordingly. What remains the same is how cruel and brutal it is. So it isn't held in Dragon Cloud City? Hasn't it been a tradition for esoteric debate to be held here for the past 1,000 years? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Long Yifi shook his head. This is the imperial family's scheme. Only by constantly changing the environment could they see the true power of the 7 houses. And with how powerful the disciples from the 7 houses are, so too will the terrain become of a much greater difficulty. This time it is expected to be the worst so far. Zhuofan squinted, still out of the loop. Grandmother giggled. Steward Zhua needn't be baffled. The Dragon Cloud City has a large 8th grade teleportation array to send us anywhere within the Tianyu Empire. And that is where the final battle will be held. This is also to prevent anyone from setting an ambush. Zhuofan nodded. Imperial family thought of everything. But using such a large teleportation array only for esoteric debate is such a waste. Zhuofan shook his head in the end. If the imperial family wanted to waste their coffers, how was that his problem? He was better off focusing on the final battle. That was the whole reason why they were gathered here. Xia Xiaofeng smiled. Steward Zhua, your skills have opened our eyes. But we still wish to ask, how confident are you in facing Huangpu Qingtian? Squinting, Zhuofan snickered. None whatsoever, but you can rest easy knowing that I can hold him down. With how one of the other 3 is a cripple, can you handle the remaining 2? With Steward Zhua holding off that monster, the other 2.5 men will be easily taken care of. The 7 houses ranking will be in upheaval. Xia Xiaofeng anticipated with joy. The others laughed with him. They discussed further details, then adjourned. Zhuofan walked to the door when a graceful figure blocked his view. Zhuofan eyed Chu Qingcheng. You need something? Zhuofan said flatly. Chu Qingcheng watched the impassive Zhuofan in anger. Zhuofan, I want an answer. Did you have no reason to stay in Drifting Flowers City longer? None. Zhuofan was resolute. I told you. I only did it out of self-interest. Since I had achieved my goal and got what I came for, I had no reason to stay. Chu Qingcheng gnashed her teeth and clenched her fists. What about the days spent in that shack? You call playing house being real? Mocking, Zhuofan sneered. Without sacrificing a few days of my youth, you would have never given up Bodhi Jade sap so willingly. Pa! Chu Qingcheng slapped him before he could finish. Grinning, Zhuofan giggled despite her raging eyes. Silly girl. You're so easily duped that I worry how Drifting Flowers edifices will survive after grandmother's gone. Why not give it to me? Bastard. You are dead inside. Chu Qingcheng glared. Her fingers dug into her palm, drawing blood, trailing her flawless skin. Smirking, Zhuofan no longer looked at her as he left. But his mockery stung nonetheless. Ha ha ha. I am and always will be a demonic cultivator. Even if that time made me feel anything, so what? You think you can hook me in? PFF. With heart-wrenching pain, Chu Qingcheng watched him leave with a face filled with tears. Zhuofan paused but never turned around, his face forever cold as he walked away alone. Peony Overseer and the rest rushed over, seeing Chu Qingcheng's state and starting cursing Zhuofan. Zhuofan hardly cared about the pesky cawing, leaving with a cold smile on his face. He had just left the courtyard and soon noticed some blood seeping from his mouth. He wiped it off unfeeling and mechanically. To become a demonic emperor, he had to be cold-blooded, and to never allow a trace of emotion to get a hold of him ever again. Dragon Cloud City's westernmost side had a towering mountain going by the name of Transfer Peak. Right on top of this huge hunk of rock laid a grand 8th grade teleportation array.
Some said that even before Tianyu Empire came to be, the Yuan imperial family used this precise array to send its troops to every corner of the empire. But as the chaos made way to peace, it didn't see much use, serving now just as a means to blow off the 7 houses' ever-accumulating rancor through the esoteric debate. At this particular moment, hundreds of clans were gathering on it en masse. They all looked at the array with nervousness, excitement, and awe. Anyone would be excited when it came to joining the final battle, knowing their rise was just around the corner, as was their destruction. And they were nervous as well at having qualified for this final battle. Besides the first-rate clans still holding their ranks, the third- and second-rate clans went through a shuffling. Few were those that rose to become first-rate with new and incredible power. The final battle, however, wasn't as cushy as the qualification round. Not that the entry fights were ever easy to begin with, but when taking the final battle into account, its cruelty was way worse than the qualification battles. Thus, it was easy to imagine how nervous these clans were feeling. That went farther for a particular underdog, the Luo clan of Windgaze City. With soaring demonic dragon Zhuofan on par with 6 dragons and 1 phoenix as vanguard, was there anyone capable of pushing them back? What was on the clan's minds, however, was whose vassal were they? For whose sake were they fighting for? The worry hit many hard. Look, the Luo clan! A shout snapped hundreds of heads in Luo Yunchang's direction as she led the Luo clan alongside Zhuofan. Finally healed, Luo Yunhai could now show his heroic aura and thirst for battle. A youth still, yet the 5th tiger of Tianyu would never just be another face in the crowd. Their proceedings instilled a certain heavy air around the onlookers. The Luo clan was a veritable wolf strutting through a sheep herd. It was so bad that the people made a 10-meter wide space for them. Everyone feared getting close to this savage beast. And yet, there were always exceptions. Big Brother Zhua, you're all here. Xianxia skipped over hyped and waving. The Shui and Dong clans behind her earned not few raised eyebrows. What was their connection for these 2 clans to get so close with this wolf? But the appearance of Sword Marquis Abode's second young master, Xianxia, making his way there as well, cleared all doubts. So they're allies. There was no shortage of rumors flying about the Luo clan, especially about its supporters. It so happened that Sword Marquis Abode was among these rumors, and today only validated it. This only worked to make the people even more envious of this upstart clan. So this is why the Luo clan jumped from 3rd to 1st rate and had a free path to the final battle. They have a house behind them. What kind of sheer dumb and rotten luck had they stumbled upon to have a house treat them so? Thinking of how mountains of wealth were literally flung at this 3rd-rate clan to reach such a position. If it were us in their stead, we'd have reached the moon by now. People always looked at the surface of things, unaware that the Luo clan of today wasn't because of the support of some houses. And it was what they were today that had caught the 7 houses' attention. It was painfully obvious to see who here was a dog or a man. Xianxia gasped as she reached them with a sweet and innocent smile. Zhuofan's mouth quirked and he ruffled her hair. What are you doing here? Haven't you always hated watching people die? Luo Yunchang retorted as she watched him longingly. It was her first time in days that she caught Zhuofan show a carefree smile. But why wasn't it directed at her? Luo Yunchang sighed, feeling the ache deep within. It's fine, Big Brother Zhua. Shui clan is joining as well, and I'll be going too. Xianxia giggled, brandishing her cute little fists to show her battle spirit. Zhuofan shouted anxiously, You can't, Ninger. This is a vicious battle, not a game. A girl like you has no place on the battlefield. I don't care. Because I know Big Brother Zhua will be there to save me whenever I'm in danger. Xianxia blinked her bright eyes, watching Zhuofan eagerly. She then looked at the thunder ring. Whenever I'm in peril, the thunder ring will flicker and you'll appear. Isn't that right? Zhuofan squinted, then nodded in defeat. Fine. I'll look after you. You don't have to worry about that. You have Huangpu Qingtian to deal with. Ninger will be in my care. Xianxia stormed next to Xianxia and held her shoulder, making a claim on her. Xianxia only now arrived and smiled awkwardly. I can't stop her. This girl is too stubborn. But don't worry. She will be in her brother's and young Master Xia's care, so she won't be in any trouble. On cue, Shui Lin and Shui Gang cupped their hands. Startled, Zhuo Fan gave them a once-over and nodded, despite the sense of loss taking hold on his heart. He felt that he and Ninger were only growing apart. With mountains rising between them, they could never return to the blissful times they shared in All Beast Mountain Range. This is for the best. He wanted to numb his heart, and severing those memories of their past encounters was for the best. With a deep breath, Zhuo Fan regained inner peace. Like a stone-cold killer, he said to Xia Tianyang, "Take good care of her and make sure nothing happens." "It goes without saying." Xia Tianyang nodded. "Zhuo Fan, I'm coming as well," Luo Yunchang spoke up. Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. "Why? Didn't I say I and Yunhai and 10 guards are enough? Why do you want to come all of a sudden?" "How?" "No reason. You'll protect me so it'll be fine." Luo Yunchang batted her eyes. Shaking his head, Zhuo Fan said, "No, too dangerous. Are you worried about me?" "That's not it." Zhuo Fan scratched his nose. "I'll be in danger if I have to constantly look after you." The others chuckled. Luo Yunchang glared as she kicked his shin. "You make me a dead weight while you said you'd protect Ninger? What am I then?" Zhuo Fan let her vent on his leg, stiffened for a second as his face went cold. Luo Yunchang kicked him once, but the second kick didn't come. For her heart grew forlorn the more she looked at Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan had closed off his heart under lock and key. He was like a prideful hero, wishing to bear everything alone. "The 7 houses are here." The shout got everyone's attention. With Regent Estate in the lead, the 7 houses strutted forth. Chu Qingqing was there as well. She glanced at Zhuo Fan only to see his face ever cold and impassive, which made her clench her fists. Grandmother was right. He is dead inside, not worth any woman's attention. Scoffing, she ignored him and walked behind grandmother with a frosty gaze. Marshal Dugu has arrived. Dugu Zhantian brought 10,000 soldiers to surround this area. He did it as a safety measure to instill order. But the thick scent of blood and steel shuddered the nerves of every disciple here, they who had only known life in the clan. Laughing, Dugu Zhantian stopped before Zhuo Fan and patted his shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Kid, I was ready to come out and save you that day, but you have radiant stage abilities already. You hid them so well that you even had me worried." Marshal was there as well? Zhuo Fan raised an eyebrow. Dugu Zhantian nodded with a smile. "How could I not? Just the day before Huangpu Qingtian showed off his intent. I had to watch over you. Who knew? Who friggin' knew? You are both made of the same cloth. Monsters the lot of you. I was worried for nothing. Ha ha ha." Laughing on, Dugu Zhantian turned to Luo Yunhai and gave him some warnings before leaving. The 4 tigers of Tianyu offered their encouragement as they left as well. Reaching the forefront, Dugu Zhantian surveyed the crowd of clans. "Please step before the array. The esoteric debate's final battle will begin shortly." Starting with Regent Estate, the 7 houses took the first line in order of the previous esoteric debate's ranking. Next were the clans, never even entertaining the thought of cutting ahead. The clans either stood behind their master or the house they wished to become a vassal of. Obviously, Regent Estate had the numerical advantage. But typical of Regent Estate, that didn't mean these clans were going to be accepted. While other clans with modicum of strength settled for standing behind other houses they wished to follow. Dong clan went behind Drifting Flowers edifices, and Shui clan behind Sword Marquis' abode. Zhuo Fan glanced at Luo Yunhai and nodded. Luo Yunhai strutted under the shocked gaze of the people right abreast the 7 houses, next to Drifting Flowers edifices. The rest of the clan's members puffed up their chests right behind him. The shock was understandable. The crowd now realized that the Luo clan was no one's dog but stood on their own. But this was a direct challenge to the 7 houses' authority. Would they be able to handle it? The 7 houses turned their heads, but the calm look on their faces said it all. They were expecting this. That only fueled the crowd's uproar. The 7 houses are accepting the Luo clan's rise. But how could they allow anyone to stand at their level?
The Luo clan did have soaring demonic dragon Zhuofan, that insane monster, but the rest of the clan was a whole another matter entirely. Huangpu Tianyuan snickered at the narrow-minded clans around him. Were they so blind to see it coming ever since Zhuofan started having a field day with the Seven Houses elders? So even though Luo clan was overstepping its bounds, per usual, none of the houses found it worthy of a reaction. Oh, your ambition for power and status sure is commendable. Ha ha ha. In the end you still abided by his wishes and showed up. An aged voice echoed. The crowd turned around in shock. They found 3 old men coming over. The leader being the head of 4 pillars, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng flanked by his Yin-Yang elders. Even from afar, the people could sense the hidden and thick power they exuded, enough to crush this entire area. Why is this geezer here? Dugu Zhantian held his beard with a stern face. Huangpu Tianyuan's side was put off by the presence of Tianyu's number 1 mind. This old bean had extended Yu Wanshan and company a hand in wrestling out of the emperor's grip one time. But it was a known fact that no one could truly unravel the real reason behind his kindness. His mind was unreadable. Yesterday's friend could very well turn into today's enemy. But the worst was the constant anxiety one was in not knowing when that would happen. Long Wuchang eyed the hunched figure, then shook his head and sighed. Not even he could read the old man. Hailed as unwanted contriver, with everyone an open book before his scrutiny, he had no confidence when it came to reading Zhuge Changfeng. Zhuge Changfeng sported a vague smile as he walked next to Zhuofan. Have you thought it through? Or are you going to be swept away by the storm? Gasps of shock resounded everywhere. What is the Luo clan and Zhuge Changfeng's connection? They now understood why Luo clan had risen to challenge the 7 houses. Blast it! With 2 pillars behind you, the young master under a marshal and the prime minister cheering you on. Not even the 7 houses would dare slight such a clan. So this is Luo clan's true backing. People's faces twitched and their hearts sank. Why does this never happen to me? Just what tricks did this Luo clan pull to grab hold of 2 pillars? Huangpu Tianyuan's side was also stunned. They never saw it coming. Zhuge Changfeng came for Zhuofan. With even Zhuge Changfeng helping them, they had no chance to finish off the Luo clan. Ever. Huangpu Tianyuan's face sank as his knuckles went white. Lung Wuchang dismissed his worries. Estate Lord, Zhuge Changfeng is different from Dugu Zhantian, a pragmatic. Even if he intended to get close to Luo clan, it will only be because of Zhuofan's skills. Once Zhuofan is out of the picture, they will fall like a ton of bricks. It only makes this time's esoteric debate of paramount importance. To stomp that punk dead. Huangpu Tianyuan's eyes flashed with bloodthirst. Lung Wuchang nodded, turning to the only one who could achieve this feat. Heaven-shaking dragon Lord Huangpu Qingtian. Yet the man in question was oblivious to their conversation. His eyes showed he was raring to go turn the entire battlefield upside down. Perfect. Lung Wuchang chuckled, finding everyone dancing his tune. Going back to Zhuofan, the man smiled. Prime Minister, how do you know if the Luo clan isn't in the eye of the storm already? Zhuge Changfeng raised an eyebrow. I trust your judgment. It's fine as long as you aren't forced into it. I am eager to see the day Steward Zhua achieves his ambitions. Zhuofan nodded and Zhuge Changfeng laughed. He took his Yin-Yang elders to Dugu Zhantian. Old Marshal, please don't take it hard on me for dropping unannounced. I would never. You are the honorable Prime Minister of our empire. It is only natural to come see the grand esoteric debate. Dugu Zhantian's beard trembled, his tone cold. Zhuge Changfeng laughed. Old Marshal, don't be so stiff. I'm here by myself out of boredom. Don't think too much of it. Humph, as if. The crowd cursed inside as well. Since when was Zhuge Changfeng that bored to come here without rhyme or reason? The game was most definitely afoot. The old fox's schemes aside, Dugu Zhantian had no time to mind him. His orders were to make sure esoteric debate ran smoothly. Recalling the emperor's explicit and repeated warnings, a caution the emperor never showed before, led this old general to believe the esoteric debate of today had national ramifications. Dugu Zhantian barked, by His Majesty's grace,
The esoteric debate will allow clansmen below the age of 30 to participate. No one older is allowed entry or I will personally cut them down. The rules will be explained to you shortly by one of Divine Dragons. Jade Flute Divine Sword Fong Chobai. Whoosh! A whistle of white clothes signified the entrance of an old man holding a jade flute and exuding a dominating air. Fong Chobai. Rustle. A flick of his hand sent 5 jades taller than 2 people around the teleportation array. Looking at it, the people saw the stone form 5 huge gates. 8th grade army transfer. National elemental stones. Looking at the red, yellow, green, blue, and brown stones, Zhuge Chongfeng and the 7 houses took a step back in shock. Fong Chobai nodded. Correct. This is indeed the array passed down by imperial ancestors. Fong Chobai then made a sign and the stones shone, each reflecting a beautiful scenery of beasts and birds. A 3rd-level spiritual beast soon passed by and watched the crowd curiously. Then came a 4th-level spiritual beast and howled, but was left to claw away at an invisible barrier, unable to reach them. Fong Chobai's voice roused them from the shock. I will now present you all with the rules for this esoteric debate. As you have seen for yourselves, the center and the stone arrays are both unidirectional. You will shortly stand in the center array and I will then send you to the location of the final battle. But to return, the only way is through the national elemental stones. The crowd looked puzzled. Fong Chobai continued, the 5 national elemental stones are a one-way door, but from the final battle location to here. To activate it, you will need to find not only these stones but also their key. However, each array has a yin and yang key that must be joined to return. And the order of your arrival will mark your ranking. Simple enough. Huangpu Qingtian smiled. The others nodded, finding it pretty straightforward. It all came down to finding some keys and the way back. The greatest danger was merely deadly battles between clans, nothing of importance. Fong Chobai raised an eyebrow and snickered. Simple is it? You won't be saying that after you find out the location. The clans stared at him distraught. Beast King Mountain. Fong Chobai mocked. Success. Gasps echoed around and some even felt their knees shaking. Beast King Mountain wasn't as deadly as all Beast Mountain range, but high-level spiritual beasts were nevertheless present. There were many 5th and 6th level spiritual beast kings roaming, hence the name Beast King Mountain. Even profound heaven and radiant stage experts would have a hard time scouring that place for anything, not to mention the plenty of bone-tempering cultivators among the clans. There was no need to even fight when the spiritual beasts would kill them off before they could even meet. The hearts of everyone sank in despair. Why was this time's battle so cruel and deadly? Only 6 dragons, 1 phoenix and Zhuofan were the picture of calmness. Glancing at these monsters left them stomping in indignation. Was this place chosen with these freaks in mind? If you take away the 8 monsters, you'd only have average people. This is ridiculous. Fong Chobai grinned at their silent protest. But of course, no danger comes unwarranted. It is slightly dangerous this time around, but the reward is up to the risk. These are 5 8th grade pills, brimming sacred pill. It will be up to each one of you to earn it. Say what? Zhuofan and Huangpu Qingtian were both affected. The brimming sacred pill was of most value to a radiant stage expert or those on the brink. Across the whole of Tianyu, this pill was the rarest of all. Not even the 7 houses had one. Huangpu Qingtian, Huangpu Tianyuan, and other peak profound heaven experts needed just one little pill, and they would jump right into being a radiant stage expert with no strings attached. While to a radiant stage expert, it would boost their soul many times over. Worth it. Huangpu Tianyuan was moved as he looked at his son. He had been stuck at peak profound heaven stage for decades. This chance was God-sent. And yet, Huangpu Qingtian's face left him cold. God damn it! If this brat gets it, he'll eat it on the spot. Zhuge Chongfeng frowned as he twirled his mustache. The old man has come out swinging. He is eager to begin his plan, while the 2nd and 3rd-rate clans looked on in forlorn depression. This is clearly meant for those monsters. Where among us do you see a radiant stage or peak profound heaven expert?
Taking it will only make us pop like fireworks. It came with great fear and trepidation as to how cruel this event would be for them. This stage was practically designed to be the death of them. They were nothing more than cannon fodder, but to climb aboard a house, a timely help would get the attention they desperately yearned. Even if they were cannon fodder, they'd still risk it. All right, youngsters, time to go. Fang Qiubai made a hand sign and pointed at the dark mass in the center of the array. In a dazzling fashion, a pillar of light sprung up straight to the sky and forced people to squint. Every clan's younger generation rubbed their eyes and their mouths twitched. But no matter how unwilling, they all walked on. Go, go, just go and die. They all cursed. No matter how they thought about it, Fang Qiubai's cheering felt more like a blatant wish for an untimely death, not like they had a choice in the matter. So on they went, for their clan's honor, and for their future. Whoosh! People sank into the pillar of light one after another, gone for good. Zhuo Fan glanced at the array and said to Luo Yunhai's group, "The teleportation array is random and will split us up. No matter what happens, you are to search for each other first and foremost." "Yes, Steward Zhuo." The 10 young guards nodded and Luo Yunhai spoke gravely. "Don't worry, Brother Zhuo. My godfather put me through some scouting lessons and I'll quickly find you." Grinning, Zhuo Fan said, "It was a good thing after all, leaving you in Marshall's care all those years. I can rest easy now." Luo Yunhai's eyes shined with resolve. "Let's go." Zhuo Fan took his group through the light pillar. Luo Yunchang's side looked from afar and prayed for their safety. "Zhuo Fan, I will make you pay for killing my master." A sudden roar caught Zhuo Fan's attention. Yan Fu watched him filled with revenge and hatred, more obvious now that the white light separated them. Zhuo Fan was stunned. "Damn, forgot about that twerp. This guy is a coward anyway. He only waited for me to get in the array before barking. Ah, what a chicken." Zhuo Fan shook his head and sighed. He was gone. Yan Fu, however, was over the moon. He actually managed to provoke the monster. Yan Bongyi walked over and mocked. "Spineless brat, try to refrain from being so despicable next time." The other houses also snickered. "Waiting for your enemy to be unable to do anything to you. If that isn't cowardice, what is? You've gone long on the path of a gutless rat." As they looked at him in ridicule, the rest of the 7 houses entered the pillar of light as well. Yan Fu gnashed his teeth, his face flushed as he followed them. The bustling place from moments ago soon turned quiet. Fang Qiubai found all participants gone and closed the array with another hand sign. Yet beyond his perception, 2 shadowy figures slipped past just as he finished. Whoosh! The towering light pillar died and Zhuo Fan found himself in the heart of a forest. He didn't even get to make sense of his surroundings as a roar grated his ears. With a rancid smell and whistling wind signaling its arrival, a dozens of meter-tall bear rose behind him. With his rock-splitting paw, it smashed right for him. Even a 9th layer of bone-tempering cultivator would be hard-pressed to face such power. Snapping his head back, Zhuo Fan frowned. 4th-level spiritual beast, mountain-crushing bear? The giant paw was right in his face. Yet all Zhuo Fan did was have his eye flash azure. The fierce bear paw came to a grinding halt and the giant bear was scared out of his mind as he ran with all his power. Zhuo Fan watched the disappearing humongous bear with a snicker. The Azure Flame's use isn't limited to all Beast Mountain range. All spiritual beasts are under its influence. This would make the trip to Beast King Mountain a breeze. While others had to painstakingly pay attention to any high-level spiritual beasts on the prowl, he was out on an evening stroll. The Beast King Mountain was his home turf. On the other hand, it was a nightmare for the rest of those poor suckers, particularly those that had yet to enter the profound heaven stage. Since he was welcomed by a 4th-level spiritual beast, the others ought to be receiving more or less the same honor, no? "I have to find Yunhai fast." Frowning, Zhuo Fan's wings unfolded and he took to the skies. Some flying spiritual beasts shot straight for him, but a flash of azure flame from Zhuo Fan's eyes cut their intent clean off. Whoosh! Flashes of white dazzled the sky for the better part of the next hour, yet Xuefan never met another person. He sighed at how ridiculously vast the Beast King Mountain was. If he didn't find the others fast, who knew what might happen? "Save me!" A charming voice entered his ears. Xuefan paused. With how vicious the Beast King Mountain is, no normal person would be stupid enough to come here. This person has to be a contender. Among the many clans that joined, Drifting Flowers Edifices had the most girls. Should I or should I not? Xuefan mulled it over for a second before flying down. I guess it won't be nice to watch your own ally bite the dust without helping. Since I won't find Yunhai anytime soon, I better lend a helping hand. Xuefan sent out a soul ripple and locked onto the source of the sound in an instant. He saw a huge lake in the distance, wide enough that it was impossible to see the other shore. The place was verdant and lush, framed perfectly by the sun's rays. But the water of the lake started to roil and billow as huge waves rose all over the place. A charming girl slammed into the water in great distress. Across from her was a quarter-mile-long scarlet venomous serpent. Its eerie pair of sharp eyes looked at the panicking girl with hunger. 6th-level spiritual beast? Overpowering flood dragon? Xuefan squinted in shock. That was no ordinary snake, but a water serpent descended from the mighty flood dragon. Such a spiritual beast was a natural king. It was a peak existence even among 6th-level spiritual beasts. Not even a common 7th-level spiritual beast could contend with it. Xuefan gasped in awe at the Beast King Mountain hiding such a monster. Even more so to the bad luck this Missy had, in landing not just in its turf, but its home waters. In fact, she popped right in its goddamned open maw. It couldn't get any worse than that. Success. Flicking its red tongue, the serpent opened its maw ready to swallow the girl whole. The girl shuddered and curled up, giving up on herself. Xuefan's right eye flashed with a golden ring and he appeared next to her. With another flash they were gone. The savage serpent bit down but got nothing but fresh water. It looked around agape. Where'd she go? The more it looked around, the more shocked it became. Not for a second did the serpent believe that she was fast enough to escape its range. The only plausible answer was an illusion. It lifted its huge tail, creating a 50-meter wide splash. It rubbed its head with the tip in bewilderment. How come? Am I growing senile and have started seeing things? In another area, the girl closed her eyes and shivered in Xuefan's embrace, waiting for the jaws of death to rob her life. She waited yet nothing came, not even pain. She only felt a bit chilly as the breeze traced her curves. The girl cracked her eyes open to see a broad chest and the blue sky. Xuefan was paying attention to where he flew with a cold stare. But when he felt her squirming, he said, "You're all right, ah." Xuefan's voice was stuck in his throat and his scalp went numb watching the nubile figure. The girl's naked. The girl looked at him and then at her silky smooth and uncovered skin before blushing and wailing. "Ah, you rogue. Don't look. Close your eyes. You're the damn rogue. What are you doing coming here without clothes? Since when is Drifting Flowers Edifices so deviant?" "What Drifting Flowers Edifices? I know no Drifting Flowers Edifices. I thought I told you to shut your eyes. Don't you dare look. Zip it. It's perfectly normal for a man to look, especially now. Go and wear something if you don't like it. You." She glared at him and huffed. Her eyes sparkled, on the verge of tears, and her face was growing flushed by the second. Ding. In the thick forest, Xuefan was facing away from the bush behind him in silence and focus. He could even hear some clear ringing coming from that bush. Xuefan sighed. No good deed goes unpunished. He went and saved the damsel, only to find her naked. So they made a pit stop at a bush to dress up. But this chick was taking her sweet time doing it. Can't you just put on a coat or a robe and be done with it? Look at me. Rustle. The grass crunched behind him and Xuefan turned. He was in for the shock of his life. He hadn't gotten a good look at this damsel, with the rescuing and all, but now that he had, she was quite the looker. She had a cute button nose, more than generous curves, and big eyes to reflect complex emotions. Considering her clothes, it was a striking difference from the refined and graceful silken robes. They were made with ease of movements in mind. The constant ringing finally drew his attention to her bracelet having a bell attached, completing her wild look. She's a foreigner. Zhuofan watched on speechless. Never had it crossed his mind that in a place filled with his clan's disciples, he would find a girl not native of Tianyu. Noticing the obvious look she was getting, the girl blushed. She was squirming with shyness, but still had the guts to give him a sharp glare. What are you looking at? See how I'll poke your eyes out. TCH, not that there's anything to see. Why are you so feisty? Zhuofan jabbed. The girl blushed harder and felt disgruntled. She was a pure and single girl, and then she stumbled upon this stranger who had got more than an eyeful. How could she face the world now? She was mortified, wishing to bury her head in her chest. Go die! All this while Zhuofan was walking away cursing, God friggin' damn it! I saved the wrong damsel and wasted all this time too. Glaring, the girl spat. What's the meaning of this? You regret saving me? She skipped in front of him and fixed her piercing eyes on him. Zhuofan's words struck a nerve and she got over her shyness in a jiffy. I'm an exotic beauty, a man's dream. It was your greatest fortune getting to save me and even getting an eyeful. What's with that tone? As if you were the one found naked. I am the one hurting here. You ruined me. Humph! Greedy pig. The girl's eyes were staring a hole into Zhuofan, wishing to tear him a new one. And Zhuofan's response? Pushing her aside in mid-stride. Move! I've wasted enough pointless time on you as it is. The girl eyed the proud Zhuofan walking away and blinked. And you call yourself a man? This was a first. All the men she had met so far were quite taken with her. Not cold as ice like this one. Then she recalled the desire in his eyes when he got an eyeful in the sky, and it was clear that this guy was a man from head to toe. So why? Then it hit her. What was she doing looking hopeful instead of getting her due for staining a girl's reputation? Ah! How mortifying! She cupped her blushing cheeks, her mind drawing all kinds of untoward conclusions. Not that Zhuofan had a mind to care. He ignored this fated encounter and was this close to forgetting her as well. What was the point in remembering every bystander? Roar! A sudden gust signaled the appearance of a golden panther as it jumped down from a tree up above. It stared savagely at Zhuofan, baring its reeking fangs as well. 4th level spiritual beast, mountain crossing golden panther. The girl cried in fear. Zhuofan only frowned with slight worry. With 4th level spiritual beasts being the order of the day on Beast King Mountain, he was plagued by what might happen to Yunhai. The girl figured Zhuofan was rooted to his spot from sheer terror and rushed to his rescue. The spiritual beast started laughing at Zhuofan's outlandish reaction. I scared the kid witless with my entrance. Perfect. It has been days since my last feast. Roar. The kitty pounced, its maw ready to swallow Zhuofan whole. Zhuofan smiled as his eyes were about to flash the danger away, just as a graceful figure jumped in front and blocked the savage beast. Ding! The girl's bracelet rang melodiously as she faced that savage pair of eyes with her charm. The girl then started moving her waist to the ringing, just like a dance. All the beast could do was gawk in a trance at the dancing girl. Zhuofan was stunned. He never knew you could deal with spiritual beasts in such an outlandish way. Through dancing and soul power, one charmed their opponent. Humans were hardly affected, but spiritual beasts with their tiny minds gobbled it up on the spot. As the girl went along her dancing routine, the spiritual beast's head was lolling about and its eyes glazed. Then the girl clapped. The savage beast's head cocked and slumped. The fear and dizziness in its eyes made a stark contrast with the contentment on its face. Left gasping, the girl wiped her brow. Zhuofan smiled. Ha ha ha, you're really something. This world sure is wide and there are many approaches to the same problem. Hey! Don't just stand there and comment on my skill from your high horse.
Snapping her glare on him, the girl said after a pause, "Looking at you, you're just a 9th-layer bone-tempering cultivator. No wonder this 4th-level spiritual beast scared you silly. Right back at you. Who was it, I wonder, that had her bare ass saved from that lake?" Zhuofan snickered. The girl now had his full attention. Blushing, the girl stuck out her head. "How is that the same? That thing in the water was a 6th-level spiritual beast. Wait, how are you able to fly as a bone-tempering cultivator? How did you save me? I am in the 2nd layer of the profound heaven stage myself, but not even I could escape that monster." Finally getting her wits about her, she realized the sheer ridiculousness of it all. How was she spared from ending up a 6th-level spiritual beast's lunch? Zhuofan wasn't about to blurt all his secrets to a total stranger and only showed off his lightning wings with a smile. "These things are quite fast, enough to outrun a water serpent." The girl blinked for a second and nodded. "I see. A 6th-grade flying spiritual weapon." The sight of those lightning-streaked wings had the girl musing. Then she said in all seriousness, "Oi, kid. Since you saved me and I saved you, we're even." Zhuofan nodded, though technically he could have easily dealt with the kitty. But the girl flushed again for some odd reason and was plagued by indecision. Her voice grew fainter to such a degree, even Zhuofan would have had a hard time hearing if not for his cultivation. "You still owe me for seeing me naked." "Oh, that makes sense." Zhuofan nodded and chuckled. "I totally understand you. Don't worry. I am not one to leave a debt unsettled." "One moment." Zhuofan then removed his sash. The girl became bug-eyed and turned away in embarrassment. "What are you doing, rogue? You said I took advantage of your plight, so I'm only returning the favor. This should make us even." "Hee hee hee. Rest easy, milady. I will definitely won't ask anything in return, including integrity." Zhuofan snickered, sizing the shivering lady with a curious eye. The girl was fuming now. "Damn pervert. That's not what I meant. What else is there? You mean you want more?" Zhuofan grinned. "Fine, my magnanimous self will never be so petty as a certain girl. Go ahead. Feel me up as much as you want. Ha ha ha. Do as you wish with me. I won't complain. Really not one peep." "Ah, rotten pervert. I've had it with you." The girl was stomping and pouting. I only want you to help me get some shaping spring. I don't need to see your shaping spring." Zhuofan's playful mood was gone, replaced by dead seriousness. "This matter is starting to become interesting." Shaping Spring was an underground river flowing for millions of years. Subjected to constant heat from the core, it was formed of Earth's essence and it was priceless. While Ice Heart Moon Soul of Xianxia was a peak water treasure of Yin, the Shaping Spring was a yang water essence. Just like diamond sand, the Shaping Spring was among the best ingredients, if not the best itself. They said diamond sand was the blood of the earth, while Shaping Spring was Earth's blood's blood. Diamond sand was a hard ingredient and Shaping Spring a soft one. Diamond sand made strong spiritual weapons, while Shaping Spring allowed a spiritual weapon to go through endless changes. Water had no form, shape, or size, and with just a drop of Shaping Spring placed in a spiritual weapon, it would turn into a sacred item, free to change its size at will. Big and unstoppable as a hammer of 1,000 pounds, or small and sublime like an invisible needle. There was one more incredible property the Shaping Spring had the others didn't know about. It matched with a body refining array. Zhuofan grinned as his mind drifted to the tall pillar in his thunder ring. It not once crossed his mind to take this direction, since he never could. But now he had a chance at getting the Shaping Spring, and with it, he could complete that art written in the 9 Serenities secret records. He may very well gain the same freakish power Gu Santong exhibited. Zhuofan was very excited to try. If he could get his hands on the same power that made Gu Santong invincible in Tianyu, then the father and son pair. But not even his imagination could fully grasp the extent of such power. The danger of achieving such a godly refinement was thousands of times greater than when he refined his body with diamond sand. Hesitation had him for a second, but he shook his head clear. There's no time to delay.
That thought comes after I can get it. Then his trademark evil smile graced his face once again. Miss, what would you have me do? The girl eyed him skeptically. Why is this punk so warm all of a sudden? Odd. But taking a look at Zhua Fan's cultivation in the bone tempering stage, her worries were put to rest. What could a 9th layer of bone tempering stage possibly do when he only had a 6th grade spiritual weapon built for speed? The girl smiled in kind. Come with me. Help me get the shaping spring, and what you did to me, it'll make us square. The girl blushed. Zhua Fan nodded with the same hypocritical smile as always. He felt like sighing. Oh, so many people judge me by my cultivation, only to be swallowed whole by me. This girlie is no different. He followed close behind her with a cold smile. For some very odd reason, she shivered from a creepy feeling striking her very core. Yet her response was to cock her head in bewilderment. Another lady got duped. The duo soon arrived at the edge of a lake. Zhua Fan's eyes trembled. Isn't this the same lake I saved her from? The girl smiled. Hey, do you know why I was in danger last time? Do you even need to ask? Bathing in some else's home is the same as taking a leak in it. If I was that water serpent, I'd swallow you in one gulp too, Zhua Fan said sagely. Blushing, she seethed. What bathing? Who would do that in such a dangerous place? Where do you come up with all these dumb conclusions? What else is there? Weren't you going all natural when I got you out? Zhua Fan scratched his nose. Yet for some reason, despite his unfazed face, his body was quite honest. 2 trails of blood flowed down his nose. Zhua Fan was stunned. Why am I bleeding? The girl was flushed and smacked his head in resentfulness. Stop having errant thoughts or I what? Make me bathe naked for you to look. Zhua Fan snorted. The girl was stomping in anger, red as a tomato. Why was she so unlucky to meet this creep? Then again, only by working together with this creep could she get the shaping spring, and she sighed. She reined in her indignation and turned grave. Do you see that cave across the lake? Zhua Fan followed her fingers to see endless fog surrounding a mountain. There was also a faint image of a man-sized cave entrance at its foot, half of it submerged in water. Zhua Fan nodded. What of it? That is the Serpent's Cave, the girl said. Zhua Fan asked. How? That thing was 500 meters long. The cave is too small for... Zhua Fan's eyes jumped. The girl giggled and made good use of this rare chance to mock him. You're not as dumb as you look. Yes, that serpent is definitely eating the shaping spring. It allows it to change its size and enter that cave. What makes you so sure shaping spring is in there? Perhaps the venomous serpent ate it somewhere else? Or maybe it's in the middle of eating. Zhua Fan frowned. Whoosh. With a flash of light, a golden-tailed carp jumped in front of him, splashing his face with icy cold water. PFF. The girl giggled, reveling in his misery, content she finally managed to get some retribution. Zhua Fan wiped his face, uncaring that she did it on purpose. I see. You have a first-level water-type pet you used to scout the poisonous serpent's cave while it was away. Clever boy. The girl winked and smiled. I've been staking out the strange 6th-level spiritual beast since I found it a month ago. Until 3 days ago it only kept to the cave. So I used my first-level spiritual beast, goldenfin fish, to find that it really contained shaping spring. But that poisonous serpent was truly vicious, coming back just an hour later. So I waited the past 3 days for it to come out. But since it didn't, I had no choice but to go in and confront it. Seeing the girl's charming smile, like she had hit the jackpot, Zhua Fan jabbed. So you got naked and tried working your wiles on it? Wait, that ain't right, you're different species. Even if you forced yourself on that hunk, it would only see you as lunch. What nonsense are you babbling? Who would ever seduce that beast? Blushing, the girl gnashed her teeth in anger. I only intended to use my beast-controlling art to tame it. There is nothing obscene about it. Beast taming? What does that have to do with you running around in all your glory? Zhua Fan raised an eyebrow. The girl's glare sharpened a notch. Oi! Could you stop with the vulgarities? My clan's beast-controlling art pays special attention to being one with nature. The more in tune one is, the stronger the art. Since I can only tame a 4th-level spiritual beast at most, I had to give my body and soul in joining with nature this time around. But I failed anyway because its soul is stronger than average and almost lost my life at its jaws of death. Zhuofan nodded. The venomous serpent was related to the flood dragon. Dragon blood flowed through its veins. How could it be just a mere 6th-level spiritual beast? The girl was in over her head, trying to charm the beastie with her skill. Oi, brat, weren't you quick at flying? Draw the venomous serpent out and let me fetch the shaping spring. Do that, and I will cross out the crass attitude and disrespect you showed me. The girl showed a bewitching smile and batted her big puppy eyes. That might have worked on your average hormone-riddled male to fire him up in braving any dangers. But Zhuofan, however, was a stone-cold killer. My thoughts exactly. Zhuofan showed his trademark evil smirk. The girl's eyes shined with glee, but Zhuofan could easily see a spark of contempt hidden there. One that said, all men are the same. Humph, ignorant bint. Now that I know where shaping spring is, you've outlived your usefulness. Snickering to himself, Zhuofan flew to the cave. The girl stared at him all the way with an increasingly wider smile. She could practically hold the shaping spring in her arms. Yet something nagged her in the corner of her mind. Isn't this perhaps a little too easy? Is this man that much of a fool? So easily taken in by some eye-batting and exploited to his literal death. Bang! Zhuofan pummeled the entrance wall. The gonging sound was eerily similar to someone knocking on a metal door. The girl looked on dazed, from a very safe distance. This punk has nerves of steel, I'll give him that. Or is he plain indifferent to the 6th-level spiritual beast just waiting for him inside? Speaking of his insensitivity, was he that easily taken in by my charm? The girl looked at him closer. Something isn't right here. Splash. Then, the sound of water was heard and a meter-long water serpent swam out of the cave. It shook as its body expanded. It was back to its 500 meters long size in a blink, which created a huge splash as he hissed at the two humans. Hiss! The stench licked his cheek and Zhuofan clutched his nose as he sized the snake. This guy ate shaping spring, all right. The girl was waving her hand down yonder in panic. Not out of worry for Zhuofan, of course, but his death would mean her venture would abruptly end with a big fat zero haul. Why is this brat just standing there? Is he scared shitless? God damn it. Why did I fail when I'm so close? The girl gnashed her teeth in annoyance. The venomous serpent thought the same, laughing out loud and looking with contempt. This brat must be so naive to knock at my home. Now that he has basked in my royal glory, he's scared witless. Ha ha ha, it's only natural. Even I am in awe of my glorious self most of the time. Ha ha ha. Glancing at the delusional snake and its wagging tail, Zhuofan could read him like a book. He grinned as he simply flew inside the cave. Guard this place and don't come in without my say. Zhuofan belittled this useless thing and just waltzed in. The venomous serpent was out of it from shock. What did he just say? To watch the door. The serpent was enraged. No one ever ignored it, least of all claim its cave like he owned the place. Oi, punk! Do you have any idea whose home this is? Do you have a death wish? Hiss! The venomous serpent got closer to Zhuofan and hissed in his face. Covering him in drool, it hoped to knock some sense into him with its almighty majesty. The girl was soaked from fear. Run, you fool! Yet Zhuofan only had disdain in his eyes. He wiped the drool from his face and glared. Behave! PFF. The venomous serpent almost spat blood. It had never met someone so full of themselves to ignore it and even belittle it. It was royally pissed. The girl was scared witless. You behave, brat. You're pissing it off by telling it to watch the door. I get you want to die, but could you at least do it down yonder? Some of us still need to get in, you know? The guy's brains are on the fritz. She sighed. She could practically see the kid torn into pieces by the angry venomous serpent. And that was what the serpent was about to do. Holy friggin' balls! I've seen many dauntless, but none so boneheaded to not even care for their lives. They look for death, or, better yet, they deserve death with such an idiotic stance. You're dead meat, so cut the act. Humph, as you wish. This king will send you off. Licking its sharp fangs, the venomous serpent hissed and went on to swallow him whole. With how the red mouth was covered in poison, Xuefan would find himself melting the instant he touched it. The girl closed her eyes and looked away. She couldn't bear the horror that followed. Yet Xuefan was cool as a cucumber as the azure flame flashed in his eyes. A ripple racked the venomous serpent. Scared, the huge serpent froze in its place. He was soaked in sweat, even as his maw was right on top of Xuefan, with fangs bared and all. And yet he just didn't chomp. The look in Xuefan's eye got him so terrified, it started shivering. You're so feisty to not listen when you're ordered. Xuefan shook his head as he went in like he owned the place, leaving the venomous serpent behind like a statue, scared and dumbfounded. What power was that? The serpent's heart was frantic. Spiritual beasts cared a lot about levels, more than the strength even. A 6th-level spiritual beast's pup was no stronger than a 3rd-level spiritual beast, but no 4th-level spiritual beast would dare attack it. It was their inborn majestic aura doing its thing. No low-level spiritual beast messed with a higher one. Ever. It was etched in their bones, blood, and the like. As a 6th-level spiritual beast, it was invincible here. A king lording over the masses. It had the right to pick on others, not the other way around. But it finally got his due in the form of Xuefan. The guy flexed his power for a blink and scared the living daylights out of the snake. It had no clue what level of spiritual beast that power was equivalent to, but its blood told him to surrender and lay down all hostilities against Xuefan. Damn it all to hell. What was that? He held such power that it made even a 6th-level spiritual beast shake in its own skin. What savage beast could have such power? And why is it with a human? Is he perhaps a dreadful beast's young? The venomous serpent was sweating buckets. It was just like a beggar meeting an emperor, with only obedience in his heart. If it was told to guard the door, that was what it'd do. What was so bad about it anyway? It went to such an extent that the snake swam out of the cave and didn't even have the gall to look behind him. While the girl who had struck Xuefan off as a dead man sneaked a peek all this time and was now dumbstruck. What the hell? Since when were vicious, venomous serpents so meek? It's not only not entering the cave, but was even posing as a damn watchdog. How in bloody hell did a bone-tempering cultivator do this? Does he also have a secret beast-taming art? The girl cocked her head, glancing at Xuefan, going further in with amazement and more than a little curiosity. This brat isn't as dumb as he looks. He may very well not have needed my help with the 4th-level spiritual beast as well. Wait, if he's so strong and all, why is he hiding it? Is he planning to take it all for himself? The girl panicked and stomped in anger. Her wish to go in there herself was curbed by the venomous serpent guard at the door. This time she was close to blowing a gasket. She had wasted a month staking out this place, only to let another person reap the reward. I was hustled. She then pouted and slumped on the ground, sulking. Back to Xuefan, the man in question soon arrived at the end of the cave. The view here shocked him senseless. The cave was your average hole in the mountain, opening into a room 1,000 square meters in size, but the dazzling scene was breathtaking. He came here for shaping spring and actually found so many high-grade herbs. There were 100 8th-grade and at least 1,000 7th-grade herbs. Such haul could contest with the 7 houses stores, if not even imperial families. Holy Mother of God! True wealth truly comes from nature. He assumed these were all gathered by the snaky, but why didn't he eat them? To last him through the winter. Nor for me, I guess. Without further ado, and not caring for the beast outside, he pocketed all herbs with a wave. He even went to every corner and made sure he didn't miss anything. Xuefan cackled like mad for such a great haul. It echoed along the cave walls and traveled outside. Venomous serpent's heart sank and tears fell from his eyes. The girl heard the cackle as well and almost sank into depression. Those were supposed to be mine. Having already scouted the cave with her pet fish, she knew what a jackpot that cave held. She didn't tell Zhuofan about it in fear he'd want a bite as well. And now, he didn't just take a bite but swallowed it whole. The girl was wallowing in misery, tears threatening to burst out of her clear eyes. Whoosh! Zhuofan drifted around in the cave, waving his ring in every direction. He could feel joy bubbling out of him with every precious ingredient being tucked away in the safe confines of his ring. He just came to Beast King Mountain and had already made a killing. This is the best goddamn omen of all. Zhuofan cackled, his sound chilling the snake and human outside to the bone. After he had made sure nothing was left unappropriated, Zhuofan began his search for shaping spring in earnest. His soul sense spread to every corner. Then Zhuofan rushed deeper. Standing next to a hot spring, he watched the bottom of the spring in shock. An all-natural hot spring. It was 10 meters wide and had hot water coming out from the wall in front. But what was truly amazing was the thick white layer at the bottom of it. Zhuofan knew right away that this was shaping spring. Isn't it a bit too much? Not even he had hoped to find so much of the underground miraculous treasure. Just a vial of the stuff could buy you a town. He'd be happy with just a bowl. But he didn't just get a bowl, he instead got a whole tub. He could literally bathe in it. Zhuofan shuddered from excitement. Thinking back on this mountain, he realized that only after billions of years of accumulation could have gathered so much of shaping spring. There would have been even more of it if not for a certain snake sampling it. This is enough as it is. Anyways, one shouldn't be too greedy. It's bad for health. Zhuofan chuckled at his egotistical thinking. Any who heard him would have spat blood. If you're not greedy, then the people in this world are all altruists. Humph! Greedy pig! Plop! With a laugh, Zhuofan jumped right in. He sank until the shaping spring reached his waist. Zhuofan quirked his eyebrows in glee. So deep! There was even more of the shaping spring than he thought was possible. Zhuofan went right down to business, taking out bottles and filling them with the stuff before throwing them into his ring. Zhuofan's face always sported that dumb grin throughout this ordeal, smiling from ear to ear. I hit pay dirt coming to this Beast King Mountain. It's totally worth it even if I don't get that brimming sacred pill. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan's laughter echoed throughout the cave. Bam! While he was hauling his booty, he touched upon something. It didn't sound like a rock, but something hollow. He groped around blindly before taking out a blue vial. Zhuofan looked at it curiously. Why is there a vial here? Is collecting baubles another one of the serpent's hobbies? But the writing on it left him stupefied. My luck can't be that good, right? Did I actually stumble upon a brimming sacred pill? Yes, sir, the vial had those exact words on it. The cap even had a seal on it to not leak its fragrance and attract spiritual beasts. Zhuofan started flipping it. Feng Chubai threw 5 such pills into Beast King Mountain at the start. This one must have flown through an underground river and chanced upon this place, with the snake totally oblivious of it. Zhuofan sighed. I'm so lucky even I'm scared. The odds of finding a brimming sacred pill among shaping spring was a true close to 0 chance. But was he one to waste such an opportunity? Hell no. He threw it in his ring and resumed hauling his loot. It took him half a day of grueling work to capture it all, down to the last drop. The venomous serpent outside was swimming around, peeved. Just what are you doing in my home? Couldn't you at least leave some for me? Wah! Uncaring and unfeeling for the heartbroken snake outside. Zhuofan had no idea about the meaning of restraint. He took one last look at the spotless walls, and nodded in satisfaction that he didn't miss anything. Woe was the poor snake. It was now a millionaire turned pauper, wrung dry by Zhuofan. If it had only seen this spotless place, it'd be crying his lungs out. Not that the greedy Zhuofan ever cared, mind you. Zhuofan now took his time to inspect the brimming sacred pill. He uncapped it and swallowed it. With enemies coming out at every turn in the esoteric debate, he was hard-pressed to find such leisure again. giving him enough time to refine the pill. It'd be best to stay in here, under the snake's watch and grow stronger. Boom! An explosion of soul power happened the instant he swallowed it. As if a sea was unleashed in his head, his mind threatened to burst. Zhuofan never thought the pill would be so outrageously strong, finding it painful even for him to absorb such a vast amount. Nevertheless, he was happy as he channeled it into his right eye. With his soul at the radiant stage, increasing it a few more times would hardly help him in this battle. His focus was on reaching the divine eye of the void's second stage with the help of the brimming sacred pill. The first stage had incredible power and made him practically invincible, but the second stage was even more so, as it covered his deadly weakness. His victory in this final battle solely rested on it. Zhuofan's right eye burned hot as the golden ring in it flickered. Slowly, a second golden halo came into existence beyond the first. Even if blood spilled from his eye, even if the pain was excruciating, he braced for it and remained staunch. If he hadn't missed his chance in Dragon Cloud City, it wouldn't have been such an ordeal. But now, forced by circumstances, he chose to power his way through, multiplying his agony instead. He couldn't even spare the attention to care though. Even as he bled from his eye, even as he was soaked in sweat, he still remained firmly seated on the ground. Over the next couple of days, Zhuofan was in constant frown and veins bulged on his forehead. He was still suffering through the pain and felt the breaking point drawing ever nearer. He reached his limit on the afternoon of the third day. He was teetering on the edge, just as the second halo formed in his right eye. An invisible wave shot to the skies the next moment. A simple glare actually made a small hole straight through the whole 500-meter-tall mountain above him like it was nothing. The bright sky, the warm sunlight, passed through it and shined upon the gleeful Zhuofan. He was spent and weary, but thrilled. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. The power to break through any space. Even trapped in an array or space, he'd now have no problem blowing his way out, all thanks to a little help from something called Divine Eye of the Void's second stage. Ha ha ha, awesome. I am truly invincible now. Zhuofan cackled, but fell the instant he tried getting up. He guessed that he would have to wait as tending to his soul came first. A great deal of his soul power was used on breaking through, and it was now time to use the rest to cultivate. So he sat cross-legged again. The next day, his soul spread around and found everything to be far clearer. He realized the range had increased to 2 miles and flew out of the cave. He had struck the motherlode coming to Beast King Mountain. Whoosh! Shooting out of the cave with a thunderclap, he ignored the snake and took to the skies. With his nemesis finally out, the venomous serpent shrank his size and entered the cave. The empty and spotless place left him wailing in rage. The hoard he grew throughout his life was gone, just like that. Even Shaping Spring was picked clean. He licked the hot spring and found not a drop remaining. The snake wailed. He is worse than a bandit. But then he noticed the bright sky above and almost fainted from anger. Blast it all to hell. Have you no restraint? You already cleaned me out and now you go as far as punching holes in my home? What did I ever do to you? Wah! Whoosh! Thunder cracked across the bright sky, announcing Zhuofan's lightning-fast flight, his face pleased as punch. What was that saying? One good deed deserves another. Yeah, that's the one. I saved that annoying lass, and nature replied in kind from her bountiful bosom. I'll have to rethink my approach and spread kindness from now on. Ha ha ha! Zhuofan cackled. Then he spotted the same girl not far ahead. She figured he was going to take off and waited for him outside. Oh, miss, do you need something? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. Fuming mad, she said, Hand it over. Hand what over? Zhuofan played dumb. The girl barked. Shaping Spring and those herbs. Think I am so stupid not to realize what you've been doing in there? But I am a woman of morals, so I won't bicker. According to the laws of the cultivation world, half belongs to me by right. Bint no can do. Zhuofan shook his head. You said giving you half is fair, but why would I ever do that? The lady played the kicked puppy card. But I found it. First come, first serve. If it weren't for me, you'd never get them. So give me my fair share. The girl panicked. Shuofan smiled. Did you forget I saved you? To repay me, you showed me the treasury. Now we're even. But bye. Shuofan left laughing. But the lady blocked him again with a snarl. You damn bastard. Out of respect for saving me, I wasn't going to argue with you and split the haul evenly. But you just don't know when to quit. Her second layer of profound heaven cultivation exploded, glaring at Shuofan with the clear intent to fight him over it. Shuofan yawned. Missy, power isn't always limited by cultivation stages. Once we fight, your hopes are dashed. Humph. Damn egomaniac. Enough bluffing. You may have subdued the 6th level spiritual beast, but I'm no spiritual beast. I also know taming arts, and they only work on spiritual beasts. Stop trying to scare me. It ain't going to work. She then punched straight for Shuofan's face. The fierce power of the fist came barreling down towards him, backed by her second layer of profound heaven cultivation. It had no effect on Shuofan, however, still calm and uncaring as he vanished. The girl was left speechless. The next second she found her wrist yanked behind her back. Ah! She then started crying from pain. Why, you're breaking my arm. Let go. Shuofan shook his head and let go. She jumped 10 meters away and looked at him perplexed. How did he do that? He was clearly in the 9th layer of bone tempering stage, yet overpowered a second layer of profound heaven cultivator in both power and speed. She felt like a mouse in the claws of a hawk. This doesn't make sense. It's too damn freaky. Only now did she recall Shuofan's words. This guy is a bloody monster. The girl gnashed her teeth, and a flick of the hand revealed 3 roaring 4th level spiritual beasts ready to pounce at Shuofan. Shuofan raised an eyebrow curiously. You're not half bad. I'll give you that. You don't see that every day. A lady having 3 4th level spirit animals. Hee. Scared? She stuck her chin out in her boasting. Let me tell you, I have a dozen spirit animals, but these 3 are my most cherished ones, and they even know how to fly. I would have drowned you in my spirit animals if we were on the ground instead. Shuofan looked at her oddly. Most people in Tianyu focused on personal power, with hardly any interest in rearing beasts. That made spirit animals a rarity. You were hard-pressed to find even high-stage experts having one. But this girl here was quite average in cultivation, yet had over 10 spirit animals. It was Shuofan's first time meeting someone who specialized in rearing beasts. His odd looks, however, were taken as fear by the lass, who cackled. It's too late to be scared now. But if your apology is heartfelt enough and you give me those items, I may be inclined to spare your miserable life. I will even forgive your earlier transgression. Whatever gave you the idea that I'm scared? Did you forget how that 6th level spiritual beast acted in front of me? Just like a kitty. And you think some 4th level spiritual beasts will do? Ha ha ha. Shuofan sneered. The girl snapped. See, cut your boasting. Who knows what you really did to that serpent? But it can only be something similar to my own taming art, a soul attack. But these 3 pets of mine are linked with my soul. Their master's orders are paramount. It will be impossible for you to tame them. Oh, shall I give it a shot? Shuofan snickered. The naked contempt he showed only earned her ire. Attack! Show him your power. Roar! The 3 beasts were extremely loyal, jumping on Shuofan the moment they were given the go signal. Yet nothing could unnerve Shuofan. The 3 were right on top of him, ready to tear him to pieces when his eyes flashed azure. And, just like the 6th level spiritual beast before, the 3 pets froze and started sweating like pigs. Mommy! Who the hell is this big shot? Why is he so scary? Without further ado, the scared, witless beasts bolted with tail between their legs, swift as the wind. It took a long time for the truth to worm itself into the girl's mind. Sheer absurdity of it all. She then shouted for her pets to come back. But would they listen? What master's orders were paramount? Life was infinitely more precious. Blast it, is the master's brain on the fritz? Why would we ever face such horror? To die? The girl shouted herself hoarse, but her pets were long gone, infuriating her. Then she sobered up and shuddered from fear. Zhuofan drifted towards her with his mocking smile. It seems being linked with your pets ain't all sunshine and rainbows. With the three of them horrified, their master is ought to feel some of that fear herself. Who the hell are you? The girl froze, watching him in horror. Now she knew why the 6th-level spiritual beast held this man in such fear, and her pets were no different. Because this man didn't use something as trifling as his soul to subdue them, but instilled a sense of utter dread in their very being, that even robbed them of the thought of fighting back. But how? Why would vicious beasts show such fear towards one simple man? Such a ludicrous story was never heard anywhere in the world. But this guy did it with ease. Just who is he? Zhuofan smiled and answered her doubts. I will one day rule this world. With a laugh and flap of his wings, he was gone. He left the girl shivering and staring dumbly in shock. This mystery man had tangled with her so many times and left her with a bone-deep impression. Those final words were etched in her mind. She would scoff if it was anyone else saying them, but for some reason, hearing them from Zhuofan made her believe he could do it. How could Tianyu have such a dreadful man? The girl was filled with trepidation. Whoosh! 2 black-robed men flashed in front of her. Lianer, is something wrong? One asked, while the other followed with, Young miss, are you all right? She only looked at them with fear in her eyes. Brother, Tianyu isn't something we can just attack. It's best that we fall back. Then her vision blurred and she fell unconscious. The two held her in worry, calling out to her. What did she mean? Young chief, young miss is only shaken up. You don't need to worry. The night sky was brightened by the moon's glow and dazzling stars. In a dusky cave crackled a bonfire, shining its light onto the 100 black-robed figures, all with heads down and in solemn silence. A white-mustached old man glanced at the girl resting near the fire with a youth at her side. The youth asked, She is in extreme shock. But why? I've known my sister for all my life. She grew among spiritual beasts and is very brash. Just what could have scared her so much? Well, the old man frowned, then sighed. It is different for everyone. I am sorry this old man can't be of any help. The youth sighed and waved the old man away. It was now that the resting girl's eyes fluttered and she said weakly, Be brother. Lianer, you're awake. The youth grabbed her wrist in happiness. The other black-robed men rejoiced but did not disturb them. Lianer, what happened to you? You are strong enough to wander the Beast King Mountain for months. So why did you suddenly black out? That was dangerous. The youth looked at her in concern. Lianer nodded, her eyes glistening as she said anxiously, Brother, don't attack Tianyu. It holds our natural enemy, and if we attack rashly we will suffer greatly. Our clan will be ruined. The youth looked at her puzzled. So she propped her weak body up and began retelling her encounter with Zhuofan from start to finish. The youth was shocked. What? Tianyu has such a mystical power to cower spiritual beasts. The faces of everyone around them fell. This news was a nightmare. Tianyu is a true dragon among men. We can't underestimate it. Taking a deep breath, the youth stood and paced around with a frown. We, the Chuanrong, are experts in rearing beasts, able to sweep the lands with our beast army. Not even that god of war, Dugu Zhantian, dares face us. Only with the help of his arrays and formations can he stand on equal ground to us. But if Tianyu has someone capable of instilling fear into beasts, to the point they'd go against their master's orders, our beast army will collapse in a heartbeat. The others nodded, having reached the same dreadful conclusion. This news broke Chuanrong's strongest advantage, robbing them of any means to attack. Young chief, allow this general to purge this danger from the world. A strapping middle-aged man cupped his hands. From the powerful waves he released, this man was clearly a radiant stage expert. Mulling it over, the youth shook his head in the end. No, Tianyu is in the middle of its esoteric debate. We need to use this chance and inspect the teleportation array from the shadows. The The slightest mistake on our part will endanger our entire operation. Brother, you still want to do it? But that guy... Lianer spoke in worry. The youth came to a decision. All the more reason. If we can't conquer Tianyu, we will never get the chance again and will lose every future war. They all nodded solemnly. Lianer sighed. But brother, is that man truly trustworthy? Can we really take Tianyu in one move? Ha ha ha. Lianer and everyone needs to relax. There is no better spy in Tianyu than that man. The youth cackled. As if the world was his oyster. Back to Zhuofan. He was still flying among the clouds in search of Luo Yunhai and the rest. Suddenly, his nose twitched and he changed directions. Blood. Whoosh. Zhuofan landed near a river soaked in blood and bodies coming from upstream. The wounds on the bodies clearly showed they were man-made. A great battle must be underway upstream and he rushed to investigate. His discerning field was strong enough to scout 2 miles ahead in great detail. He could even see what was behind those 2 mountains in front. Zhuofan bypassed them with his senses and saw a great deal of men gathered at the mouth of a valley. From their signatures, he easily identified them as Luo Yunhai, Xianxia, and other second- and third-rate clans. Outside the valley entrance were the vassals of the Regent Estates faction, forcing Yunhai's group into the valley. He had no clue who they were, but their leader couldn't be more familiar. Zhuofan snickered. Oh my! Now a cripple goes out hunting? You must have a death wish. Quite right. The man leading the attack on Luo Yunhai was Forest Fleeting Dragon, Lin Shenfeng. Albeit a one-legged dragon, but he still had the power to shock everyone. His dragon title was shaky now, but to the average profound heaven expert he was undefeated. Lin Shenfeng looked coldly at his enemies and shouted, Listen up! I only care about the Luo clan to settle a grudge. I don't have time to waste on extras, so get lost. Or you could just follow Luo clan to their grave. The men were tense and glanced at Luo Yunhai. It was obvious Lin Shenfeng was taking it out on the Luo clan for having Zhuofan rip his leg clean off. Their grudges had nothing to do with these second-rate clans. Although vassals of Drifting Flowers edifices, Sword Marquis abode, and Veiled Dragon Pavilion were allies of Luo clan, they were nonetheless far from willing to pay the ultimate sacrifice in defending them. Luo Yunhai knew this as well as he said solemnly, Our meeting was pure chance, friends. There's no need to implicate yourself as well. If you wish. Useless cripple, our fate lies with the Luo clan. You don't scare us. Why don't you pick on Big Brother Zhua if you have the guts? The charming voice cut Luo Yunhai off, with a brash and arrogant tone. Her allies were scared witless. Young miss. If you want to defend Luo clan and die, go right ahead, we won't stop you. But could you please not drag us into this as well? And why are you even mentioning that guy's name? Are you trying to piss off Lin Shenfeng some more? How are we supposed to face that whirlwind? Lin Shenfeng. They all felt like crying, having their lifeline cut off without remorse. Shui Gang and Shui Lin looked at Xianxia with a shake of their heads. They knew she liked Zhuofan, but going as far as ticking off Lin Shenfeng was the worst-case scenario. Luo Yunhai looked at Xianxia. Moved. Sister Ninger, thank you. What thanks? Without Big Brother Zhua around, it falls to me to keep you safe. Xianxia patted her chest with a prideful face. She was happy as long as she could do anything for Zhuofan. And yet her brothers were crying inside. Damn brat. How can you look after someone when you're constantly being looked after? Moreover, Luo Yunhai and his 10 guards are stronger than any of us. How can we even protect them? Luo Yunhai scratched his nose. I am grateful for Sister Ninger's good intentions. But it's best if I take Big Brother Zhua's place and look after you. Ninger patted Luo Yunhai's head and smiled. Never mind protecting me, since Big Brother Zhua is surely just around a corner, ready to jump in and save me. Luo Yunhai was puzzled. Ninger showed her thunder ring with a smile. Each time I'm in danger, the thunder ring flashes and that means Big Brother Zhua is here. Luo Yunhai sighed at how innocent and naive she was. Even delusional, some might say. It would be best if Big Brother Zhua comes in the nick of time. But if you think he's going to show up each time you're in danger,
Won't you treat your life as a joke? Her brothers knew this as well and tried reasoning with her. But Xianxia turned a deaf ear. A girl's fairy tale was impossible to dispel. Xianxia's choice of words sure got the obvious reaction out of Lin Xianfeng. He was pissed and filled with bloodthirst. Young Master Lin, His men glanced at him. Lin Xuanfeng's eyes were bloodshot as he barked. Ignorant brat! Just kill them all and be done with them. His roar resounded in Luo Yunhai's group's ears, scaring them. Only Xianxia was closely watching Thunder Ring for any signs, waiting for that spark of hope. Kill! The war cry signaled the enemy's charge into the valley entrance. The thick bloodthirst in the air was that from a stampede of enraged bulls. The pressure was too great even for a profound heaven expert to hold on, making it harder to breathe. They all turned pale as paper. Not only was the enemy outnumbering them many times over, but they even had the strength advantage. How were they going to come out of this one? Even Luo Yunhai, who alongside the four tigers saw charging armies on an almost daily basis, was affected. Their side was at a gross disadvantage. Be it in terrain or numbers, none of it worked in their favor. In war tactics, this situation could only be overcome by forcing one's way through if one wanted to get out alive. His jaw set, Luo Yunhai turned to his side, teetering on the verge of collapse, and shouted, Everyone! Don't all of you have someone here you wish to protect? That caught their attention. Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed. They may outnumber us, but they are rabble. I can help you get your loved ones out safely. They will be in the center while we form a circle around them as we break out of the enemy attack. We will likely lose our lives, but our loved ones will have the highest chance at survival. The dead eyes of his group finally sparked with a glimmer of hope. Brother, go in the middle. I'll protect you. Foolish child, I'm the big brother. How can I let you give your life for me? It is my duty to keep you alive. Brother. The younger brother's eyes glistened. Sister, stay close to the center and don't fall behind. Another brother patted his younger sister's shoulder. Brother-in-law, go in the middle. I'll get you out for sure. Silly boy, how can I live if you died? How will I face your sister? The man said to his wife's younger brother. They soon shed the fear instilled by the enemy's war cry, and their hearts held a deep feeling of warmth, spurring on their will to fight to the death. Luo Yunhai nodded, grateful that his plan worked. Next up was the fight. Looking back at the savage enemy marching over, Luo Yunhai took a deep breath and, like a true marshal, he took in the entire battlefield to make use of. Zhuofan would be so proud if he could see this boy having grown up. Because Luo Yunhai's words were the right tactic for a marshal to use in this critical situation. He had to kindle the will to fight in his men. If he said something along the lines of "fight alongside me to survive," the effect would hardly be noticeable. Everyone considered their lives as the #1 priority, and they made sure to treasure it. But how could they overcome their fears in the face of that relentless tide marching towards them? Even if he could make them fight for their own sake, it was a flimsy reason bound to crumble at first contact. Death would follow all the same at this point. But Luo Yunhai was sharp in figuring out these people had loved ones mixed in this group. He appealed to their humanity, their conscience, their responsibility, and drove them to war. Although this meant cutting their effective fighting force in half, the ones doing the protecting would give their absolute best. And more, to make sure their loved ones lived to see tomorrow. To instantly turn these random groups of people into a cohesive unit bent on fighting to the death was the sign of a great general Luo Yunhai had the hopes of becoming. Yunhai, stay behind me. Sister will protect you. Xianxia's beaming face graced his eyes. She even flexed to back up her claim. Luo Yunhai let out an awkward chuckle. Ha ha ha. I am grateful for your kindness. But I am the one commanding this charge. It's more important that I stay in front as well. Shui Gang and Shui Lin hoisted the overconfident and delusional Xianxia behind. Ninger, don't be willful. He's stronger than you. Listen to your brother and stay in the middle. Let your brothers get you to safety. Xianxia pouted. Then her eyes sparked. Then I'll stay behind Yunhai. That way I can protect him when he needs help.
Helpless, they had no choice but to agree. Behind Luo Yunhai could also be said to belong to the center of the group, somewhat. But Shui Gang and Shui Lin were not leaving her sides. Anything could happen in the spur of the moment, especially on the battlefield. They had to protect her. Similar scenes happened all around them as the people were determined to get their loved ones out alive. Luo Yunhai formed them into ranks, and as he stood in front of them, an old man stepped forward. "Young Master Luo, I'll be at your side to protect you. If I am to fall, please send my words to Grandmaster Zhua. My greatest regret is that I wasn't good enough to have him as my master." The old man shook his head. Zhuofan would have a nice dumbstruck face if he was here. Wasn't this old guy the same Lu Yizhen, who competed alongside Yen Song in the 100-pill meeting? He wanted to be Zhuofan's disciple, but Zhuofan wouldn't hear it. But how did he end up here then? Luo Yunhai sighed. Grandmaster Lu is so determined. If not for Sir's guards, we'd have long been mere corpses on the ground. As long as we get out alive, I will think of a way to make Big Brother Zhuo receive you. Thank you, young Master Luo. Grandmaster Lu nodded sadly. Let's talk about this after we survive. Either way, being able to show my respect to Grandmaster Zhuo by helping him is gratification enough. Luo Yunhai nodded. Grandmaster Lu is so honest and righteous. Kill. The howls of war drew nearer. Luo Yunhai faced the enemy as the leader of his men, waiting. When the enemy was at the 100-meter mark, he led his own charge. For our loved ones, charge. Roar. Thunderous shouts echoed his own battle spirit, and they rushed on like a tide. The enemy was baffled at the sudden development, even as the sides clashed. Boom! Their morale sank to half in a blink. As if a spear pierced the great skies and left a massive hole, so did the force go through them like butter. The enemy looked dumbstruck, even the enraged Lin Xianfeng. He was watching speechless as the wedge formation went through his group. They're 100 against my 1,000. How can we not even block their charge? The wails and miserable cries rang in his ears. He looked in time to see his men flailing their bleeding arms and leg stumps in agony. The enemy was reaping through his men like a dragon. His men couldn't put up even a token of resistance, and it only drove him madder. For goddamn sake, what use do I have for any of you if you can't even do this much? A bunch of damn wastes is what you all are. The man next to him stammered. Young Master Lin. To this isn't our fault. They suddenly used military formations. They are only 100, but we can't even get close to them. Each time we approach, it's like we're facing 4 or 5 of them. It's baffling. Humph. What's baffling? It's just some army tactic. Lin Xuanfeng's eyes flashed eerily. Now that I think about it, that Luo clan's brat followed Dugu Zhantian for 5 years. It'd be odd if he didn't know at least this much. Blast it all to hell. We can't let Luo clan get any stronger. Spatting, Lin Xianfeng hopped and was gone. Then he flashed in front of the wedge formation. Lin Xianfeng, Luo Yunhai shouted. Snickering, Lin Xianfeng mocked. Brat, you think you're so great now that you've been by Dugu Zhantian's side for a couple of years? You take me for a weakling? Think you can get away alive with just this? Hee hee. First I'll break your army, then I'll break your skull. Lin Xianfeng snickered and was gone again. Before anyone could react, he flashed in the middle of their formation and a blue tornado sprung up. It grew until it swallowed them all, careening them into the air and breaking the formation. Luo Yunhai looked up from the ground in shock. Even after Zhuofan ripped his leg off, Lin Xianfeng had the power to face so many people. He really was one of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, forest fleeting dragon. He broke their formation and flung them scattered among the enemy. They were doomed. Luo Yunhai's heart sank, his final hope leaving him. What was left was to wait and have their lives reaped. Chapter 277 Breakout. August 3, 2021. Index. Patreon. Translator. Star Reader. Editor. Elite Coder. Kill. The war cry signaled the enemy's charge into the valley entrance. The thick bloodthirst in the air was that from a stampede of enraged bulls. The pressure was too great even for a profound heaven expert to hold on, making it harder to breathe. They all turned pale as paper. Not only was the enemy outnumbering them many times over, but they even had the strength advantage. How were they going to come out of this one? Even Luo Yunhai, who alongside the four tigers saw charging armies on an almost daily basis, was affected. Their side was at a gross disadvantage. Be it in terrain or numbers, none of it worked in their favor. In war tactics, this situation could only be overcome by forcing one's way through if one wanted to get out alive. His jaw set, Luo Yunhai turned to his side, teetering on the verge of collapse, and shouted, "Everyone, don't all of you have someone here you wish to protect?" That caught their attention. Luo Yunhai's eyes flashed. "They may outnumber us, but they are rabble. I can help you get your loved ones out safely. They will be in the center while we form a circle around them as we break out of the enemy attack. We will likely lose our lives, but our loved ones will have the highest chance at survival." The dead eyes of his group finally sparked with a glimmer of hope. "Brother, go in the middle. I'll protect you." "Foolish child, I'm the big brother. How can I let you give your life for me? It is my duty to keep you alive." "Brother." The younger brother's eyes glistened. "Sister, stay close to the center and don't fall behind." Another brother patted his younger sister's shoulder. "Brother-in-law, go in the middle. I'll get you out for sure." "Silly boy, how can I live if you died? How will I face your sister?" the man said to his wife's younger brother. They soon shed the fear instilled by the enemy's war cry, and their hearts held a deep feeling of warmth, spurring on their will to fight to the death. Luo Yunhai nodded, grateful that his plan worked. Next up was the fight. Looking back at the savage enemy marching over, Luo Yunhai took a deep breath and, like a true marshal, he took in the entire battlefield to make use of. Zhuofan would be so proud if he could see this boy having grown up. Because Luo Yunhai's words were the right tactic for a marshal to use in this critical situation. He had to kindle the will to fight in his men. If he said something along the lines of "fight alongside me to survive," the effect would hardly be noticeable. Everyone considered their lives as the number one priority, and they made sure to treasure it. But how could they overcome their fears in the face of that relentless tide marching towards them? Even if he could make them fight for their own sake, it was a flimsy reason bound to crumble at first contact. Death would follow all the same at this point. But Luo Yunhai was sharp in figuring out these people had loved ones mixed in this group. He appealed to their humanity, their conscience, their responsibility, and drove them to war. Although this meant cutting their effective fighting force in half, the ones doing the protecting would give their absolute best. And more, to make sure their loved ones lived to see tomorrow. To instantly turn these random groups of people into a cohesive unit bent on fighting to the death was the sign of a great general Luo Yunhai had the hopes of becoming. "Yunhai, stay behind me. Sister will protect you." Xianxia's beaming face graced his eyes. She even flexed to back up her claim. Luo Yunhai let out an awkward chuckle. "Ha ha ha. I am grateful for your kindness, but I am the one commanding this charge. It's more important that I stay in front as well." Shui Gang and Shui Lin hoisted the overconfident and delusional Xianxia behind. "Ninger, don't be willful. He's stronger than you. Listen to your brother and stay in the middle. Let your brothers get you to safety." Xianxia pouted, then her eyes sparked. "Then I'll stay behind Yunhai. That way I can protect him when he needs help." Helpless, they had no choice but to agree. Behind Luo Yunhai could also be said to belong to the center of the group, somewhat. But Shui Gang and Shui Lin were not leaving her sides. Anything could happen in the spur of the moment, especially on the battlefield. They had to protect her. Similar scenes happened all around them as the people were determined to get their loved ones out alive. Luo Yunhai formed them into ranks, and as he stood in front of them, an old man stepped forward. "Young Master Luo, I'll be at your side to protect you. If I am to fall, please send my words to Grandmaster Zhua. My greatest regret is that I wasn't good enough to have him as my master." The old man shook his head. Zhuofan would have a nice dumbstruck face if he was here. Wasn't this old guy the same Lu Yizhen, who competed alongside Yen Song in the 100 Pill meeting? He wanted to be Zhuo Fan's disciple, but Zhuo Fan wouldn't hear it. But how did he end up here then? Luo Yunhai sighed. Grandmaster Lu is so determined. If not for Sir's guards, we'd have long been mere corpses on the ground. As long as we get out alive, I will think of a way to make Big Brother Zhuo receive you. Thank you, young Master Luo. Grandmaster Lu nodded sadly. Let's talk about this after we survive. Either way, being able to show my respect to Grandmaster Zhuo by helping him is gratification enough. Luo Yunhai nodded. Grandmaster Lu is so honest and righteous. Kill. The howls of war drew nearer. Luo Yunhai faced the enemy as the leader of his men, waiting. When the enemy was at the 100-meter mark, he led his own charge. For our loved ones, charge. Roar. Thunderous shouts echoed his own battle spirit, and they rushed on like a tide. The enemy was baffled at the sudden development, even as the sides clashed. Boom! Their morale sank to half in a blink. As if a spear pierced the great skies and left a massive hole, so did the force go through them like butter. The enemy looked dumbstruck, even the enraged Lin Xianfeng. He was watching speechless as the wedge formation went through his group. They're 100 against my 1,000. How can we not even block their charge? The wails and miserable cries rang in his ears. He looked in time to see his men flailing their bleeding arms and leg stumps in agony. The enemy was reaping through his men like a dragon. His men couldn't put up even a token of resistance, and it only drove him madder. For goddamn sake, what use do I have for any of you if you can't even do this much? A bunch of damn wastes is what you all are. The man next to him stammered, Young Master Lin. This isn't our fault. They suddenly used military formations. They are only 100, but we can't even get close to them. Each time we approach, it's like we're facing 4 or 5 of them. It's baffling. Humph. What's baffling? It's just some army tactic. Lin Xuanfeng's eyes flashed eerily. Now that I think about it, that Luo clan's brat followed Dugu Zhantian for 5 years. It'd be odd if he didn't know at least this much. Blast it all to hell. We can't let Luo clan get any stronger. Spatting, Lin Xianfeng hopped and was gone. Then he flashed in front of the wedge formation. Lin Xianfeng, Luo Yunhai shouted. Snickering, Lin Xianfeng mocked. Brat, you think you're so great now that you've been by Dugu Zhantian's side for a couple of years? You take me for a weakling? Think you can get away alive with just this? Hee. First I'll break your army, then I'll break your skull. Lin Xianfeng snickered and was gone again. Before anyone could react, he flashed in the middle of their formation and a blue tornado sprung up. It grew until it swallowed them all, careening them into the air and breaking the formation. Luo Yunhai looked up from the ground in shock. Even after Zhuo Fan ripped his leg off, Lin Xianfeng had the power to face so many people. He really was one of the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, forest fleeting dragon. He broke their formation and flung them scattered among the enemy. They were doomed. Luo Yunhai's heart sank, his final hope leaving him. What was left was to wait and have their lives reaped. Ah! The cries of agony pierced the skies as the enemy began its slaughter. With their formation broken and outnumbered 10-1, their hopes of surviving were dashed. Just like a mouse squeezed around by a mighty dragon. Their will to fight had collapsed, replaced by utter despair. Luo Yunhai gnashed his teeth and got onto his feet. He wanted to reorganize his ranks. He wasn't about to give up as long as there was an inkling of hope. But as soon as he got to his feet, he was kicked flying, with blood flowing from his lips. Coughing blood, Luo Yunhai glared at the cocky and snickering Lin Xianfeng. Brat, you're finished, so behave and wait there for me to take your head and present it to Zhuo Fan. I wonder what face he'll make. Ha ha ha. Humph. Let's see you try. You think the next time he'll stop at 1 leg? Luo Yunhai retorted in mockery. Lin Xuanfeng's mood sank dangerously low. His life was smooth sailing, the pride of merry woods. No one ever showed any disrespect to someone of his talent. Then he met Zhuo Fan, and everything spiraled out of control, him becoming a laughingstock. His leg was ripped off and hence, he suffered endless ridicule that had affected his state of mind to such a degree that it had cast a shadow over him. Not even he wanted to admit such a disgrace happened to him. And yet Luo Yunhai went on poking his sore spot, earning his wrath. Damn punk! You think we can't deal with that Shuofan? Humph! Let me tell you, we've long been ready to end him. He's living on borrowed time. You're the first to go, and the bastard will soon follow you to your grave. Lin Xianfeng lifted his yuan qi-soaked palm, winding up for the finale. Luo Yunhai was worried, his fists clenched, but not over his safety. It was for Zhuofan's. He sensed from Lin Xuanfeng's tone that those words weren't empty threats. They may very well have grasped Zhuofan's weakness. He had to warn Zhuofan before it was too late. How was he going to do that, though, when he was too powerless to even protect himself? Luo Yunhai's inner conflict left him in a mess. Lin Xianfeng took it as fear. Ha ha ha. Here I thought you'd be a man of courage having followed Dugu Zhantian for years. But deep down, you're just a spineless coward. Don't worry. I'll leave your corpse intact, out of respect for Dugu Zhantian. Lin Xianfeng launched his palm attack like a fierce storm. Stop! No one can harm the Luo clan's young master, an aged voice shouted, just as a red-hot flame shot for Lin Xianfeng. Lin Xianfeng only snickered. Lu Yizhen came to the rescue, with his 4th-level spiritual beast flame. But his flame looked nothing more than a candle to Lin Xianfeng. You senile old fool dare mess in my affairs? Get lost. Thump. A flick of the hand had a blue wind scatter the flimsy flame to nothing. Lu Yizhen spat blood and collapsed pale. Grinning, Lin Xianfeng turned to Luo Yunhai. No one's gonna save you now. Stop. It was a delicate voice this time. Xianxia popped out of nowhere and stood between them. You'll have to go through me first. You again. Squinting, he clearly recalled Xianxia shouting cripple left and right. Humph. Don't you worry. Once I'm through with him, you're next. Ninger. Shui Gang and Shui Lin rushed over, but Lin Xuanfeng's flick of the hand left them sprawling and heavily wounded. With a twisted smile, a promise of cruelty that was to come, Lin Xuanfeng's yuan qi exploded. And stay down. Humph, we won't die. Big brother Zhua will save us. Xianxia faced him without an ounce of fear. Lin Xianfeng jerked, looking around frantic. Zhuofan? Where? Is he close? Xianxia laughed. Ha ha ha. How the mighty have fallen. I knew you're scared of big brother Zhua. Luo Yunhai shook his head. Apparently, Zhuofan did more than simply pull a leg. He had also scarred the guy mentally. You damn brat dare to lie to me. Zhuofan would never stand still in this situation if he was here. Lin Xuanfeng's anger flared. Two brats got the best of the grand and mighty forest fleeting dragon. They had scared him just by mentioning Zhuofan. He would never hear the end of it if word got out. Lin Xuanfeng's eyes looked at Xianxia with bloodthirst, wishing nothing more than to wring her pretty neck. Blasted bint. You two've been a pain in my rear from the moment we met. Lin Xuanfeng's hand was wrapped in a blue wind and slapped at Xianxia's chest. Luo Yunhai was too hurt to try and stop him. He could only watch the sinister palm inching towards Xianxia's chest. Big brother Zhua. Xianxia cried, her eyes focused on the dead thunder ring. Then she closed her eyes and prayed for a miracle. Luo Yunhai could only sigh. Zhuofan was no god. It was impossible for him to watch over her around the clock like a guardian angel. Shui Gang and Shui Lin crawled on while bleeding in a desperate attempt to reach her. Why was their foolish sister so zealous in her faith? The last 2 times were sheer coincidences. Zhuofan won't always watch over you when you need him the most. So why are you so stubborn? Lin Xianfeng laughed. Zhuofan won't come brat. Die, ha ha ha. Though clueless, their entire drama was laid before Zhuofan's eyes 2 miles out thanks to his soul sense. He saw how Xianxia and Luo Yunhai were together, and he also saw Lin Xuanfeng's strike closing in on them. Zhuofan's right eye flashed with 2 golden halos and an invisible beam shot out, passing through any and all obstacles, straight for its target. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Whoosh! It shot fast as light, passing through everything like they were nothing. In the middle of the slaughter, a hum became apparent as a sudden hole appeared on the men in its path without any warning. Blood flowed even as the men were oblivious to their doom. It was just too fast, too sudden. Lin Xuanfeng's hand was inches from Xianxia when the hum passed, robbing him of his hand. It left behind a bleeding stump. Lin Xuanfeng was too dumbstruck to even react. What was that? Why is my hand gone? He didn't even feel a thing. One moment it was there and poof, gone the next. It was faster than getting it chopped off. Xianxia and Luo Yunhai were equally baffled. Lin Xuanfeng stiffly looked around to see a line of men with oddly missing parts of their bodies, bleeding out. Looking further, he saw a hole in the valley's side, black as night. Xuefan used Void Annihilation from 2 miles away to rob his hand and anything in its path. It was an all-powerful ability able to target anyone regardless of distance. Xuefan's enemies would never know rest if they knew he possessed such divine might. Or the moment they dropped their guard, their chest would sport a sudden extra-large hole. Not that Lin Xuanfeng knew that. He only looked at the black hole in dread. This is too freaky. What the hell was that? Who could possibly kill so many men in a blink? It even exceeded Forest Fleeting Dragon's reaction and robbed him off his hand. What kind of godly skill was that? In the middle of their shock and despair, Xuefan used his Yuan Qi to shout, "God damn it! Lin Xuanfeng! You dare touch my people, you bastard? Don't move a muscle. I'll be right there to rip your head off myself." His yell passed through the black hole and into the valley, so loud it even quaked mountains. It was as if the 2 mountains spoke. Such awe-inspiring power scared everyone present into freezing and paling. Are the mountains threatening us? Balls! Did our battle wake up a local god? Only Lin Xuanfeng recognized the voice. He shook like a leaf. He would never forget the owner of that voice in his life, the same soaring demonic dragon who ripped off his leg. The silence was deafening. The unanimous reaction to this ludicrous situation was one of utter shock and amazement. Then they all started shivering, Lin Xuanfeng included. Their eyes turned to the shaking mountains. Words stuck in their throat. Only Luo Yunhai and Xianxia were happy. Ever since the shout came, they knew with utmost certainty that Xuefan had come through for them. Young Master Lin. The man next to Lin Xuanfeng began speaking, wanting to ask for suggestion as to their next course of action, only to notice that the dude had bolted. Rotten useless Lin Xuanfeng. Who was it that shouted the loudest while charging? Who was it that cursed us as good for nothing? And yet, when it came to running, no one was faster. I spit on you. How can such a yellow-bellied, lily-livered rat be in the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix? The man looked around to find everyone loosing their will to fight. It was only natural when one stopped and thought about the monster coming to Luo clan's rescue. The same freak who scared Lin Xuanfeng away. So why should we stay here to die? Without further ado, he shouted, "Retreat!" Roused up, the men followed behind Lin Xuanfeng without any complaint. The winning side from a moment ago was now running away miserably. They even forwent their wounded, selfishly holding their lives as the #1 priority. Luo Yunhai sighed. Big Brother Zhua is amazing to the extreme. One shout is enough to scare them away. It's even more effective than our wedge formation. Xianxia nodded cutely, her eyes blazing. She hadn't even seen his figure, yet Xuefan's valor and might thoroughly turned her into his #1 fan. Xue Gang and Xue Lin shook their heads. Xuefan's timely save was more than welcome, but that sister of theirs sank even deeper into her unhealthy obsession of him. No doubt about it. Xianxia's belief that Xuefan would be there to save her every single time was now firmly engraved into the very core of her being. This delusion was far from healthy. Her brothers shook their helpless heads. Ninger hadn't once listened to their advice so far, and the repeated near saves, courtesy of Xuefan, only worked to make her go against them even more. The two sighed. Then they followed up with the usual glee of finding their lease on life extended and looked after the wounded. 15 minutes later, a thunderclap signaled the landing of a black figure. They were greeted by none other than soaring demonic dragon. Zhuofan. Surveying the battlefield, Zhuofan cursed. That blasted Lin Xianfeng ran again. The next time he won't be so lucky. I'll make sure to pull his other leg and get him to crawl like a beggar. The people were scared, but the reverence was obvious from their expressions. Of Tianyu's youngest generation, only soaring demonic dragon dared challenge 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. If it were them, not in a million years would they even conceive such a radical and preposterous idea, not to mention suicidal. It only made them see Zhuofan in a new light, holding him in complete admiration. This was a truly fearless man, a man of courage and endless valor. Ignoring these peasants, Zhuofan's eyes snapped to Xianxia and Luo Yunhai in glee. Are you all right? Xianxia shook her head, bashful. Don't worry, big brother Zhuo. I'm fine. I knew you'd come and save me. She then touched her thunder ring. Zhuofan chuckled and waved, as the thunder ring on his own hand glinted. Big brother Zhuo, Grandmaster Lu already gave me a healing pill. I'll soon be back to full health. Luo Yunhai smiled with a pale face. Raising an eyebrow, Zhuofan turned to the old man. Grandmaster Lu? Ha ha ha, Grandmaster Zhuo. It's been a long time. Lu Yizhen bowed. Zhuofan was puzzled. What are you doing here? Didn't esoteric debate have the 30 years age ban? Grandmaster Lu, how old are you really? Grandmaster Zhuo, I am not a participant. Nor did I know Beast King Mountain was to be the location for the esoteric debate's final battle. It was pure coincidence, Lu Yizhen explained. Sizing him up, Zhuofan was very much doubtful still. Really now? Honest to God. It must be fate for me and Grandmaster Zhuo to meet again. Lu Yizhen's genial response came. Zhuofan snickered. Oh please, cut the act. What fate could possibly be tying us? Lu Yizhen hanged his head. Luo Yunhai interjected. Big brother Zhuo, we were lucky to have Grandmaster Lu here or many more would have perished. He is Luo clan's benefactor. I heard he is very eager to take you as his master. What if? Lu Yizhen. It's been so long yet you're still dead set on this idea? Zhuofan cut him off with a stare on Lu Yizhen. Lu Yizhen nodded furiously. Yes, Grandmaster Zhuo's alchemy is the pinnacle among all the alchemists I've seen. To be your disciple is my lifelong wish. In that case. Zhuofan squinted. Fine. We are short on hands and your timely arrival is most welcome. If you can protect the Luo clan in this esoteric debate, I will be inclined to reconsider your request, in favor of your rendered services. I will do my very best and live up to Grandmaster Zhuo's expectations. Lu Yizhen bowed. Zhuofan nodded. Luo Yunhai was thrilled and cupped his hand to Lu Yizhen, while also gleeful that he managed to sway Zhuofan. Lu Yizhen replied in kind, grateful to him for making the cold Zhuofan as 7 years ago give him some attention. In this manner, Lu Yizhen joined the Luo clan, looking after the wounded. Since Zhuofan had nothing to do, he stood guard at the valley entrance. It was because of this man that the men could heal in peace. Soaring demonic dragon was on par with the 6 dragons and 1 phoenix. There was no one out there who could make them feel safer. Zhuofan stood guard for 10 days, waiting for the others to heal. But while the battle on this side ended, another was on the brink of erupting. In a lush part of the forest, a towering jade reaching the height of 2 people was standing next to a large tree. Upon a closer look, it bore a striking resemblance to those national elemental stones. It was precisely the wood-type array to send them back. On either side of it were 2 armed forces. On one hand was Drifting Flowers Edifice's Chu Qingcheng, Sword Marquis Abode, Xie Tianshang and Veiled Dragon Pavilion's Long Xingyun with their people. The other side was led by Region Estates Huangpu Qingtian, Hell Valley's Yu Yushan, and Pil King Hall's Yen Bongi. All they needed was a spark to throw this place into the chaos of war. Their standoff was clearly visible beyond the wood exit array, as Dragon Cloud City's every major clan and house watched in trepidation. Huangpu Tianyuan snickered, speaking high and mighty yet casually at the same time. The brimming sacred pill will be ours. No surprise there. Ha ha ha. Yu Wanshan and Yen Bagong nodded in pride. It feels so good, so overbearing, to stand by Regent Estate, Drifting Flowers Edifices, Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and Sword Marquis Abode's house leader looked like they were on pensive. They had no choice but to admit the battle was going to be completely one-sided. Huangpu Qingtian's presence alone turned the tide of this battle out of their favor. The brimming sacred pill was before the wood exit, and it was Chu Qingxing's group who found it first. Yet none realized Huangpu Qingtian's faction tailing them. The fight over the brimming sacred pill was on the brink of igniting, but their faction had no hope of overcoming the other, not with heaven-shaking dragon lord in the mix. Damn monster! Grandmother gnashed her teeth, while Huangpu Tianyuan laughed unrestrained. Zhuge Chongfeng was only twirling his mustache in thought. Indeed, one side has a freak of nature, while the other side's own monster has yet to come. Things don't bode well for them. Surrender is advised. That got a rise out of the crowd. Yeah. Heaven-shaking Dragon Lord is there and Zhuge Fan is nowhere in sight. From what they heard of the two monsters' first contact, Zhuge Fan could hold his own against heaven-shaking Dragon Lord. But where was their most important piece at this crucial time? The people started to regret. What ally is he if he doesn't show up when needed? Achoo! Facing the morning sun, Zhuge Fan was struck by an incomprehensible bout of sneezing that sent his whole body shivering. What the hell? Who's the bastard talking behind my back? Zhuge Fan rubbed his nose in anger. Tap. Huangpu Qingtian's every step instilled dignity and nobility, neither forced nor rushed. Chu Qingxing's group was unnerved, taking steps back in contrast. The pressure was so big, each of his step made them back away faster. Drifting Flowers Edifices, Veiled Dragon Pavilion, and Sword Marquis Abode had thousands of people behind them. Yet faced with but a single man, they all shirked further back. A truly laughable and ridiculous scene. Yet to the parties involved, humor was the last thing on their minds. When faced with the head of 6 dragons and 1 phoenix, Huangpu Qingtian, all they could feel was fear and dread. Yu Yushan and Yen Bongyi had thousands behind them as well that just stood there, watching the other faction with contempt. In the face of Huangpu Qingtian, anyone would end up a sorry sight. If they switched places, Yu Yushan's group had no doubt in their mind they would end up the same way. As to why the situation devolved in such a way, it all came down to Chu Qingxing's group's rotten luck. Or maybe having known so little about Regent Estate, yet insisting on making an enemy out of them. How long are you going to shirk back? Huangpu Qingtian stopped at some point, with a beaming and noble smile. Hand over the brimming sacred pill and I'll let you go. Frowning, Chu Qingxing gnashed her teeth in silence. Her allies clenched her fists at the naked scorn. Handing over what the 3 houses found was total humiliation. Long Xingyun muled. Its best were flexible. And smiled. Young Master Huangpu. Is this how Regent Estate's eldest young master carries himself? You're no different from a shameless bandit at this point. There are 4 brimming sacred pill out there, so why are you after ours in particular? Ha ha ha. Long Xingyun. I knew you're a smooth talker, preaching sophistry. True, Regent Estate isn't too keen on robbing you, but did you forget? This here is the esoteric debate where might makes right. Everything belongs to the strongest. With a snicker, Huangpu Qingtian's eyes flashed with greed and snatched at the air. That is why all of them will be mine. You better hand it over now, or what fight? Xia Tianshang snapped as he shot in the air, drawing his sword and releasing such shocking energy it reached the skies. The sword energy shuddered all who looked at it, feeling as if 10,000 swords were about to pierce them. Even Yen Bongyi and Yu Yushan turned serious, eyeing him with a sigh. Xia Tianshang is a true sword talent. It was their first time seeing sword energy reaching such a level. Thinking about it, they were no match for him in a straight-out fight. Long Xingyun looked at the hovering figure stunned. It had been what, a few days? How did he get so strong? And yet, Huangpu Qingtian's calm demeanor left Long Xingyun sighing. Compared to this monster, Xie Tianshang had a long way to go. But even so, they had to fight regardless. Long Xingyun shot his hands forward. Energy hummed off his hands and released a powerful attack. There was a dragon roar echo, and when the energy was upon Huangpu Qingtian, it shot for the ground. The earth beneath Huangpu Qingtian exploded as a dragon opened its maw to swallow him. Profound ranked martial art. See upturning dragon palm. Long Xingyun roared. He didn't finish as a loud boom splintered the huge dragon into nothingness. Huangpu Qingtian shined golden as he walked out of the attack, looking down on all creation. PFF. Long Xingyun coughed blood, having just been injured internally. Xie Tianshang clutched his sword and shot for Huangpu Qingtian. The piercing light of his sword tip was as dazzling as the night stars. It pulverized anything it touched and left only this outstanding light. This was Sword Marquis Abode's profound ranked martial art flowing space's 9 forms strongest attack, extinction. When this sword flew, everything was erased. Abode Lord Xie Xiaofeng watched in awe and pride, his house's strongest move being unleashed just beyond the wood national elemental stone. The son had surpassed the father. With how much stronger the move was than his own, he was certain his son would become an even more remarkable Abode Lord than himself. Huangpu Tianyuan mocked. Abode Lord Xie, to be so prideful of your son's meager achievements, aren't you perhaps thinking so little of him? Xie Xiaofeng snorted. I know of Regent Estate's eldest young master's godlike talent, but I'll have to say that not even he can take this attack without consequence. Oh, we shall see, grinned Huangpu Tianyuan, and his elders joined him in mocking the man. Xie Xiaofeng's heart seized in fright, turning to see the shocking scene beyond the wood stone. As the glaring sword attack came closer, Huangpu Qingtian merely pointed at the dazzling dot of light. Boom! The space cracked and seemed to have been torn open. A bright golden light met with the sword attack, swallowing it whole. The almighty sword attack crumbled under the finger's power and forced Xie Tianshang into a bout of spitting blood. He was on his knees, even if having received but a light wound. How? Xie Xiaofeng cried. Huangpu Tianyuan laughed. Abode Lord Xie, I told you, my son's talent is in a league of its own. Speaking of power, he has surpassed his father since 5 years ago. Say what? They were still trying to process this development, yet now they found Huangpu Qingtian had long since surpassed the current estate lord. It was a known fact that Regent Estate had the best talents in Tianyu, capable of holding their own if it ever came to face the other 6 houses. Huangpu Tianyuan was of an even greater talent and a peak profound heaven cultivator as well. That made him the strongest profound heaven cultivator in Tianyu. Yet here he was stating Huangpu Qingtian surpassed him since 5 years ago. Even more so when that Huangpu Qingtian wasn't even at peak profound heaven stage. Now that he was at peak profound heaven stage and mastered killing with intent, did that mean he could face a radiant stage expert? How on earth can one beat that? The faces of others sank as they cursed this rotten monster. Huangpu Tianyuan looked awfully proud standing there, but his heart was bleeding, cursing his monster of a son as well. It was this monstrous talent that threatened his estate lord position. It may very well come to be that once the esoteric debate was over, his son would be entitled in his demand for him to hand over his throne. That was one outcome he never hoped to see. It went so far that he even hoped his son would die at Zhuofan's hands. Of course, there was no way he'd be so open as to share his thoughts. Huangpu Qingtian was the hope of all venerables, if not the entire regent estate. Any that dared to even show a hint of dissatisfaction with him would be culled on the spot, estate lord included. The venerables would make sure of that. Huangpu Qingtian was the apple of regent estate, their hope for the future. And they weren't about to let it be snuffed out. Huangpu Tianyuan looked on at the prideful and imperial figure beyond the wood national elemental stone with killing intent. Huangpu Qingtian put his finger away and laughed at the kneeling Xie Tianshang. Ha ha ha! How amusing! Who knew you could grow so strong in such a short time? You're way stronger than those two behind me. Pledge yourself to me and you won't regret it. They all looked shocked. This was daylight talent robbery. He. I am from Sword Marquis's abode. It is not my choice who our allies are. Xia Tianshang laughed. Happy Huangpu Qingtian was finally giving him some time of day. Huangpu Qingtian shook his head. Stubborn fool. Whether the 7 houses or the whole world, it will be ours. Those old geezers will soon find themselves between 4 walls and 6 feet under. Why would you care about their decisions? Just agree and the entire Sword Marquis's abode will agree as well. Huangpu Qingtian turned to Chu Qingcheng and Long Xingyun. You two as well. Swear yourself to me and the esoteric debate will end here and now. The 7 houses will be eternally one. Not just Chu Qingcheng's group was shocked, but even Dragon Cloud City's side's clan elders watched Huangpu Qingtian incredulous. It was the leader of a clan that made decisions, not their top disciple. Yet this Huangpu Qingtian not only circumvented his estate lord, but even spat in the face of the rest of those geezers. This was a gross lack of respect, a power play and disregard for the others above his station. This was something no one, not even young masters of other houses, would dare to utter. Yet Huangpu Qingtian did this out in the open. He didn't even care that he was stealing his father's position. They all turned to see Huangpu Tianyuan's face ashen from anger, while the elders couldn't care less. They even nodded. At that point, people realized that this was perhaps the true power of a monarch.